Good morning. My name is Adib Farhadi, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th Great Power Competition Conference, Current Rise of the Great Powers, the Struggle for Influence in the Central Region. First, I would like to acknowledge our GPC initiative partners, NISA and the U.S. Central Command, for their continued support. I would also like to acknowledge the Global and National Security Institute, GNSI, newly established here at USF to provide 21st century security challenges operating at the intersection of science and technology, human dynamics, and social behavior, and cybersecurity. You will hear much more about GNSI later this morning. These ongoing GPC conferences bring together some of the best and brightest strategic thinkers, leaders, and subject matter experts from around the globe to address critical US national security challenges. Previous topics in our ongoing conference series include regional perspectives, radicalization, countering violent extremism, impact of COVID-19, cybersecurity, the 2-decade anniversary of 9/11 and the war in Afghanistan, and our most recent timely event, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Before I move on to today's agenda, I would just like to say that we had an extraordinary DMI conference yesterday. And one more time, I would like to extend our special thank you to our guests who traveled great distances to be here from their beautiful cities of Astana, Bishkek, Islamabad, Dushanbe, and Tashkent. And it is truly an honor and a pleasure for us to host you here at USF. And one day we'd love to travel to your cities and have these discussions there. Now on to the conference agenda. This 2-day event packed with an array of prominent speakers and panelists will focus on the far-reaching implications of the rise of China, particularly its advancing influence in the Central Region. Our conference will include 3 dynamic panel discussions, each followed by live question and answer session. Let me briefly directly now to our conference program that you have, so you can follow along with the agenda and locate some of the other program features. Please see page 3 for what's for lunch with a list of downstairs and on-campus Tampa restaurants. On the next few pages, you will find welcome letters from our President Law at USF, Derek Eric Eisenberg, General Frank McKenzie, and Lieutenant General Terry Wolf of NISA. On the following pages, you will find a list of the countries represented here at the Tampa Summit, speakers and panelists' bios, the agenda itself, and more information about the GNSI. This conference series is part of a wider GPC initiative that encompasses several collaborative endeavors, such as the peer-reviewed scholarly book series, executive education courses, and the newly developing Human Dynamics project. You can find the titles of the Great Power Competition book series on the back cover, and a new edited volume is scheduled to be released this summer. Our exciting new DMI conference is a prime example of how this comprehensive initiative is evolving to further USF's growth as a global partner. You'll find our upcoming events on the back page of the program. They include Hunger as a Weapon on May 24, the 8th Great Power Competition on Unmanned Aerial Vehicles and National Policy on September 27 and 28, and the CCP Cyberspace and US Integrated Deterrence on December 7. Please mark those on your calendars. As you can see, this comprehensive initiative is contributing significantly to the discourse on national security in the Great Power Competition. And yes, I would argue that here at USF, we are leading the discourse on great power competition in the Central Region. Let's move on now to a brief overview of today's agenda. First, we'll kick off the conference with welcome remarks from Florida Senator Rick Scott, USF's President Rhea Law, and Mr. David Lamm, NISA Acting Director. And we're extremely honored to hear from our keynote speaker, former US CENTCOM Commander and current Executive Director of US Global and National Security Institute, General Frank McKenzie. The opening remarks and keynote address will be followed by a short break between 10 to 10:30. Our first panel discussion after the break will examine China's grand strategy and its great impacts and its global impacts. After the morning panel, we'll break for lunch until 2 p.m. Please return promptly at 2 p.m. to hear from our esteemed plenary speaker, Lieutenant General Dimitri Henry, Director of Intelligence, Joint Staff J2. Finally, our afternoon panel will address China's Belt and Road Initiative and its implications for US national security. We're truly fortunate to have such notable speakers and panelists with us today. With that said, let's get our conference started with a welcome video from Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Hi, I'm Senator Rick Scott. It's an honor to join you at the University of South Florida's Global and National Security Institute for your 7th annual Great Power Competition and the 2023 U.S. CENTCOM DMI Conference. It's no secret that Communist China is a threat to the future of our country and the fight for human rights across the globe. It's also clear that China seeks influence in the Middle East, especially among U.S. friends and partners. General Secretary Xi is trying to reshape the global order into the image he wants, one where Communist China is the dominating superpower, extracting resources and controlling commerce wherever he can. From the Chinese communist support of Russia's invasion of Ukraine to the Chinese spy balloons operating over American soil, they will stop at nothing to weaken and isolate the United States and our allies. One of my most important jobs in the U.S. Senate is to strongly oppose the CCP. But all Americans can play a part. Now is the time to take a strong stand against Communist China, and this starts with consumers and businesses refusing to buy their products. Thank you for all the work you're doing here. Keep up the great work. I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Senator Scott, for your welcoming remarks. Next, we will hear from our USF's own President Law. And I would like to personally thank President Law for her ongoing commitment to our initiative. President Law has deep ties and a long history supporting our Tampa Bay region and our military community throughout her career, and especially here at USF, and recognizes the value of partnerships in contributing to USF's growth and evolution as a high-impact global research university. Please join me in welcoming the 8th President of the University of South Florida, Rhea Law.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and welcome all of you to the University of South Florida and to the Global and National Security Institute Summit and the 7th Great Power Competition Conference. This is a huge event, and I am just so delighted to see so many of you here. I understand you had a great day yesterday. I know today will be even better. Some of the topics we're talking about are absolutely crucial to our national security. When we talk about the challenges to our national security, it suddenly fell to us as the university to be at the forefront of that. And just 9 months ago, we started the Global and National Security Institute. And I am so delighted that General Frank McKenzie has come to us to headline that effort. We have made tremendous moves forward, and I have no doubt the sky's the limit. Well, beyond the sky, right? Space is the limit. And so we are so proud to be hosting this event as one of the showcases of the things that GNSI is capable of doing and the importance of the kind of analysis and thought leadership that we will be taking on. You know, over the past 2 days, you've had an incredible amount of distinguished speakers. and their expertise adds to what we provide to you. And I think that's also shown in the people that have come here today. I mean, we welcome all of you, but to have people from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyz and Pakistan and Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, the list goes on. I mean, this is a significant event when we draw those kinds of visitors. So we welcome you. We have many students from your countries, and so we're glad to see you here. And secondly, we're really looking forward to the results of this conference and what comes afterwards. Tomorrow's breakout sessions will include one of the best of interest to our students. We're going to be talking about the growing focus in U.S. on the Chinese startup, TikTok. And if you can imagine, our students are totally immersed in that. And so that kind of education is going to be extraordinarily important to them. So I thank you again for being here. I enjoy your time here on our campus. If you need anything whatsoever, just reach out to one of our folks. They'll be more than happy to assist you. And I'll leave you with our normal sign, which is Go Bulls.
Thank you, President Law, for her opening remarks. Next, I'm honored to introduce Mr. David Lamm, Acting Director of NISA. Mr. Lamm assumed the role of Deputy Director of the NISA Center in 2010 after serving as the Chief of Staff from 2007 to 2009. And I would like to extend a special thanks to Mr. Lamm and my colleague Cindy Pritchard for their ongoing partnership. We could not have achieved this level of success without their continued support. Please welcome Mr. David Lamm.
Dr. Adib, General McKenzie, distinguished guests. That's a frightening picture. You might want to take that down. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and on behalf of the NISA Director, Lieutenant General Terry Wolf, I want to welcome each of you to this 7th biannual University of South Florida and Near East South Asia Center Conference on Great Power Competition. Some of you in this room are probably old enough to remember the last time the United States was engaged in great power competition with an existential threat, the Soviet Union. In the early morning of the 25th of October in 1983, I found myself on a runway in Grenada, just a couple days after the Marine Corps barracks bombing in Beirut, Lebanon. As a company commander in the 82nd Airborne Division, at the tactical level, life was pretty easy and straightforward. Close with and destroy the enemy. Later the next day, we occupied the Soviet embassy, put the ambassador in the DCM ignominiously in a quarter-ton Jeep, and escorted them off the island. Life was fun and simple. It was simpler at the strategic level, I believe, as well, and much easier than it is today. It was truly a bipolar world with what we called a single evil empire as an adversary. U.S. foreign policy paradigm of containment had remained a constant, regardless of the political winds of the different administrations from the end of the Second World War until 1989. We had the moral and informational high ground, and we won. We won. Fast forward now 3 decades later, and we find ourselves here, discussing relatively the same problem. However, strategically, and even tactically and operationally, a much more complex environment. Yesterday, you discussed the Central Asian states, which have a long historical tie in the Soviet Union and now Russia. Russia, while economically small, GDP of Italy, is engaged in a war of attrition in Ukraine. I believe that fits their military and national paradigm, and they will continue to wage that war of attrition. Hopefully, they think, until the West tires. In a recent NISA survey, and these are all available online, and Cindy Pritchard will get you this, we did a survey of 700 NISA alumni on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It included Central Asia, the Middle East states, so on and so forth. And what you'll find in there is that while most of them think that the invasion of Ukraine was unwarranted, it's interesting based on the geopolitics, for instance, in the Middle East, most of the Gulf states think that the invasion was justified. Okay? Just to throw that out there. We have another survey on China as well. And so we find ourselves in a particular quandary in the Middle East where we work on a daily level, daily basis, day to day, with friends in the Gulf, particularly Saudi Arabia, who deal with Russia, who buy Russian systems, who will deal with China, buy Chinese systems, weapon systems, and support. But Russia is not the big problem. The big elephant in the room is China. And since its entry into the World Trade Organization in 2001 has become a significant economic and military challenge. And at the same time, our #1 trade partner, which would have been unthinkable, okay, with the Soviet Union in days gone by. Chinese strategy is simple, it is ancient, it is Sun Tzu. They intend to defeat us without firing a shot. They will do it through diplomacy, economics, and information. We must recognize that China's information campaign, based on our survey, and Cindy can get you this as well, perception of the Indo-Pacific from the Middle East. Their goal is to defeat us without firing a shot, and do that through an information campaign which is aimed at changing our culture. They invest in media, entertainment, TikTok. Ask your daughters or granddaughters about Disney's Mulan. China's great. China's great. If an NBA player is critical of Chinese policy against the Uyghurs, he's admonished, not just by Beijing, but by the NBA itself. We must choose between profit or culture. And in the culture war, we must remember, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I'll say that again. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. If the American culture has changed due to an information campaign, it really doesn't matter what your national military strategy is. And on that happy note, it's great to be here, and thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lamm, for your thoughtful address. Now it is my great privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, General Frank McKenzie. General McKenzie is the Executive Director of the Global and National Security Institute at USF and Executive Director of the Florida Center for Cybersecurity. General McKenzie served our nation for over 42 years, retiring in April of 2022 as Commander of the United States Central Command. We're incredibly honored to have someone of his stature addressing this conference, and it has been an honor and a pleasure for me to work with him throughout the years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome General Frank McKenzie.
Thanks very much, Adib, for that kind introduction, and particularly for all your tireless work in putting together the Great Power Competition series of conferences. Adib is the irreplaceable man when it comes to that. His work is magnificent. We count on him to do a lot of things. So good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you here, to join the others who've already welcomed me this morning. And it's good to be back here in the Marshall Center physically rather than virtually. So it's just great being here. I've already had the opportunity yesterday to thank our guests from Central and South Asia countries who are here with us today. I'd like to do that again. And again, I recognize the price your body pays for flying over here for a conference on, in 2 days, 3 days of work here. But I did it for you for many, many years. So I'm glad to see you back here on this side of that equation. So yesterday was a terrific day of information and education. And I think everybody benefited from it. I'd like to take a moment here before I begin my remarks to thank a couple other people. I'd like to thank the faculty and staff at the University of South Florida's College of Arts and Sciences, the team at the National Defense University's Near East and South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, and for my former colleagues and friends from U.S. Central Command and also Special Operations Command for participating, assisting, and organizing this significant event. I'd also like to thank President Rhea Law, who you heard from earlier, for her continued support as we stand up the Global and National Security Institute here at USF. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from the Senior Vice President for University Community Partnerships, Dr. Eric Eisenberg, who has also been a key player in standing up where we are right now. And we're going to hear from Dr. Eisenberg tomorrow morning. I'm going to break my remarks into sort of three things. I'm going to talk a little bit about GNSI, talk a little bit about the world in China and the Middle East, and then I'm going to leave a little time at the end, hopefully for questions. I find questions valuable. I enjoy people asking me questions, so please don't be shy when we open it up for that. But I would like to update you on what's going on with the GNSI, the Global and National Security Institute. A lot has happened since we last talked at our conference in December. We have completed putting together our external board of advisors with a great group of people, and I think they're going to be instrumental in leading GNSI into a prosperous future. We introduced you to Rick Knopp at the conference in December as our chairman. He's a leading investment banker and investor in the government and national security industry, and he's the chairman of our board. He has a deep educational background as well, notably with the George Washington University, and he's here with us today. Also here today is another member of our board, Chip Walter. He's currently the managing director of Marlin Spike Disruptive Technologies Fund 1. He's a retired Navy captain with a 30-year career. And he's done a number of other things, very interesting things after that career, and you can talk to him to find out more about that. Not here with us today, but on our board of advisors, a pair of retired Marine generals. General Jim Jones, the former Commandant of the Marine Corps and the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, and Vince Stewart, a very close friend of mine, former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and a very, very smart guy in cyber and intelligence. We also have, along with them, the former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kirsten Nielsen, and Kathy Lanier, who used to be the Chief of Police in Washington, D.C. You may know her now as Chief of Security for the National Football League. The two final members of the board are Frank Silfo, the Director of Auburn University's McCreary Institute for Cyber and Critical Infrastructure Security, as well as Chris Galvin, former Chairman and CEO of Motorola and the co-founder and Chairman of Gore Creek Asset Management. We've also invited 7 members of the USF faculty to become our first faculty advisor team, and I'm happy to report they've all agreed to take on that extra work. We've reached into all corners of the university to find the right mix of people. They're all superb teachers and researchers, and they're going to play a big role in our success going forward. So, talk a little bit more now about GNSI. We've made significant progress on our education programs, including a proposed 1-year master's program to supplement the existing 2-year national security master's program here at USF now. We're going to go out to the services and try to get officers to come here for their 1 year of intermediate level school or top level school. Those of you who are in uniform know exactly what I mean. Our goal here will be to bring these officers here to widen their intellectual horizons, and we hope to recruit some of the very best that the services have to offer for this opportunity to come to USF. And obviously, there are some human factor advantages. You're coming to school here in Florida, which is compared to where you could go to school, it's pretty attractive. And you could come on the front end or a back end, the front or the back end of a central command or a SOCOM assignment. So you get a little more family stability as well. So that's a pretty significant thing that we're working on. This event here is one of the sort of the mainstream of what we're going to do to raise the visibility of the GNSI over the next couple of years. So we're doing other speaker events, and some of them have already been referred to. Really excited about the May 24 event, Hunger is a Weapon, because I believe that the use of hunger by state and non-state entities to advance their own interests is a critical problem across the world today. And we hope to bring together some thinkers and leaders in this field who are going to be able to illuminate something that is far too often in the shadows. So the other point of it is the GNSI is not strictly centered on military traditional national security issues. we want to think broadly because, again, we're thinking about operating at that intersection of technology and policy. And that intersection is a boundary condition. And those of you with a technical background know that a boundary condition is inherently an unstable place to be. It's broad, it's complex, and it's diverse. In the fall of this year, as Adib already noted, we're going to look at technology with an emphasis on the policy and ethical implications of unmanned systems, particularly unmanned aerial systems, but we'll also look at underwater systems and ground systems as well. And it will also look beyond the battlefield because we always think of the battlefield where these systems are applied, but there are other places where they work across industry, and we're going to take a look at that as well. In 2024, we want to look at artificial intelligence. So we're excited about our slate of upcoming conferences. If you're interested in more information on this, please talk to one of the GNSI staff members who's around, and we'll be happy to provide you with more information on that. So now what I'd like to do is just give you a little bit of an overview, sort of my sense of where we are in the world today, to set the tone in a little more detail than I did yesterday as we go forward with some of the very eminent speakers that we've got in the conference today. For those of you that were here in December, you may recall that I told you that the security threats that face the United States are the most dangerous I've seen in my lifetime. Unfortunately, nothing that's happened in the last 4 months has changed my position. Ironically, the thing that has captured the most attention recently is also, in all likelihood, probably the most benign, the China spy balloon. None of us like the idea of the Chinese government or any foreign government flying any type of aircraft in U.S. airspace without our permission. We were right to shoot the balloon down, although I think many would have preferred that it be done sooner. But the bottom line is we took the balloon out, and now we will have the opportunity to learn exactly what type of intelligence the Chinese were trying to gather. Their response that they flew the balloons in retaliation for U.S. balloon flights over China is a little hard to believe. The White House has denied the allegation, and I can tell you, just as a simple matter of fact, that in my four decades of service, I've never come across a mission that involved a balloon flying over a foreign country. Even though the whole idea of spy balloon seems a little, made for TV, it's still serious enough to investigate, to discover exactly what information China was trying to find, and we have just the people to do that. Remember, when you expose yourself to gather intelligence, the adversary can look back into you. So we will have an opportunity to look back into China a little bit as a result of this, what I think is a serious mistake on their part. The war of aggression in Ukraine following Russia's invasion shows no signs of ending as we enter the second year. Ukraine has shown a remarkable ability to not only defy the invaders, but to push them back. The men and women fighting for Ukraine are showing the true heart of a soldier. In my mind, that's the biggest reason for their success. Ukrainians are fighting for their homes and for their freedom. The Russian military has performed poorly, much to the embarrassment of President Putin. So poorly, in fact, that Russia has resorted to threats using nuclear weapons, threats that have been veiled and often not so veiled. To most of us, the threat of the use of nuclear weapons seems like a remnant of the early years of the Cold War. But I would advise you that we should take the threat of Russia using a tactical nuclear warhead very seriously. Russia, and to a large degree China as well, don't suffer the same hesitancy and reluctance that we do when we consider the use of tactical nuclear weapons. To many of us, the idea seems horrific, almost unimaginable. To our adversaries, that hesitancy and reluctance are opportunities to exploit. It's interesting to consider that for most of the Cold War, the Soviets, predecessors to the current Russian state, the Soviets held a significant conventional force edge over NATO and Europe. More tanks, more artillery, more of everything, more divisions, outnumbered us by, depending on where you looked and how you counted it, 3 to 5 to 7 to 1. To compensate for that fact, in the early years of the Cold War, the 60s and into the 70s and 80s, we built and deployed thousands of tactical nuclear weapons, and we made it clear that we would use them in a defense of Europe. Today, that concept has been completely stood on its head. The Russians realize that we possess conventional overmatch against their forces in Europe, and they have chosen to compensate for the deficiency by maintaining a large inventory of tactical nuclear weapons. And in fact, we now have relatively few tactical nuclear weapons. And they also hold to a doctrine that emphasizes early use, the idea of escalating to de-escalate. So what does escalate to de-escalate mean? It means if you're sitting playing a game with someone or playing poker with someone, you put them in a position where they want to leave the table. They don't want to stay in the game. That's a doctrine that has gone back in Soviet military theory for many, many decades. And it's also part of the personal perspective of Vladimir Putin. So they're in a difficult situation, and they've got to think of a way to escalate to de-escalate, to get out of it. The problem for them is this: the poor performance of Russian conventional forces has made it more likely that they're going to have to do something like this. At the same time, they have very few levers left to pull conventionally, and that's a potential problem. The United States has always considered nuclear weapons tools of the last resort, and our thinking about employing them has tended to focus on the political effects that would obtain from nuclear use. The Russians, and particularly the Chinese, are not burdened by these considerations, and they have thought deeper and harder and actually more clearly about how to use nuclear weapons on the battlefield. Fact of the matter is, nuclear weapons are coming back as battlefield weapons. We can't ignore this fact, and we need to take practical steps to be able to prevail in a nuclear battlefield environment. This includes pursuing real tactical nuclear capabilities of our own, instead of the bare and perhaps inadequate minimum that we possess today. Why are nuclear weapons returning? The Cold War ended. The United States rapidly divested our huge tactical nuclear weapons arsenal. We had many, many thousands of those weapons. We literally got rid of almost all of them. The idea was that the Russians would also do that. And we, in fact, negotiated an agreement with them where they were supposed to do that. So we got rid of all ours. They did not. They simply didn't comply with the terms of the agreement. Russia still retains several thousand tactical nuclear weapons. We have a few dozen tactical nuclear weapons in Europe. None of the scope, scale, complexity, and ability of the Russian capabilities. More choices and types of tactical nuclear weapons. The use of nuclear weapons has always been an integral part of their doctrine. We didn't see all of this as the Cold War ended, but recent events in Ukraine have driven home the point that the Russians view nuclear employment as a technique to flip an adverse conventional engagement. For these reasons, I am convinced that the next large war we fight could very well have a nuclear component. All of this is a precursor now for China. Another complicating factor now is China's aggressive pursuit of a large and balanced nuclear arsenal. For many years, China publicly pushed the position that their arsenal was minimal in nature, designed to deter attack. Today, the Chinese are embarked on a great expansion of their ballistic missile capabilities. And by ballistic missile capabilities, I mean both ground-launched ballistic missiles, missiles in a silo that you're familiar with, as well as submarine-launched ballistic missiles that deploy on submarines. If they stay on the pace they're on, within the next 10 years, and possibly sooner, they will have an arsenal that's roughly comparable to ours. This will be important because for many years, limits on strategic nuclear weapons, not tactical nuclear weapons, but strategic nuclear weapons, have been negotiated between the United States and the Soviet Union and now Russia. China's arsenal is outside of these limitations, and the Chinese have expressed no interest. In fact, they've been very clear on this. They're not interested in entering strategic arms negotiations until they have an arsenal that's considerably larger than it is now. President Putin's announcement that Russia is withdrawing from START negotiations is also concerning. I think suspend is the actual word that he used, so it's hard to know what he means, and we'll learn that in the months ahead. Here's the takeaway. It's hard to solve a two-body problem in mathematics. It's impossible to solve a three-body problem within a closed system. Those of you with a technical background know what I mean. That's analogous to where we are in strategic arms limitations. Negotiations between two parties, difficult, but you may be able to get something. A three-body negotiation is vastly more difficult and may be impossible to do. So it's obvious that the world is changing, but we would do well to appreciate continuities from the past and to distinguish what is truly new from that which we have merely forgotten. Taking a longer historical view enables us to do this. There are no eras so old that we can afford to ignore them. If examined carefully, for example, the Cold War contains nearly everything assumed to be novel about the supposedly new era of great power competition. Let me just mention a few things. First of all, paradigm-changing technologies. By that I mean hypersonics. I mean some of the other new and novel weapon systems that were out there. Second, the use of various media to sow dissension among populations of adversaries. Economic and diplomatic competition for influence with third parties that control key resources or terrain, and a constant struggle to maintain freedom of movement in and across the global commons. Certainly, there are new tools and new domains in which this competition plays out, particularly cyber and space. But the fundamental dimensions of great power competition are genuinely ancient, and in fact, not only ancient, but within the past few decades. As I talk here, and we spend the next 2 days discussing China and the greater Middle East, I think it's symbolic of what every country in the central region is concerned about, the U.S. long-term commitment to the region. They see our intent to focus on China, and they realize that there's a price to be paid for that decision. They believe, and I know this from long conversations with them, they believe it will largely come from them, from our forces in the region. These concerns have been exacerbated by the clumsy way that we, the United States, have communicated these very necessary adjustments in our strategic posture to our friends in the region. There is, in fact, a way to do both things, a way to confront China and maintain a presence in the Middle East. But to do so will require more agility of thought and action than we have shown to date. There is an argument that the United States should withdraw completely from the Middle East, ironically, in the name of great power competition. This is a reflection of our lack of nuance and our historical short-sightedness. More directly, I think it reflects a failure of strategic thought. In point of fact, as I noted yesterday, and some of you were here for that, the Carter Doctrine, President Jimmy Carter, that eventually led to the creation of U.S. Central Command in 1983, was based on an appreciation that the Gulf region was a central theater of great power competition in that era, as it had been for hundreds of years before that. This is unlikely to change in our lifetime. Where does the greater Middle East go from here? Any consideration of the future of the region needs to recognize, I think, 3 unpalatable facts that are going to undergird everything we do. First, Iran is going to be around for a long time, and it's going to continue to increase its military power relative to its neighbors. To be sure, Iran has internal stability problems, but it's a proud imperial state with a heritage that goes back thousands of years. The bottom line is this: I believe Iran will weather the storm, and we need to find a way to integrate them into the region in a way that serves our purposes as well as theirs. That's a large problem. I don't want to minimize it by not spending a lot of time talking about it. The second unpalatable truth is this: Bashar Assad has won the Syrian civil war. He and his murderous regime are going to be around for a while. We had numerous opportunities to change the course of the war in Syria, but in every case and under multiple administrations, we refrained from acting. Now we must deal with a badly damaged Syria. The final truth involves violent extremists. ISIS-K, Islamic State, Khorasan, and Islamic State in Syria and in parts of Iraq, and Al-Qaeda are going to be long-term presences in the region. They're not going to go away. Our withdrawal from Afghanistan was a huge victory for international terrorism, giving it a booster shot to a variety of organizations who delight in what they perceive as a defeat for us. The strike against Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri in late July was a powerful blow, but the fact that he was in Kabul in a Haqqani safe house when we struck him is or should be very concerning. Underpinning all these activities is the entry of China into the region. The Belt and Road runs through the central region. At the same time, a significant fraction of China's hydrocarbon imports comes from the Central Command area. In many ways, the region is at the very center of our strategic competition with China. China's strategy has been to use economic inducements with a variety of countries in order to gain a foothold in the region. Bases inevitably follow, as we've seen in Djibouti and potentially in UAE. Countering China will require an adroit employment of soft power. We have a variety of tools to deploy, but they must be used cleverly. The recurring theme is that we have opportunities to compete and prevail in this region, and they don't require hard power or even large permanent military forces. but we must seize these opportunities because they're fleeting. So if you're going to do that, what are reasonable goals? What should we want to do in the central region? First, I think we want a stable order among states where international norms are observed. Second, we want to see the free flow of commerce through the region. Third, and because it's an explicit objective of the United States, we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Fourth, preventing the development of terror attacks against our homeland from the region. These four things are attainable goals. To accomplish these objectives, we need to signal that we're going to stay in the central region. We're going to have a smaller military footprint, but it will still be significant. And we will always retain the ability to rapidly redeploy overwhelming combat power when necessary. You know, the problems that we're going to confront will be dealing with a still dangerous, unpredictable, and resurgent Iran, the management of a growing Chinese presence that will be increasingly military in character, and the threat of violent extremism. These are solvable problems, but we need to see beyond binary bureaucratic policy solutions that don't reflect the instability of the region. This is a long struggle. There's a persistent myth that democracies are unsuited for generational competition, that we can't remain focused, that we are too beholden to our internal political squabbles. Over the long arc of American history, nations have sometimes gone to war with us because they believed that we were too fractured to respond effectively. Eventually, they paid a steep price for that miscalculation. At the same time, our will has often been suspect. It's possible that in the aftermath of Afghanistan, President Putin drew some conclusions about our willingness to challenge his aggressive conduct. Clearly, he was in error. Ukraine has given the United States an opportunity to marshal the free nations of the world against the invasion of Ukraine. I believe it's been a good moment for the United States and for U.S. leadership. The Chinese are watching all of this, and now they will need to recalibrate their own thinking and perhaps look at their equipment. I look forward to the discussions that are going to follow over the next couple of days, and I think I have a couple of minutes here, about 10 or 15 minutes, to take some questions. So I look forward to that. Do we have a microphone to go out there? Somebody, lady down here in front.
Thank you. My name's Ariana. I asked a question yesterday. It's good to see everyone again. I was just curious what your perspective was and your insight towards information operations that China is conducting in the Central and South Asian region, and how that might affect our friendly operations, or our friendly as in joint operations as well. Thank you.
So China outspends us on information operations in the central region probably by a factor of 10 to 1. And I would tell you this, when we conduct information operations, we're going to have a relationship with the truth. China is not burdened by that concept. And so they can say anything they want. That puts you at a disadvantage when you're competing in the information space. I would tell you this, as I left command of Central Command, we thought about information operations every day. We recognize it's a dynamic field. I don't believe that we fully understand it. The plethora of new and emerging technologies, the ubiquity of communication is still something that I think everybody is grasping. But I will say this, as we go forward, we're going to do something that's going to be ethical. We're going to do something that's going to have a relationship with the truth. We have to make a decision to resource against it. I don't believe we have resourced against it yet. That's just my opinion. Thanks. Good question. Down here in front. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go. I'll come to you next, sir.
How realistic is it that we can hope to get Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons? It's well on the way, may already be there for all we know. And you mentioned correctly that Iran is a very proud country with a long history. And if I try to put myself in the position of the rulers thereof, I think it would be very arrogant of the nuclear possessing powers, and that means not just the United States, but the others, to say, it's okay for us, but not you.
Very insightful question. So several years ago, I had the opportunity to examine polling data that we undertook in Iran. And we found that among young people and across all elements of society, even people who had a favorable view of the United States felt Iran had every right to have a nuclear weapon. So, and that's probably true of a lot of different countries, and Iran's not necessarily different with that. So I'll just leave that observation there. I would tell you, my opinion on this is my opinion, and it's different maybe from a lot of others. I do not believe Iran has made a decision to have a nuclear weapon. Iran likes to be at the very cusp of having a nuclear weapon. And here's why. They can provoke us, they can deal with the Europeans, they can gain concessions. What Iran wants first and foremost is they want sanctions relief. And toying with the idea of being at the very verge of getting a nuclear weapon is something that they like. The supreme leader likes the idea of getting one if he has to have it and getting one quickly, but they have not made a commitment to do that. But now here's the other thing. Iran is so poorly organized, you can't be certain everybody got that guidance. So that's just a fact. So they could go over the purity line without the supreme leader actually okaying that. That's a possibility. But I think the real danger from Iran is not a nuclear weapon in a year or two, but their ballistic missile, their cruise missile, and their land attack cruise missile fleet that are available to be employed this afternoon against their neighbors and against Israel as well. That is concerning. That gives them a practical, effective overmatch in the theater. And our fixation actually on the nuclear issue over the past several years has allowed the remarkable growth of Iranian conventional fires capabilities to proceed sort of in the shadows. So it's again, people will tell you that they want a nuclear weapon. I don't see that. Now could they change their mind? Certainly. The supreme leader who's ill, but he's been ill for a long time. If he's ill, if he were to die, would that change it? Don't know. But it's very hard to speak with any confidence about decision making in Iran. But that's what my studies led me to believe. Sure, certainly. Sir.
General McKenzie, I'm Ron Weaver, and I appreciate very much your remarks. My question goes back to the purchase by Cambridge Analytics from Facebook and others of the secrets of the living, buying, voting, and loving secrets of hundreds of millions of Americans, and whether or not the TikTok danger can be countered by some kind of a combination of American business and American economy support for some kind of an alternative with a firewall regarding the necessity of information, and what other public-private partnerships can there be between Americans willing to deal with what you call the threats of economics and information with respect to China? How much and how can the private sector get involved?
Well, so look, I think TikTok is a significant danger to us. A lot of this university is going through a process on deciding what to do with it. A lot of other schools are doing the same thing. I think it's unfortunately, look, the American people got excited about the spy balloon. They're not excited about TikTok particularly, and the larger threat that China poses in the information space. I would tell you that it will require a unified effort to do that. It will require vast expenditure of resources, none of which is evident to me right now. It's just not. Again, you could probably get people to spend a lot of money to shoot down balloons. But a lot of people right now thinking about TikTok and again, things beyond TikTok, hard to do. I wish I had a better answer for you. I think we have not yet solved that. I think my observation would be we have not yet solved that problem. And so we're leaking as a result of that. And we're damaged as a result of that. Certainly. Right here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My name is Andrew Jan from Taiwan, cybersecurity PhD research. We talk about the cybersecurity here. We understand more than probably decades ago, lots of the cybersecurity leaking from our political system. We all understand that. There's a rumor said maybe it's from Russia, but China is to catch up. We talk about TikTok is one of the issues, but I understand that there's more issues from cybersecurity, which is from the economic, as generally mentioned about, commercial, cultures. And that's one of the software, a lot of people probably never heard about it, called WeChat. It's very similar, it's like WhatsApp. And those WeChat has been in our system for more than decades. And that's what you're talking about, the soft power. So what's our strategy to deal with all of this, the chaos in our homeland here? Thank you so much.
I'll add on to the answer I just gave. We've got to make a decision to do that, and we have not yet made that decision because the legislative and the executive branch, in my judgment, have not yet focused completely on that. Everybody recognizes it's a problem. But as you noted, for many decades, China quietly carried out a massive, in fact, a biblical campaign of intellectual theft against the United States. And that is, I think we've taken steps against that. And there's a model there for maybe how we might act against these other things. But we have not yet made that decision. I think the threat is still grave. I think it's still active. And we have not yet marshaled our resources to respond to it. Look, I wish I had a better answer for you on that. I don't. I recognize the problem as you do, though. Thank you. Who's got, right here? Okay.
General, we have a question from our virtual audience. We actually have two, so I'll go with the first one from William. Should the Russia-Ukraine situation increase intensity, how does that influence China's posture planning in regard to Taiwan?
So I think China is watching carefully what's happening in Ukraine, and they're watching in two dimensions. First of all, they're watching the underperformance of Russian capabilities, and they share many of those capabilities. That's got to be concerning to them. Look, I spent most of my life looking at the Russians, as did General Henry down here in the front, who was once my intelligence officer and is now the intelligence officer for the United States. I thought they would do better than they did, and I looked at T-62s, T-72s, all those tanks for many, many years and thought about how to defeat them. I thought they'd perform better. I was wrong. And it's not the tank necessarily. It's not a great tank, but it's an okay tank. But it's the people in the tank that actually is the difference here. So China's got to look at all of that. And I think that worries them. I think they've got to recalculate a little bit. The other thing, though, is they've got to look at the vast expenditure of munitions that are flowing into Ukraine, and they've got to wonder how fast we can rebuild those stocks. So, you know, that's a positive vector is the first one. A negative vector is probably the second one. So I think China's looking at it in two dimensions as we go forward. And I don't know, you know, I'm one of those people who believes that actually autocracies and totalitarian states aren't good at net assessment, which is the total calculation of an adversary's capabilities in order to inform your own decision making. I think the history is pretty clear that totalitarian states are not good at that. We actually are better at net assessment than they are. By that I mean our failures are typically not fatal. That's as good as we are. Their failures are typically fatal. So I think we should be concerned about the decision-making process in China that'll follow from this. Yeah, there was a second question?
Down here, sir.
No, okay. Go ahead.
General McKenzie, Brigadier Veronique Malone. I'm currently the Deputy Director of Intelligence here at Central Command. You mentioned at the beginning that China's, or the PRC's approach would be to defeat us without firing a single shot. I wonder what that means, the nuance of that for the military, our military approach back. Are we more than a backstop if everything else fails, or do we need to change our military approach?
So Dave Lamm actually said that, not me. However, I think it's a reasonable interpretation. So what it means so my view of this has been formed for many years. The U.S. military needs to be able to fight and prevail at the very highest levels. What you need to be able to show that you can defeat anyone, and decisively. That obvious capability to fight, which is what uniformed people do, then produces the non-military effect of deterrence, which is used by diplomats and statesmen. So the military's role here is pretty narrow. What do you need to know about China? How to beat them. That's really, for the U.S. military, that's what you need to know, is how to defeat them. And I don't minimize the scope and difficulty of that task. But I mean, we feed into the all of government, all of nation response to China's aggressiveness. But what we have to be able to do is be ready to fight. And the further we get away from thinking about how we're going to fight them, the weaker we will be. And that applies not only to China, but to any other adversary. For the people in the audience who had the misfortune of listening to me many long years talk about Iran, it's the same thing about Iran. You need to demonstrate we can beat you. If we fight you, we're going to win. So we don't need to worry about the diplomatic stuff. The President of the United States and civilian appointed leadership will make those decisions. Our share of that task is to demonstrate the military capability that they can then employ to gain the diplomatic effect that's needed.
Morning, sir. Jeff Ayton, Assistant J2 at CENTCOM. Some of our Central Asian partners, especially Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, are concerned about the violent extremist threat emanating from Afghanistan. And so as China endeavors to grow investment there, what do you believe the PRC's ability or even will is to combat VEOs and provide security against this threat?
So based on my dealing, when I saw China in Afghanistan, when I was there for a year in 2009 to 2010, they were trying to come in and do some copper extractives. I think their tolerance for risk is very low. And so I think you won't see as much China move into Afghanistan as you might think. I think it's very hard for them to provide the security that they're going to need to go in there. I know there's a lot of talk about China negotiating with the Taliban, and who knows, there may be some form of agreement. But I think in terms of genuine extractive work there, I think it's a long, long road for the Chinese. I really do. Sure. So we'll do one more, and then we need to move on, I think.
Hi. Good morning. I have a question when it comes to the Middle East regarding the potential in the future. I mean, I agree with you at the moment, as the current conditions are, that the U.S. has to maintain a role in the Middle East. But I'm interested to hear your perspective on if the conditions would change. I heard recently that there were developments in a new renewable energy via like nuclear fusion. And in the eventuality that nuclear fusion could be an eventual transition out of the conventional ways that we power everything, could that mean potentially that the Middle East, as at the moment, I mean, you mentioned Iran, you know, the Strait of Hormuz, the fact that all of those choke points have a way with shipping out the oil and everything. If that became a less valuable resource or less crucial as it is right now, could that alter the U.S.'s relationship with the Middle East, and maybe more broadly beyond the U.S. in a global capacity, alter maybe how the world perceives the Middle East and maybe its importance? Because at the moment it is important, but maybe in the future, could it potentially be a backwater in times like maybe decades in the future? Thank you.
Great question. So right now, the United States gets very little hydrocarbon from the Middle East. We're largely self-sufficient. In fact, we're exporting. However, the rest of the world still gets a lot of hydrocarbon out of the Middle East. And, you know, the oil market, the hydrocarbon market's a vast pool. Disruption anywhere is disruption everywhere. So it's not just the United States interest, but the rest of the world. So look, I tend to think in deep time as you're talking, if we're able to solve fusion, if you're able to get cheap renewable energy, then certainly that's going to affect the relative importance of the Middle East, because some of the reasons we're there are purely pragmatic. Not we so much now, but our neighbors, our allies and friends across the world need the hydrocarbons that come out of there. So if you find an alternative to that, certainly I think that's going to affect your calculation. However, there's still reason to stay there. Some of the reasons I've already, the other commerce comes through there. We have an interest in Iran not having a nuclear weapon. We have an interest in states obeying, with the rule of law, being good neighbors. So I think we're always going to be interested in the Middle East. The level of interest might decline, but look, the United States is a global power, so we have a responsibility to think globally, and that means that over time, different parts of the world will receive different emphasis. For example, today, Europe has a lot more emphasis than it had 10 years ago, where it was really seen as sort of a sleepy backwater. Pretty quiet, not much going on. Well, as you know, things are very different in Europe today. So I think we've got to be able to flex to changing conditions. I don't know what, the possibility of cheap electrical power that's going to largely replace hydrocarbon as part of the energy chain. I hope we get there. I think it would be good for all of us if we got there, most particularly good for the planet if we can get there. But I think it's many years ahead. But you've noted that. That's a good question, worth thinking about. Hey, look, thanks everybody. I've enjoyed talking to you this morning. We got a great day lined up, and I look forward to participating in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, General McKenzie, for your inspiring address and insightful responses to the audience questions. And what wonderful questions. You have really set the tone for the next 2 days. And once again, I would like to thank Senator Scott, President Law, and Mr. Lamm for their remarks. Well, our Tampa Summit is off to a great start. Now we'll take a short break. Please be back by 10:30 because you don't want to miss the next panel, guys. That's a really wonderful panel. So 10:30 sharp. Thank you again. Well, welcome back. And after that inspiring speech by General McKenzie, we're off to a great start. And a couple of announcements. We do have assigned or reserved seating for our speakers and moderators. So I see some of everyone is sitting there, but in the front, we do have reserved seating. And just a point for our moderator and panelists that we do have simultaneous translation. So sometimes you want to be cognizant of that fact. So let's get started with our panel. Well, we're fortunate to have with us Mr. Todd Veazie to moderate our first panel. Mr. Veazie serves as the Director of the Strategic Multilayer Assessment, SMA, Office in the Joint Staffs Operation Directorate. SMA supports senior military leaders by assessing complex operational environments and technical challenges that require multi-agency, multidisciplinary approaches to expand strategic horizons and create effective strategies. Mr. Veazie has been with us since the very first conference and has been a huge supporter. And I would like to personally thank him and his team for their continued support. I'll turn the discussion over now to Mr. Veazie, who will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the question and answer session that follows. Mr. Veazie.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm super excited to be here. I am here in an official capacity, but not representing the Joint Staff. I'm here as a friend of Adib's. If you know him, you know he has this magnetism that kind of sucks you in, and it's been an honor to be part of, in our own small way, for my office and me personally, to be involved in these conferences. I think really all 7, as I recall. But anyway, super excited about this panel. Really, really important start to the day where we speak to China and its implications. And before I introduce the distinguished panel, I just want to set the scene a bit. In the fall of last year, the Defense Department and the President published our National Defense Strategy. And in that strategy, it names China as the pacing threat. And this is defined in the strategy as the only country with both the intent to shape the international order and, increasingly, the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do so. Pursuant to the strategy, there's been a lot of attention, and General McKenzie and the speakers this morning mentioned this, a lot of attention has been given to the PRC's increasingly coercive activities to reshape the Indo-Pacific region. But does this focus present a risk of strategic myopia that provides opportunities for the PRC to increase its economic, political, and security influence elsewhere, and frankly, everywhere else, including the Central Region? The strategy, the National Defense Strategy, identifies the U.S. strategic interests in the region to be the sustainment of the rules-based international order, freedom of navigation, stability, regional integration, sovereignty, human rights, and the values enshrined in the UN Charter. So what is China's grand strategy, and how do we see its influence in the Middle East region? More importantly, how do Chinese activities frustrate the pursuit of our interests in the region? So to discuss all of this, I am joined by an extraordinarily accomplished panel of experts, all of whom have both served in and out of the government. And because their full bios or more extended bios are in the program, I'll keep my introductions today very short so that we can privilege the time for Q&A and their remarks. First is Dan Blumenthal, who is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. He has been an advisor to the U.S. government on China issues, including the Department of Defense, and a commissioner to the China Economic Security Review Commission. Dr. Hal Brands is also a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and concurrently serves as the Henry A. Kissinger Distinguished Professor of Global Affairs at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, SAIS. Dr. Brands has also been a special assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Strategic Planning and lead writer of the National Defense Strategy Commission. Dr. June Dreyer is a professor of political science at the University of Miami at Coral Gables, Florida. She teaches a course on China, U.S. defense policy, international relations. She was formerly a senior Far East specialist at the Library of Congress and a policy advisor to the Chief of Naval Operations and a commissioner of the United States China Economic Security Review Commission established by the U.S. Congress. And finally, Major General Kevin Leahy, who is a career Army Special Forces officer and presently commands the U.S. Army Special Operations Command Central. Prior to his assignment there last July, or taking command of the SOCCENT last July, he served on the Joint Staff as the Deputy Director for Strategy, Plans, and Policy. So a unique blend of looking at global strategy that involves things like China and the U.S. military, and now in command in Central Command. So a great blend there. So what we'll do format-wise is I'll allow the speakers each to offer sort of scene-setting opening remarks, starting kind of grand strategic and starting to neck down. And then I will open with a few questions to them to prime the pumps, and I know you'll be fighting for the microphones, and I want to privilege your time to do that. So with that, I will start with Dan Blumenthal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Todd. Thank you very much to the conference organizers. I'm very, very pleased to be here. It's a incredibly important time, incredibly important subject. So, thank you. And I want to say, welcome to Cold War 2.0. But actually, my main point is that that's a very American point of view, because for China, the Cold War never really ended. Goes back to 1989, 1991, 1992. We now know, thanks to archival research done by such scholars and practitioners as Rush Doshi and Frank Decatur and so on, that even during the reform and opening period, Deng Xiaoping and Zhao Ziyang and these names that we all know, were very, very suspicious of a U.S.-led world order and started to compete with the United States back then. But don't take it from me. Let me actually what I like to do is actually either read the Chinese, although my Chinese isn't very good anymore, or have other people read the Chinese for me and look at what Xi Jinping and others say. And we have to take that very seriously, which in America is not something we do. We tend to dismiss what leaders say and dismiss ideology and so forth, or say something to the effect of, and I'm sure you've all heard this before, something to the effect of, well, yeah, these countries, they say these things, but that's really for domestic consumption, as if every country is a kind of a democratic country and they have constituencies they have to mobilize. Of course they do, but when the Chinese and particularly Xi Jinping says things, it's usually to motivate the party cadre or the military, to tell them what to think, how to think, what the theories of in this case Marxist Leninism is, and so forth. So it's actually to message the cadre in terms of this is what you're supposed to be doing. In a country as big as China, it's actually very hard to hide your intent if you have people that are actually looking for what your intent is. So let me kind of preview in the way that Xi Jinping did in 2013. A speech that he made to the Central Committee of the Politburo that wasn't unearthed until 6 years later. And this is what he said. Some people think that communism can be aspired to but never reached, or even that it cannot be hoped for, cannot be envisioned, and is a complete illusion. But facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph. This is the irreversible overall trend of social and historical development, but the road is winding. The ultimate demise of capitalism and ultimate triumph of socialism will inevitably be a long historical process. That's Xi Jinping, 2013, predating the decision by the United States in 2016, 2017 to actually start to take these things a little bit more seriously. So at the ideological and political plane of grand strategy, China cannot be more clear. And that is that this system, the Chinese socialist system, the system of Chinese socialism or socialism with Chinese characteristics, has got to prevail. And the tactical flexibility in Chinese grand strategy is based on readings of Is the international environment conducive, or does it need more of a push in order for that system to prevail? And let me come back to that in terms of what Xi Jinping's reading is right now. But the system, the system has got to prevail. That's the theory of the case. You can take this back to Mao if you want to, but let's not go back that far, because Americans in history, 1989 is ancient history for Americans. 1989, 1990, 1991, a period of reform and opening in Chinese grand strategy, a period of capitalist change, to be sure. But we now know, thanks to archival work, the archives closed again in 2012, but we now know, thanks to archival work, that Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, Zhao Ziyang were also saying other things about the United States. What were they saying? Well, after Tiananmen Square, the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989, they were saying essentially that the United States was hell-bent on bringing the Chinese socialist system down. This was a shock. So while Deng Xiaoping said that we have to embrace the world order and suck out of it what we can economically and technologically and so forth, we have to be very, very careful. We have to make sure, in his words, that all the new capitalist tools we're developing actually stay and remain in socialist hands. Capitalist tools in socialist hands. That's number one. Number two is, by 1993, after the first Gulf War, which just shocked the Chinese system. So you have Tiananmen Square, which shocked the Chinese system. You have the lopsided victory of the Gulf War. The Chinese decided in 1993 to undertake a massive military modernization program. Across the board, massive military modernization program. Change their entire system of how they're going to do military affairs, change how they're going to acquire technology in order to be able to fight in the future, not specifically fight for Taiwan, which is what we're focused on now, but fight what? A great power, a great high-tech power that had just achieved a lopsided victory in the Gulf. So 1993, they decide they're going to build up their military. They're going to acquire technology, information, and other technology in order to be able to, at the very least, blunt U.S. power, military power, and be prepared to defeat U.S. military power if necessary. So that's the second leg of the grand strategy. The first leg is capitalist tools must remain in socialist hands, so we use capitalist tools to build up our wealth and power. The second tool is military modernization. Okay, so let's just press pause, and then there are all kinds of other tools in terms of, it was mentioned before, accepting parts of the world order in order to eventually grow the power to change it. And remember, the ideological plane doesn't change. The socialist system, the Chinese socialist system, has got to prevail. All right, so if you press pause and said, let's go back from 1991, 1993, and let's look at today, has China achieved some of its grand strategic goals? And you have to say, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Not only absolutely yes, not only is it the second largest market in the world, the second largest economy in the world, not only is it a country now that we pay extremely close attention to, as was said before, the pacing threat for the United States military in certain scenarios is actually outpacing the U.S. military when it comes to certain scenarios and fights that the U.S. military might engage in with China. It has gotten itself to the point where in certain technologies, in certain industrial areas, like everybody knows the story of telecommunications, for example, it is actually the world leader. The rest of the world is actually dependent. It's put everyone else out of business. It is the world leader in certain technologies. It's certainly catching up. It has gotten to a point where it's created economic leverage over the rest of the world. Even if it never catches the United States economically, it's gotten to a place in things like 5G technology and things like biopharma, where it's really kind of captured the high ground in ways that everyone has to take China seriously economically and technologically. Okay, so Xi Jinping comes in 2012, 2013, makes speeches like that. His theory is that while China is faced with enormous opportunities to, quote, catch and surpass the United States, actually the period of time that he's going to take China into, that the capitalists, while always in terminal decline in the view of the Chinese Communist Party, they will fight hard before they go down. They're not going to go down without a fight. So the last 10 years, Xi Jinping has introduced a new word into the Chinese Communist Party charter, or not introduced a new word, but really emphasized a new word, and that is be prepared to struggle. Prepare to struggle. And the 20th Party Congress, this last Congress in October, the word struggle, the word security was used so many times I've actually lost count. He is battening down the system to struggle, because his view is things like the stronger resistance by the West to Russian aggression in Ukraine, things like the Iranian protests and the instability in the Middle East are setbacks that the party has to be ready to struggle against. And if you look at who he's appointed to the Standing Committee of the Politburo, it's really people who are able to take on that struggle. Okay, so struggle. This past weekend, the Western media picked up on news about Xi Jinping making more statements about the struggle ahead. So things like, because in 2017, in 2018, Xi Jinping did not expect the U.S. reaction to, in the first instance, some of the economic and predatory moves. Things in the United States like enacting tariffs, which might not have had the economic benefit that many in the United States wanted, were viewed in China as, oh my goodness, the United States is actually getting serious now about starting to contain us, right? So his theory at that time was essentially that the United States is onto us, the United States is going to start pushing back against us. We have to be prepared for this economic containment. And again, that's, that is why he's so much emphasis on struggle. But as he's doing that and coming to the region that we're focused on, the Middle East and the Central region, as you call it, he's also doing things to build this world order that he wants to see different than the United States. So the February 4th, 2022 joint statement between Putin and Xi Jinping actually was an extraordinary statement, and I actually encourage everybody to read it and read it again and take it very seriously. Because while it is absolutely true that China is unhappy with the way Russia has performed, while it's absolutely true that China is being tactically careful when it comes to Europe, there is no doubt that Xi Jinping is in full alignment with Putin's view that the responsibility in the first instance for this conflict is Ukraine and NATO's expansion. And Xi Jinping and his lieutenants have not been in any way shy about prosecuting the case against the United States and NATO. What they do in what we call the Global South, outside of the West, is they essentially say that it's NATO expansion, it's, quote, bloc politics, it's the U.S. Cold War mentality, in quotes, that causes these conflicts. And we need a new world order that does not anymore have this Cold War mentality. It doesn't have alliances. He goes to the Indo-Pacific and he says, the United States is trying to do the same thing in the Indo-Pacific that they did in NATO. Expand into these bloc politics, contain China, just like they're trying to contain Russia. And if any one of you smaller countries signs up for this, you too will face the same fate as Ukraine. They are very strongly prosecuting the case that the United States is responsible for these wars, and that China, in its world order, will have a more harmonious and more equal and a group of countries using terms like the independence of states and so forth. He's also putting forth, as he did in the Middle East when he went to Saudi Arabia, when he attended the GCC conference in this past fall, he's putting forth new ideas about the way the world order should look like. Things like the Global Security Initiative and the Global Development Initiative. what are these things that he's offering to other countries? He's basically saying that the US world order, with its focus on democracy and so forth, is insufficient to the security and development needs of these countries. What he's basically saying is internal security, holistic security, is the future. So he's offering law enforcement help, he's offering surveillance technologies, he's offering counter-terror, as he calls it, help. He's saying there are security deficits in all of your countries, particularly in authoritarian countries, and we have something else to offer that the West does not. We're not offering alliance politics and external security. We are offering the rest of the world internal security measures. That just sign up with us, and you will be able to control your internal security better than you could if you didn't. So there's actually something on offer here that's very different from what the United States offers. It's very important. So there's something in China called discourse power in Chinese grand strategy. So they believe that you have to dominate the international discourse, which is why in every big summit, the Chinese make sure that the summit signs off on things like the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, what's called the Community for Common Destiny for All Mankind. Because they believe if you start dominating the discourse about the world order should look like, you've changed politics fundamentally as well. Okay, let me wrap up by saying a few things just about how this is playing out in the Middle East. I mentioned before that, that this discourse power really matters, that winning this ideological political struggle really matters, that offering other forms of world order, other forms of political order to countries, offering different forms of cooperation when it comes to the internal security of countries really matters as well. Now, obviously, China is in the Middle East foremost because of its oil needs, oil and gas needs, which is only going in one direction. It's going up, it's not going down, right? They're buying more from the Russians, but seaborne imports are actually going up both from Russia and from the Middle East, despite all attempts at renewables and so forth. So they will be in this region in the Middle East for some time to come. They'll be in Central Asia for some time to come too, because they have plans on overland pipelines and so on, which over time may mitigate some of these problems with oil and gas needs. So when it comes, but how are they going to maintain influence in some of these countries when the United States has such dominance? The United States and its allies has so much dominance when it comes to the actual military security architecture. And they just do influence very differently. So there, yes, we see a base at Djibouti, and we're going to see logistical and other types of military, let's call them coaling stations, not the same way that the United States does big bases. But the influence is different. The influence is through the purchase of a port. The influence is through, as I said before, the packaging of surveillance technologies in exchange for something. The influence is through economic means with some kind of political strings attached. Maybe one day we'll come ask you for a favor, that kind of thing. So thinking about influence in very different ways and offering countries a very different architecture than the standard sort of military power projection architecture that the United States has. I would say that, let me close by saying this. I've been doing Asia policy for a very long time. And people are starting to pay attention to China, and that's a very good thing. But we're not going to win the competition with China by ceding important other regions where China's competing. We don't get to pick and choose where we compete. The Indo-Pacific is obviously the place that is the most important because that's where the United States and China have the most conflicting interests that could actually lead to conflict. But China is here in Central Asia and in the Middle East. It's an important region to them. And us ceding it to China would be a huge mistake for a number of reasons besides our interests in this region. And that is, in order to actually win this competition, and not just stay in this competition, but to actually win this competition, the United States has to pose as many complex problems for China as it possibly can. It would be a huge mistake to say we're pulling out of we're not going to support NATO, not that anyone's really putting that on the table, but we're going to support Ukraine less. It'd be a huge mistake to say we're pulling out of the Middle East, because that would give China one problem to think about only. And they need to be thinking about all kinds of things that the United States could do to them in case that they begin a war. Again, let me just close by saying this. The United States did not start this competition. The United States didn't look for this competition. The United States didn't start this Cold War. The United States, in fact, did everything it could to avoid it. The United States did everything it possibly could since 1989 to help China ascend to great power status. The United States has slowly, fitfully awakened to the fact that this is the way that the Chinese have approached it. The United States would have rather it turned out a different way. It is not with great enthusiasm that the United States is entering into this competition finally, but it is finally doing so, and it's actually going to make the Cold War look much more simple. Thank you.
Dr. Brands. Can you hear that microphone?
All right, let's try that again. It's a pleasure to be up here. Pleasure to have the chance to spend some time with you today. So by way, I am not a China Middle East expert. I'm not even really a sinologist by trade. I'm a historian of the Cold War who thinks about grand strategy, who thinks about great power relations, and who thinks a lot about U.S. foreign policy and the U.S.-China competition. And so I'm going to try to approach the subject through those lenses and try to situate our discussion within some of those broader contexts. And maybe Dan and I should have deconflicted a little bit before we talk, because I'm going to say some things that are similar to what he said, but hopefully I'll at least say them in different words. And so let me start by talking a little bit about what I think China wants in the world, and then using that as a way to kind of back into a discussion of how the Middle East and Central Asia, the greater Middle East and Central Asia, play within that grand strategy. And so when I think of Chinese grand strategy, I think of a model that involves 4 concentric circles. And the first of those circles, sort of the innermost circle, is what you might think of as regime security, right? And so ultimately, what every dictatorship wants is to stay a dictatorship. The career prospects aren't that great for ex-dictators. And so at the core of every decision, domestic and foreign, that the Chinese Communist Party makes is, what implications does this have for our command of Chinese politics, Chinese society, and the longevity of our rule? That doesn't mean that China has limited aims or that it has an inward-focused orientation, because things like annexing Taiwan, for instance, would have the benefit of strengthening the CCP's legitimacy and its hold on power. But it is very much at the core of what the regime wants. The second concentric circle, so broadening out a little bit, might be thought of as making China whole again. And so when Xi Jinping looks at a map of China, it's different than my map of China or Dan's map of China. It includes Taiwan, obviously. It includes Hong Kong that's fully reintegrated into the Chinese political system. It includes most of the East China Sea and the South China Sea as Chinese territorial waters. It includes a chunk of India that's the size of sort of a medium-sized European country, and so on and so forth. And so in sort of the CCP narrative, these are pieces of China that were wrenched away from it during the Century of Humiliation, when the country was weak and divided, and China cannot accomplish its rejuvenation without bringing them back. Those claims are pretty significant, and so this sort of bleeds into the third concentric circle, which you might think of as, let's call it Asia for Asians. And this was a phrase that Xi Jinping used back in 2013, 2014, a couple of times, to describe an Asia in which basically China would have a dominant sphere of influence because outside powers, non-Asian powers, the United States, would be excluded. And so this isn't necessarily a sphere of influence in the way that the Soviet Union had in Eastern Europe during the Cold War, where the Red Army was physically occupying many of the countries that were part of that sphere of influence. But it is certainly a situation in which Beijing commands a much higher degree of deference from regional powers where US security relationships with countries like Japan and the Philippines are attenuated, if not altogether invalidated. And the region basically has to make Beijing's wishes count for quite a lot because it lacks alternative security providers. And then, of course, that relates to the fourth and final concentric circle, which you might think of as global influence or global primacy. As Dan alluded to, I think this was the most controversial assertion about Chinese grand strategy until a few years ago. I think it's more widely accepted now because folks like Xi Jinping have so explicitly said that this is what China wants to achieve. There's not a lot of dissimulation going on about the fact that by the middle point of this century at the latest, China would like to be the most powerful country in the world. And so what does global influence or global primacy look like? It looks like a world in which US alliances and security partnerships have been weakened significantly, and in some cases replaced or displaced by the sorts of relationships that Dan talked about. It looks like a world in which international institutions have been remade or simply rewired so that they protect autocratic rule within China and serve as vehicles for the projection of Chinese influence. It looks like a world that has been made safe for autocracy within China, certainly, in ways that will often make it unsafe for democracy in other countries. A world in which the core economic and technological roads lead to Beijing. A world in which China leads in comprehensive national power and enjoys influence in key regions around the world. And so it's a pretty ambitious undertaking, to say the least. I'll add one caveat. I think it will be hard for China to achieve a lot of this. I don't think, for instance, that China has much prospect of overtaking the United States and what we would understand as sort of comprehensive national power. It certainly doesn't have any prospect of overtaking the United States plus all of its allies in comprehensive national power, even if you add in the Russias and the Irans of the world. I've got a whole spiel I can give about this, about how in many ways China's power economically is actually peaking rather than continuing to rise. But the caveat is that could actually make China more assertive, more aggressive in the near term. So we shouldn't take a huge amount of comfort in the fact that China has a great deal of economic and domestic problems, that it's running into greater strategic resistance around the world, because that doesn't necessarily mean that we won't have a major problem to deal with over, say, the next 10 to 15 years and beyond. So these four concentric circles that I laid out, I think they have two important implications for understanding the US-China competition. The first is that the competition has gone global. And so, a decade, 15 years ago, if you had asked, the most hawkish observers on China in DC, what is the core of the US-China competition? You probably would have gotten an answer along the lines of, it's about the balance of military power in the Western Pacific. That's obviously a critical part of the competition even today. But the competition has spilled over into many other regions as well, Africa, Latin America, certainly the Middle East and Central Asia as well. The second point is that the competition has become comprehensive. It hinges in many ways on the balance of military power, but it's also a competition over who is going to dominate the frontiers of technological innovation in the coming decades. It's a competition over influence in international institutions. It's a competition over which form of governance will prove best suited to meeting the challenges of the 21st century. And you could go on and on down that list. So it is a multi-region, multifaceted competition, which I think is a good way of talking about the importance of the Middle East, because one of the implications of the 2 points that I just made is that what we might think of as peripheral regions, such as the Middle East and Central Asia, are actually more central to shaping China's strategy and its approach to the competition with the United States than we sometimes remember in Washington. And so just off the top of my head, there are a handful of ways in which Middle East, Central Asia, the CENTCOM, AOR, whatever you want to call it, figures in Chinese strategy. Dan mentioned one of these. It looms large and increasingly large as a source of the energy supplies that will make the Chinese economy go or not go. Depending on which statistics you look at, China may import as much as 3/4 of the energy, particularly the oil that it consumes. It needs secure access to those energy supplies. And so the Middle East looms large in that sense, whether in terms of the relationships that Beijing has been developing with key oil energy producers or the search for alternative supply routes. A second way in which the Middle East looms large in this strategy is it has a lot to do with the origins and the perceived utility of the Belt and Road Initiative. BRI is a whole bunch of things. It's both a top-down and a bottom-up initiative. But a lot of what's going on, if you look at some of the pipelines that are being constructed, sort of running west from China, is basically an effort to satiate the demand for energy while avoiding sea lanes and choke points that are easily interdicted by the US Navy. And so there is an economic security, a geopolitical security dimension to BRI in which the region figures quite heavily. It's certainly impelling the construction of a blue water navy, one that is increasingly looking beyond Taiwan, beyond the first island chain, and even beyond the Pacific Ocean. If you look at the capabilities that China is developing for the projection of naval power into other regions, it's part of this long-standing historical pattern whereby countries develop economic ties, then feel that they have to build the military that's necessary to protect those economic ties if they are challenged. The Middle East certainly figures in China's efforts to build a global basing network that goes well beyond the Western Pacific. If you look at the places where it has been publicly reported that China is trying to acquire logistical facilities, military bases, whatever the case may be, it's often along key sea lanes from the Solomon Islands to Cambodia to Djibouti and so on and so forth. And of course, we've seen indications that the Chinese have tried something of this sort in the UAE as well. And I simply assume that if these are the sorts of things that I'm seeing in the Wall Street Journal, then that's only the tip of the iceberg in terms of what Beijing is actually attempting. A fifth way in which the Middle East is going to loom large in Chinese strategy is it's a source of potential diplomatic solidarity, potentially particularly on human rights issues. It's actually fairly remarkable how effective Beijing has been in getting developing countries and even Muslim majority countries to abstain from or vote against UN human rights resolutions pertaining to the repression in Xinjiang. In part, that is due to economic leverage. In part, that's due to affinity between authoritarian powers that don't necessarily want international institutions meddling in their affairs, but the Middle East is important in that respect. And then finally, it's an area, to be very frank, where US partnerships look relatively weak and vulnerable. And so when China looks to the east, it sees the first island chain, it sees this picket line of US allies and security partners that is in the way of access to the open Pacific. And it sees that in most cases, these partnerships are getting stronger rather than weaker. If you look at what's happening, US-Japan defense relationship, the US-Philippines defense relationship, and so on and so forth. If you look to the west, you see an area where many US relationships with key countries are less developed, where they are under strain, and where the United States seems to be retrenching. And so this doesn't mean that China has much chance of displacing the United States as sort of the primary partner in the Middle East anytime soon, particularly when you think about issues such as military engagement and intelligence engagement. But certainly there are opportunities for Beijing to build influence with longtime US partners like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, to explore military infrastructure, to potentially build technological ties that convert into economic and political and military influence over time, or to simply reduce the prospects that countries in the Persian Gulf in particular would align with the United States in a major conflict. And in many cases, US partners are quite willing to play this game. And so it's not, again, that they are looking for a divorce from the United States, but they see China in many cases providing valuable leverage and valuable options in their foreign policy. You can certainly see this in the way that Saudi Arabia has handled its relationships with the United States and China in recent years. You can see it in the case of the UAE as well. And I think at the root of this, there are kind of two baseline factors which are uncomfortable to talk about, but are probably worth mentioning. The first is that there is a growing perception in the region, it's been building for many years, that the United States simply isn't as reliable a security provider as it was before. The United States has been talking about how it's trying to get out of the Middle East for a decade and a half at this point. And this, of course, increases the propensity of regional states to hedge by seeking ties with US competitors, whether that's China or Russia. The other part of it is that there's simply less ideological glue in US relationships with Middle Eastern partners than there was during the Cold War. And so for all of the cultural, political, values differences between the United States and Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, for instance, Anti-communism provided a very strong ideological glue in that relationship. There is no such ideological glue there today. And in fact, it's not even clear to me that the leadership of Saudi Arabia sees itself as ideologically closer to the United States than it sees itself as ideologically close to Russia or China. And so that is going to be a continuing source of instability in these relationships, even as the United States certainly shouldn't write off these relationships. So there's a variety of things that China can seek in the region, and it has some avenues for attaining them. There are a handful of dilemmas that are worth making clear. One is that China still does not have the ability militarily to defend its economic and its political interests in the region through force if push comes to shove. They may get there soon, but as of now, the power projection capability into the region is still relatively modest. A second dilemma is that China's efforts to build ties with key Gulf powers like Saudi Arabia and the UAE can only go so far until they start running into China's relationship with Iran. You can only go so far with either side without potentially alienating and provoking doubt in the other. This is a tricky balancing act. The Chinese will try to manage it, but there is an inherent dilemma there. A third dilemma is that some of the overland routes to the region are actually fairly expensive. They're not particularly cost efficient when it comes to transporting energy or other goods. And of course, some of the BRI projects in this area have proven quite problematic. If you look, for instance, at the effort to build the China-Pakistan economic corridor. So we shouldn't get carried away with what China is able to accomplish in the region, but the region does play an important role in Chinese grand strategy. And I think it has sort of three broad implications for the United States. And the first, and here I would agree wholeheartedly with what Dan said, the Middle East is going to be as vital, the greater Middle East, I should say, is going to be as vital in this round of great power competition as it was in the last round. That's true because of energy and the fact that the energy transition, if it is coming, is not coming anytime soon. It's true because of its location at the hinge of Eurasia. It's true because of the sea lanes it sits astride. It's true because of the role it plays in connecting the Indian Ocean theater with Europe and the Mediterranean, and so on and so forth. The region is just too important to not matter in a competition for geopolitical primacy, which is what the US-China relationship is. Which leads to the second point, which is that the idea that you can pivot or rebalance away from the Middle East in order to focus more intensively on great power competition is alluring, but it's a bit of an illusion. And so yes, the United States will have to make difficult decisions about how exactly it allocates resources, but if you sort of divest or rebalance too much away from a region this important, you're actually going to hurt your ability to compete in the great power context. And so the military posture that the United States has developed in the Persian Gulf, for instance, it may not have been built with China in mind. It may have been built with Iran or counterterrorism purposes in mind, but it still has real relevance in terms of the US ability to coerce China if a war were to break out in another region. And as I mentioned, the more it seems that the United States is trying its best to get out of the Middle East and Central Asia, the more unreliable it will seem as a security provider, which will make countries more likely to seek alternative relationships with countries that the United States would prefer they not do that with. And then the third point and final point I'll make, and I'll end here, is that yes, of course there are trade-offs between what you might think of as the traditional mission set in CENTCOM and the great power portfolio. Those trade-offs are real, but they are not zero-sum. And so the investments that you make in one area can actually help you be effective in another. And the point I'll make here, and I'm saying this just simply based on what's been reported publicly, has to do with this saga about the UAE and the Chinese naval base that was being constructed back in 2021. The story that's told in the media, at least, is that once it became clear what Beijing was up to here, US officials went to the UAE and basically asked them to put a stop to it. And they were successful, at least for the time being, in getting that project stopped, primarily because the United States had a tremendous degree of leverage with the UAE that derived from an intelligence and security partnership that had been developed largely in a context that was focused on Middle Eastern, Persian Gulf security issues. And so that partnership that was rooted primarily in balancing against Iran and pursuing counterterrorism aims produced positive spillovers into the GPC portfolio. And I think it goes the other way as well. If the United States pivots too hard away from that traditional mission set, it may find that it's actually hurting its ability to compete against China and this in other regions as well. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal. Dr. Teufel Dreyer.
Let me see if I can, is the microphone
We can
on?
hear you, yes.
Great. I have trouble with machines. Okay, as I looked at the theme of the conference, I thought, well, there's an easy answer to this. China's aim in the Middle East is to, in fact, worldwide, is to replace the US-led liberal international order with one of its own making, one that is more friendly toward autocracies, one that is less concerned with civil liberties, and with Beijing as its arbiter and epicenter. And this is done by behind a smokescreen of the common prosperity and win-win situations. And now, as to how the Middle East fits into this plan, there are two commonly heard statements about China's involvement in the Middle East that are in serious need of qualification. And the first one is that China's interest in the area is its resources, especially oil. And second, that China does not wish to challenge the United States in the Middle East. This is in countless newspaper articles and journal articles. And you can even find people saying it in conferences, although not this one. Okay, so now, China, I would like to make the point that China's interests in the region go far beyond oil, and they extend into infrastructure and technology and influencing hearts and minds in ways that have profound strategic implications, with the United States clearly part of the calculation. Okay, so 21 Arab countries participate in the Belt and Road Initiative, and 2/3 of China's exports to Europe and Africa go through the infrastructures by Gulf countries, and there are plans for more. Abu Dhabi is turning the ports of Jebel Ali and Dubai into multi-purpose logistics centers, and Saudi Arabia is upgrading 2 ports, Daman in the east and Jeddah in the west. And the idea is to connect the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea in order to become super centers for container shipping. And guess who is the leading container shipper in the world? Okay. Actually, I guess it's Maersk, but the Chinese are not far behind and hoping to catch up. Now, Chinese companies want to build a mega industrial park and a free trade zone where local and Chinese goods can be manufactured, not just transported in, but manufactured there and sold and stored before they can be shipped to markets elsewhere. And let me now consider 3 individual countries. And the first one surprises me because it's Israel. And China has been increasing its role in the Israeli infrastructure. This is particularly a surprise to me. Miami has a large community of wealthy entrepreneurs who, for religious reasons, are very interested in Israel. And yet, when it came time to tender the upgrade of the port of Haifa, the only company that bid on it was Shanghai International Port Group, SIPA, which is theoretically a private company, but the major stockholder is the Chinese government. This is true of a lot of so-called private Chinese companies. Anyway, so in 2021, the SIPG, as it's known, took over management of the Port of Haifa for 25 years. This is a port at which the US Sixth Fleet often docks, and Haifa has provided repair and support facilities for the Sixth Fleet. This introduces a dangerous situation for US ships there. And the United States government did express its concerns, and it was told by Israeli officials that they are, quote, working to address US concerns. I never heard what happened after they said they promised they would work to address US concerns. China is also heavily embedded in the Israeli tech sector, There is a wonderful university, technical university, it's called Technion in Israel, and the Chinese are right there working in it. And now I have a number of Israeli friends who say, you know, we're really kind of worried about this because Israel sells weapons to the Chinese, and the Chinese then produce the weapons and they sell them to countries in the Middle East who are the mortal enemies of Israel. And I say, well, don't you guys care about this? And they say, we care about it, but the Israeli companies that sell this, the heads don't live in Israel. They have a place in Cap d'Antibes, they have a place in various other places, Singapore, that's a very popular place. And they don't worry that much about Israel being hit with Middle Eastern countries' weapons that were enabled by Israeli technology. So there you are. And something that many of you will have noticed in your careers is that when greed conflicts with national interests, greed usually wins out. And this is another example of that. Okay, now, what about Iran? Their relations go far beyond what you typically hear. Well, it's a convenient partnership because China needs the oil and Iran needs help with its nuclear plants. And in eastern Iran, China helped modernize the major rail routes, standardize the gauges and the track beds, upgraded the track beds with the aim of connecting Tehran to Turkey and then Europe. And you can see that as a conduit for Chinese goods going to Europe. And then another rail project connects Tehran and Mashhad with the deep water ports in southern Iran. So it's very well thought out. And Chinese entrepreneurs have been attracted, a lot of Chinese entrepreneurs, they're very good at it, by low interest loans and tax breaks, both from their own government and Iran. And they have set up factories along the railroads. And in other words, they are embedding themselves in the Iranian infrastructure. And now, what about Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia is China's biggest trading partner in the Middle East. The US has for years thought of itself as a friend of Saudi Arabia. There are occasional frictions. It was about 10 years ago when Saudi Arabia led the drive for OPEC to cut oil production. And China has stepped in, and particularly after the Khashoggi murder in October 2018, relations with China and the US became pretty chilly. Xi Jinping, you may have noticed, went to Saudi Arabia in December of 2022, so what, about 4 or 5 months ago now, and established a memorandum of understanding with Huawei, which is has become a dirty word here in the United States. Huawei is going to establish a high-speed internet and a cloud computing facility. And there is also an agreement for Chinese companies, again, privately owned Chinese companies, to build 300,000 housing units. And the murder really led to a stepping up of ties rather than something completely new. The Chinese sold the DF-3, that's Dongfang East Wind 3, medium-range ballistic missiles to Riyadh way back in 1987. And this was 3 years before the formal establishment of Saudi-Chinese relations. This is back when Saudi Arabia still recognized the Republic of China on Taiwan as a legitimate government of China. China issued an Arab policy paper in January 2016, and it said the usual things about the importance of dialogue and cooperation, 2 words which I've come to really dislike. And also, it was, I think, symbolically important beyond the cliches in that it indicated an uptick of interest in China toward the Middle East, which has since been sustained. And right after that issuance of that paper, Saudi Arabia and China announced a 5-year plan for security that included partnerships on science and technology, partnerships on counterterrorism, which you know Saudi Arabia is concerned with, and joint military drills that were followed by various exercises. And the arms deals definitely became more prominent after the Khashoggi murder, and leading to the unpleasant conclusion that the United States might be losing its dominance in the arms market to China. And the Saudis showed Chinese missiles in a recent military parade, which I at least took as a message to the United States. See, we can do without you. And Saudi Arabia also wants to have its own ballistic missiles. They see a threat to Iran. Israel, of course, sees a threat to Israel if they get them. But Saudi Arabia also has to be aware of when it upgrades military ties with China, that China and Iran have a closer relationship. And Saudi Arabia has to be concerned. Who are they going to choose if they have to choose? Now, in the business as usual mode, Chinese companies have been helping to build nuclear plants. Saudi Arabia nuclear energy would allow it to increase its fossil fuel exports. So we need less oil for our own consumption. We have more to export at higher prices. About 1/3 of Saudi Arabia's daily oil production is consumed domestically at subsidized prices, and you can see how nuclear energy would free that up. Another thing, and people don't usually think about this, but I was hearing that the next topic of your conference is going to be food scarcity, and in that vein, I would mention water scarcity. Saudi Arabia is the world's largest consumer of desalinized water and in the world. And about 90% of Saudi Arabia's drinking water is desalinated, and that burns about 15% of the 9.8 million barrels of oil it produces daily. And nuclear power could help with that. So something to think about for your next conference. And as far as weaponized nuclear production, there are concerns. There's a whole website on that. If you just Google Saudi Arabia's nuclear program and China, you will get all the information, which I don't have time to discuss here. Now, what about soft power? Winning the hearts and minds of the area. China has put Confucius Institutes in a number of countries in the Middle East, and apparently they have not had the problems they've had in several other areas of the world, including the United States. They present a positive image of China through such things as calligraphy demonstrations and paper cuts. If you haven't seen one of these, it's a glory to behold. Some guy sits, and usually our guys, sits down with a blank piece of paper and a scissor, and he goes snip, 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 snip. And the way we did in kindergarten, but all I got out of it were snowflakes. And instead, they come out with these wonderful pictures of, dragons and ninjas and things like that. And so it's very impressive. And now, it's not just that they present an image of. The image is also the United States is declining. This is a mantra. In fact, some Americans seem to believe it as well. And also, you can't count on the United States. They're going to leave you in the lurch. Look what they did in Vietnam. look what they did in Afghanistan. This could be you. Look what they did in Syria. You're next. All right, so far they seem to be doing pretty well. And the treatment, China's atheism and their treatment of most religions, but especially Islam, and we're fixated on the Uyghurs because we should be, but there have also been instances in China of mosques being torn down and sometimes destroyed completely. And they always can find a reason for this. Oops, you didn't get the proper permit to build this mosque. And you're saying, but you know, it's been here for 86 years. And they say, sorry, down it goes. And that's something that I think does not appear in our press often. So that's the fault, I think, of our own press. But in any case, whatever it is, so far, China's countries in the Middle East have prioritized their ties with China over human rights violations, even when those human rights violations occur against Muslims. And I know it was very surprising to me when the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia says, and essentially, we're not going to make a fuss about what you're doing to the Uyghurs. Now, this isn't a zero-sum game, even though we sometimes think of it. So it's not going to be China wins, US loses, or vice versa. There's room for both of us in there. China, I think we sometimes forget, it has to move cautiously to thread its way around the region. So far, they've done very well. I mean, I would have predicted, and shows how wrong I am, but that it would be impossible for them to be friends with Israel and to be friends with the Middle East, including the Palestinians, but they seem to have pulled it off. Now, there is a lot of friction between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and it's going to be difficult for China to play the middle in that one also. But as a closing statement, we do have to stop telling ourselves, which is what China wants us to believe, and that is that their interest in the Middle East is just oil, and also that it has no wish to challenge us there strategically. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, June. Major General Leahy.
Okay, so they left it to the military guy to bring up the room. So I'm Kevin Leahy, and Dan, I do remember 1989, and it was a really good year for me, so just I'd let you know that. Hey, I command Special Operations Command Central, and I'm the Joint SOF Commander in the Central Region. Joint, I think you gave me just Army, I'm Joint. Important distinction for us in the Central Region. And I answer to the CENTCOM Commander and General Kurilla, and I also answer to the SOCOM Commander, General Fenton. And luckily, both of my four-star bosses are located with me on MacDill Air Force Base, so I can get rapid feedback on my performance. So that's really... And I was going to come today and give you guys a detailed discussion about our secret balloon program, but I do not want to contradict General McKenzie in this audience. Hey, it's a pleasure for me to participate in this panel discussion. Thanks, General McKenzie and GNSI, and thanks for USF. And then Todd, thanks for moderating, and Dr. Brands, Mr. Blumenthal, Dr. Dreyer. Really an honor for me to be here with you. And special recognition, I'm really pleasantly surprised and to welcome our Central Asian partners. I think it was Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, the Kyrgyz Republic, and I think that's who everyone they mentioned was here. So really welcome, and you're very attentive, and I know you've only been here for a day, so are very jet lagged. So I appreciate how attentive you are, and that your participation here is extremely valuable to us. So thank you very much for coming. I spent most of my career focused on the Middle East and in the Middle East, right? A lot of time in the Middle East, which made me need a lot of sunscreen. So I spent a lot of time there in the Middle East, and I've gotten some time off in Africa and the Pacific as well. But obviously, our focus for 20 plus years has been CT and CVEO, you know, whether directly or by enabling partners. So while our national defense strategy assumes risk, right, in CT and CVEO going forward, it remains a legitimate security concern for the region, right? And I'll come back to that point in a minute. So the central region, however, is not just the place where CT, CVEO plays out, right? And my three previous panelists have done a great job of explaining that. And just looking at a map, and I was thinking, boy, I probably need a map as I talk about this today, but luckily our host provided us a map right here. You got a copy of it. So just looking at the map, which I would not use for actual navigation, the central region, you know, particularly our Central Asian state partners, it's in Russia and China's backyard, right? The central region, it borders them, right? Three of the Central Asian states that are here today, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and the Kyrgyz Republic, border China. So this is in their backyard. So although CT, CVEO has been our priority, really the central region is where great power competition plays out, and where the great powers actually take additional risks, as we've seen with Russia and Syria, and the interaction that we have on an almost daily basis between Russia and US military. Now, the Central Asian states are ones, the Central Asian states in particular, the ones that I just mentioned, are ones that we have a really good and long-term relationship with that goes back many years. Now, it's not in mass quantities that you saw us in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, but small, enduring relationships with these strategic partners, and we've been doing that for a long time, and we have some very deep and long relationships with these countries. So these states, though, back to my other point on CTCVO, they have legitimate security concerns, right? And we want to help them address these security concerns, right? It's not binary CTCVO like Hal mentioned. Those activities that we do, enabling our partners, you know, contribute to our partnership, our relationships, our trust, and that directly contributes to our position in strategic competition with the Chinese and the Russians. So we don't press our partners in the central region to pick sides, right? We don't tell them you got to be all U.S. or all China. You know, we try to be the partner of preference, right? We try to be a better partner. So the PRC, as I think alluded to by my colleagues, the PRC hates that we have partners, right? And the relationships that we build, the relationships the United States has, not just in the central region, but globally, the PRC doesn't have that. They don't have partnerships. So we are working, and that's the CENTCOM approach, right? It's building partnerships in the region. And it doesn't take hundreds of thousands of troops to do that. But the partnerships are deep and they're long lasting, and what we build in the region with our partners lasts. So now that doesn't just apply to the Central Asian states, that applies to the whole region. The partner of choice, right? That's the United States role, that's the CENTCOM role. We want to be the partner of choice. We want lasting relationships, right, that benefit the partners' legitimate security concerns and ours. I think that we provide a clear contrast, particularly to Chinese partnership. Right, and any state that has worked with us and has worked with the Chinese, it's a stark partnership on who they want to be partners with, who they want to link up with, who they want to work together with. We're the preference, right? It's just us being there and being that preference for them. We have to be there and we have to do that. And that's the CENTCOM approach, right? It's partnership. So I was going to close there, but I'll make a couple other really and cede my time back to Todd so we can have some questions. I'll make a couple of quick comments, though, on some of the things that were said. And maybe it's not a counterpoint, but it's a little good news, right? So military modernization does not equal actual capability, right? Buying nice stuff, watching shock and awe on TV, and buying the same stuff or copying it doesn't actually let you do that, right? And we've seen that with the Russians in Ukraine. Right, and in a smaller degree, we saw that when they went into Syria. And the technical term I would use to describe the Russians in execution is a clown show. I think that's still doctrinal, but they are a clown show, right? So technical capability, platforms without competence, without junior leaders does not equal actual military capability. And the Chinese know that because they have the same problem. They have not executed at scale. They've not executed during wartime conditions. They have not executed with the friction of war. They know that. And that's something that they think about when they look at Ukraine. Okay, and then finally, security. The PRC, PLA, no real expertise in CT, right? Again, no experience, no one's hiring Chinese advisors. No one wants to bring in retired Chinese generals to talk to them about security, right? Partners choose Chinese equipment because of price, because they can get it fast. They don't really want it. They want American, they want Western equipment. They want stuff that lasts, but sometimes they get forced into making those purchases. So I'll just close with that. It's not all bad news. Thank you.
Thank you, General Leahy. Thank you to all the panelists. I'm going to ask a few questions, and one of my roles here as moderator is to challenge assumptions and to be mildly provocative. It would be easy to leave, if we just cut it off now, to think that China is an infinitely rising power, a juggernaut that cannot be stopped, at least not easily. But I want to challenge that assumption. And of course, we've heard the narrative, the Chinese narrative, that the Asian power is ascendant and that the West is in decline. And there are some real risks to the assumption I'd like to, or the hypothetical that I'd like to put out there. And Hal alluded to this, and I know he's written about this. But this is the challenge of this notion of peak China. China is not transparent in its measures of power, particularly its economic power. It even lies about its demographics, which are not pretty. As you look to the future and what it means in a shrinking workforce, I mean, just tremendous headwinds to growth, continued growth. So I want to counter this narrative. And Henry Kissinger warned that he had a greater fear of a declining great power than one that was rising or obviously status quo. So have we seen peak China? And if in fact China is in decline, despite its bombast, what are the risks of this? I mean, Hal, you mentioned its willingness potentially to take greater risks. So please. Anyone?
Well, I feel somewhat responsible for starting this peak China stuff. I wrote the China Nightmare in 2020, which said a declining but frustrated power poses a special kind of danger. And then Derek Scissors and I, my colleague on the economic side of AI, wrote China's Great Stagnation in 2016. Look, I don't want to take it all back. Is China peaking? Does it matter? China is going to be the second most important economy in the world. It's not going to be the first most important. It's going to be the second most important economy in the world. It cannot sustain the same growth rates that it's sustained since 1982, 1979, where we want to start the reform and opening period. But it's still going to grow, and it's not going to sustain the same growth rates, partly because Xi Jinping doesn't want to sustain the same growth rates. He's cracked down on the tech sector. He has misused capital. He has misused labor. He has a bad demographic picture. He doesn't want to take the same risks that his predecessors did, and so forth. He has moved, though, to a new economic strategy, which he's very clear about, once again, called dual circulation. That's the way it translates into Chinese. I wrote a piece on this in the Atlantic, which is essentially it substitutes high levels of economic growth and surpassing the United States in wealth for gaining more economic leverage over the world. So if you look at every industry that actually matters, you see what I would call the Huawei model of Chinese industrial and technological power, which is first, you decide you're going to compete in a certain industry, like telecommunications. Second, you don't let that industry actually compete in the China market. Third, you steal that industry or that company's technology. Fourth, you start out-subsidizing everybody else to put everybody else out of business. You know, fifth, you start doing some innovation yourself. Seventh, you get Huawei. You can see this in the aerospace industry now, where Boeing and Airbus are in a lot of trouble. You can see this in you can go industry by industry and see the same pattern. Biopharma, China sits at the high ground of the front end of the supply chain. China controls the export of active pharmaceutical ingredients. Now, the United States may be making the greatest breakthrough innovations, but without the active pharmaceutical ingredients, a lot of people wouldn't get their medicines the next day. Anyway, point is, economic leverage is being substituted for trying to actually catch and surpass the wealth of the United States. So again, the Chinese are not. This is not a country that feels like it's peaking or in decline. It's going to I would say the great expectations that in actual wealth it was going to surpass the United States. That's just not going to happen unless they go back to some real market reforms. But it has enormous amounts of resources, enormous amounts of economic wealth. It's still building up its military power. Everything that I've put forth and others put forth about its visions for a new world order is not indicative of a country that is in decline. Its theory of the case, based on Marxist-Leninist theory, is that the capitalists and the imperialist capitalists eventually decline. The question for China is how long that takes, how much it has to struggle, in its own words, until that happens. But its theory is that it's going to prevail in this competition and have a world order that is quite different than that of the United States-centered world order.
So I'd say that China is undoubtedly peaking in two key respects, in the sense that its days of easiest and most rapid economic growth are over and are never coming back, and that its period of expanding international influence without occasioning lots of resistance, that's over and it's never coming back either. And so there are a variety of reasons for this. On the economic side, the primary reason is that the Chinese economic miracle, this period of 3 decades of explosive growth from the late 1970s really up to the 2008 global financial crisis, was the product of 5 contingent and remarkably serendipitous factors, all of which have now turned around for China. And so China benefited during this period from having a demographic surplus, in the sense that it had a population that was primed for productivity. It had lots of workers, basically with relatively few elderly parents or little kids to take care of. It had an economic program that was characterized as reform and opening, basically in increasing the role of market incentives in the economy after the pursuit of autarky and perhaps one of the worst economic programs in the world under Mao Zedong. It had a government that, while still brutally autocratic, was somewhat more responsive and meritocratic in how it managed the economy, and was willing to put guardrails in place to avoid the worst pathologies of one-man rule. So term limits, for instance, were established at the top of the Chinese system. It was relatively self-sufficient in key resources, such as energy, and it had a welcoming world. The world was rooting for China to develop rapidly, and particularly the United States and other key democracies were rooting for China to develop rapidly. I won't go into detail on all of this, but every single one of those factors no longer obtains, whether it is the fact that China is headed for one of the worst peacetime demographic implosions in history in the coming decades, or that countries around the world, particularly advanced democracies, are now trying to wall Chinese influence off from key parts of their economies, 5G telecommunications networks, for instance. And if you just look at what's happening, not just in the Asia Pacific, but globally, there are more and more coalitions, sometimes small coalitions, sometimes larger coalitions, that are coming together to push back against Chinese assertiveness. AUKUS, the Quad, closer US-Japan defense cooperation, semiconductor partnerships, you name it. Everywhere China is pushing, a growing group of countries pushing back. That's the good news. The bad news is that, one, countries don't peak in all areas at the same time. And so it takes time to convert economic power into military power for some of the reasons that Kevin mentioned. And you can keep plugging money into your military even after your economy has peaked. So the Soviet economy peaked relative to the United States in about the late 1960s. Soviet military power doesn't peak relative to the United States for another 15 years after that. And so what you often end up with, and what you end up with in this situation, is a country whose future is looking increasingly questionable economically and strategically, but whose military power, whose coercive capabilities are increasing, and may come to perceive that it has a window of opportunity to achieve key goals in the coming years. And so this is why my colleague Mike Beckley and I, in a book that we published last year, basically argued that the coming 5, 6, 7 years are going to be the most dangerous period of the US-China competition, precisely because China will be more willing to run risks in this moment of opportunity before some of these darker, longer-term trends. So then there's a historical pattern here. This is precisely what led Germany to behave so rashly in the run-up to World War I. And that's the scenario that I find most worrying in looking at China today.
Thank you.
Can I disagree? Though,
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
We
you
love
want a
disagreement.
disagreement unless someone else has something.
Oh, sorry, June.
Do you want to disagree later or now?
Bring the disagreement. Bring the disagreement.
It's up to the moderator.
The University of South Florida, after all. Let's disagree here.
Okay, you choose, Todd.
I would just say, I mean, while the one thing I would say is that there's an attitude inside the West that is pushing back, but I would just point people to the actual numbers. The U.S.-China trade numbers have actually skyrocketed. They're higher than when we started supposedly to push back on cuts off Chinese trade and technology. And I can go on with more sort of indicators of this and so on. There are things being put in place worldwide to put the brakes on China. People are more concerned about China, but when it comes to actually policies that matter and decisions that actually matter, and we mentioned TikTok before. We've been talking about TikTok for 3 years, 4 years. I don't know for how long. The actual policies that would actually fence China off from growth opportunities, they're not actually happening that I can see empirically. In fact, I think, as my colleague Derek Scissors and others have pointed out, the relationship between U.S. Actions or supposed actions on decoupling from China and U.S. and China trade interaction is actually inverse. So just maybe it's not a disagreement. It's a separate data point.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to add some footnotes to that too. Dan, I think you said she doesn't want the same growth rate, and that he had cracked down on the tech sector. And I would, from my perspective, the reason he cracked down on the tech sector is that the techies were getting too uppity. And I don't think it's any coincidence that it was a couple of days after Jack Ma publicly and in English. Jack Ma, I don't know whether you know this, but Jack Ma used to be an English teacher before he found more interesting things to do with his time. And so he actually said that the Chinese regulators were holding back the Chinese economy, and they were acting in a medieval manner. And 3 days later, he disappeared. And when he reappeared, it was several months later. And I can see a couple of you nodding, you know what happened. And it was in a speech to a bunch of English teachers in a rural school. And he didn't mention any of this, but he did mention that he had decided to step down as the head of Alibaba, and that to devote his life to charity and making other people's lives better. And a couple of other techie entrepreneurs have been disappeared and reappeared as well. So I think this fits in nicely with Hal's first circle there, which was you don't challenge the ruling group. So the number one priority here is don't challenge the leadership of the CCP, okay? Now, another thing I'm wondering here is the press has a way of going gaga about every newly announced Chinese initiative. And you see when they're covering the party Congress, the government, the National People's Congress, which is going on right now, she has introduced this bold new economic plan, and it's going to erode the differences between the party and the government. And if you look carefully about that, that's an indication that something, Xi Jinping knows that something wasn't working properly. And the worst thing you can do is involve the party in economic decisions. And they have also now inserted the party in place of the state in the police decisions. Now, nobody that I can think of has nice things to say about the Chinese police, but inserting the party into the governments is not going to make them any better and arguably worse. Resistance, yes, it's wonderful. Even really countries with relatively neutral stances like Sweden have discovered through wolf diplomacy, wolf warrior diplomacy, that maybe China is not as nice as they thought it was. And however, I think that Beijing, as it looks at the rest of the world, thinks the developed world isn't really necessary to it anymore. It would be nice if France and Germany and Britain were as enthusiastic about China as they used to be, but it isn't the end of the Chinese quest for domination if they're not, because they count votes. And this is very interesting because they count votes at the same time that they deny the validity of the state sovereignty system. But if they can get enough African states and enough states in the South Pacific, even the teeny weeny ones, to vote yes on UN votes, they can be very happy with that. They can get what they want. So they can hear, yes, the entire South China Sea belongs to China. Yes, Taiwan belongs to China, et cetera. And they seem to be okay with that. Meritocracy. I can't count the number of times I have seen in the press how China has become a meritocracy. And you want to say something that I won't say publicly in a room like this, but it announced to, what, horse feathers? Something like that, okay? They have been, there's a guy named Eric X. Lee. He somehow gets the New York Times to publish op-ed pieces by himself quite frequently, in which he's pushing the idea. Oh, he's always listed as a Shanghai entrepreneur. And I don't know what that means. It means he has a lot of money. He gives some of it to the London School of Economics, which has actually put him on their board of directors. I assume that's not the way the University of South Florida chooses its board of directors. But in any case, so, I mean, the rate of acceptance, if you ever want to write an op-ed for the New York Times, it's something like 1 in 100 and something, your chances of getting it published. And I can't possibly think that Eric Lee gets his published because of meritocracy. He is not particularly meritocratic. And yet he pushes the idea that China is a meritocracy. And if you ever doubted that China was not a meritocracy, look at the guys who've just been promoted to senior positions in the National People's Congress. So if anything, China is moving away from meritocracy. Now, the idea that you can pump money into the military even as it's declining is true. So I guess was how you said that? Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But what are the consequences of keeping pumping money into the military as the economy is declining. And I think that there is no doubt that the Chinese noticed that was what bankrupted the Soviet Union. So this year, we have the growth rate projected at 5% GDP, and the military spending increase projected at 7.2%. And if that's going to be a trend, the Chinese are going to have to worry. And General Leahy, you brought up there are a lot of things the Chinese can't do. So what I'm trying to say here is declinism is a choice for America. And if we keep stinting our defense budget for things which I don't object to, we really do need to be a more inclusive society, and we really do need to repair the potholes in the roads and repair the bridges. But we cannot stint on the defense budget, or our declinism is assured. Thank you for your attention.
And you've raised a very important, we could do an entire conference look at self-reflection, and an incredibly important thing. We don't do it systemically or systematically in our country at our great peril. So if I may, questions from the audience? Yes, ma'am. Oh, bringing over the microphone. Just here. Black top there, right there, yes. It's got the green lanyard on.
I just had a quick question. Primarily, everyone can answer, but I'm really curious, Major General, about your opinion and in your experience. Where do you feel the United States will find the balance between utilizing soft power during this great power competition while still being able to combat international terrorism and those security concerns of our partner nations and of our nation? How do we find a way to work effectively and efficiently in both aspects without neglecting one side or the other? Because I feel like we can look and we're in a little bit of a transitional period of both aspects, and that it'll be critical for us not to neglect either one. So how do you feel the best way for us to go about that is?
Hey, that's a great question, and we think about that all the time, right? And so how do we prioritize one thing over the other? But it's back to one of my earlier topics is it's not binary, right? So the things that we're doing to enable our partners are helping us compete, right? So we're not going to look at it that way. And if you're trying to implement a national defense strategy, the things that can potentially derail you from doing that is violent extremist groups, it's terrorists, these things. So we have to pay attention to it. So we have to find the right balance, and we're working through that, right? We're working through where we're at, how we partner, how we work with partners to enable them to conduct these type of operations. So, 20 plus years of doing this with the partners, it's something, right? We've got a lot of this expertise is spread. So really the approach is, how do we continue doing that, right? While prioritizing as our national defense strategy says, right? China and Russia, but understanding that those threats can derail us from doing that. And how do we take advantage of the 20 plus years of work that we've done in the space? I mean, we've built a lot of great techniques. We've got a lot of great technology. We're much better at doing this than we were in 2001. And now we've got tons more partners involved, and our partners have great capabilities as well. So that's really the answer here is more partnerships.
The gentleman in the brown suit here, please.
My name is Roger Morgan. In the reading of the National Defense Strategy, which has been referenced a few times here, you guys have made a great case that China is definitely our pacing threat. It's something that we're going to be adversarial about. But it's referenced numerous times in the National Defense Strategy that cooperation is also part of that strategy. In the spirit of perhaps keeping your friends close but your enemies closer, and what areas would we, to look for U.S. interests, areas would we want to cooperate with China to protect our interests, but also not to just only be an adversary? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that area. Thank you.
So I'll take a crack. I mean, I think there are two separate questions, right? Or maybe three separate questions. And so one is, what are the areas in which the United States would like to have cooperation from China on key issues? Question two might be, what are the areas in which that cooperation can be realistically obtained, right? And the third would be, do you have to pay anything to get that cooperation that makes you less competitive in the other dimension of the relationship, right? And so on. It's easy to answer the first of those questions. There's lots of areas where the United States either would like Chinese cooperation or can identify issues where, in theory, our interests overlap, right? And so just a list I made while you're asking the question: food security, nuclear non-proliferation, climate change, pandemic prevention and response, fentanyl, right? So you can go down the list and you make your list of 6, 7, 10 things. All right. If you look at the experience of recent years, unfortunately, the list of answers to question 2 is much, much shorter, right? And so the United States has gotten very, very little in the way of meaningful cooperation on pandemic prevention and response from China, because you're opening a huge box of worms about how did COVID start in the first place, why did the CCP deal with it in the way it did, and so on and so forth, right? So we kind of got that one crossed off the list. Even during the most recent sort of the letter rip phase of China's COVID experience at the end of last year, the United States reached out and basically said, are there things we can do to be helpful, and kind of, got the Heisman on that one. Climate, there appears to be a little bit of a philosophical disagreement between the two sides on how to deal with this issue in a context of cooperation. And so the US position has been, we've got a common interest here, right? And so even as we're competing over various other issues, let's cooperate to create a stronger multilateral framework for dealing with the effects of climate change. The Chinese answer has been sort of, well, you can't have the oasis of cooperation in the middle of the desert of competition, right? You have to create the conditions for cooperation by going easy on Hong Kong and Xinjiang and Taiwan and so on and so forth. And so that gets you to the third issue, which is, what do you have to give up in the competitive sphere in order to obtain that cooperation? And if the answer is we can get cooperation without giving up things that are important to making the United States effective in the competition part of the relationship, then I'm all for it. If the answer is that you can't do it, that you have to give on geopolitical issues to get cooperation on transnational issues, for instance, then I think it's dicier, because once you set the precedent that you're willing to make that payment, you'll have to do it again and again and again and again and again to get Chinese cooperation on the issues that you want. And so I wouldn't rule out the fact that you can get meaningful cooperation between rivals or even adversaries. There are some good examples of that happening during the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union, but I'm a little bit bearish on the prospects for really productive cooperation on most of the issues that concern us in the near term, just given the state of the relationship.
And Dan would like
I would
to
just
follow up.
really quickly, I mean, we trade an enormous amount with China. I mean, one of the reasons that I sort of flippantly said this, welcome to Cold War 2.0, but this one's going to be harder, is the Chinese are not, it's not like the Warsaw Pact. They're not actually, it's actually Community of Common Destiny, the JDI, the GSI, the interchange is actually part of the Chinese strategy. We trade enormous amount. We provide enormous amount of food. We provide through trade, gas and oil. It's to leave the impression that there isn't an enormous amount of just daily interchange and cooperation would be the wrong impression. An enormous amount of Chinese students come here. All of our kids are addicted to TikTok, which is a form of cooperation, I suppose. But again, the Chinese grand strategy is also, we're going to influence. We're not going to put an iron curtain around. We're going to trade with the rest of the world in order to influence. So there's going to be an enormous amount of, unless we actually take some of the policies people are suggesting, that trade's going to continue.
Just one thing, my son actually goes around telling people that TikTok is CCP malware. So
Okay.
Not everyone's addicted.
Oh, by the way, on the trade issue, the climate change issue, I have actually heard it argued that we shouldn't criticize China for being the world's leading polluter, because the reason is that the majority of the pollutants that it produces are in manufacturing products for the US market.
I guess I'd make a final comment on that is, the Chinese have benefited. Their whole amazing economic growth has come at the security provided by the U.S. for the global commons. But I'm bearish on cooperation because that's not something we want them doing, right? We don't want them securing the major sea locks. We don't want them having their hand on that. So I'm pretty bearish on that. I think there's some small areas in terrorism, transnational crime, that type of stuff. But the big things, I don't know that we have a lot of space for. Maybe there's deconfliction, a little deconfliction, but not cooperation.
Sir, I'm in the front.
Okay, we'll go. Thank you, Marie. Then your second. Leaving the cooperation with China and talking instead about alliances to cooperate against China respectfully, or not terribly respectfully, using as an example the Gulf War victory that inspired China's military in about 40 years ago, when Israel took 74 civilian deaths and did not fire back at Iraq, because to have done so would have broken apart 3/4 of our coalition with Muslim nations helping us against Iraq. That example of Israel's sacrifice, what are some of the similar kinds of sustainable, sincere sacrifices that we can ask, with what in return to our allies and would-be allies, not so much to cooperate with China as to find great new mutual interest for a coalition against China?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Dan, looked like you.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, we probably all have ideas about this. Was it Churchill who said, something about, well, I'm not gonna destroy Churchill's words, but in some ways it's simple. It's just simple is hard to do, right? So if Japan and South Korea let's leave South Korea, Japan and the Philippines and the countries around China's periphery actually started to spend more on their own defense, Taiwan, then we would be in a much better strategic position than we are today. So this isn't just U.S. hectoring and so forth. This is actually spending more on your defense, spending at least as much as the United States spends on their defense, and posturing in certain ways would add to deterrence. And so that's the first thing we have to keep doing and asking, and then building more collective defense structures. When it comes to further afield, Europe and the Gulf and so forth, I think there you really have to look at something Hal alluded to before, which is, if there is a conflict with China, it would, in my view, I think Hal was alluding to this too, probably be global and protracted in nature. And so we have to have very uncomfortable discussions now with our European friends, with our Middle Eastern friends, about what types of economic coalition, what kind of economic, let's say, blocking and pain we might be able to inflict should China cross certain lines.
Maybe I'll just add a point on this. I'm very much a glass half full sort of person when it comes to alliances, and I'll just mention, if you look at what the United States needs from allies, let's say in the Western Pacific, it's actually starting to get quite a lot of it, right? Not as fast as we might like it, or not as fast as is needed perhaps, but I'll just give 3 examples. Japan is doubling its defense budget over the next 5 years and is fundamentally rethinking the way that it uses the southwestern islands to sort of hem in Chinese naval forces in the event of war. The Philippines, after sort of an unhappy 6 years in the U.S. relationship under Duterte, has put this thing called EDCA, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, back on track and actually expanded it. So there are going to be a handful of U.S. basically rotational locations on the northern island of Luzon, which, if you look at a map, pretty close to Taiwan, right? Not by accident. You look at the investments that Australia is making in nuclear submarines as a result of AUKUS. I mean, this is revolutionary in how Australia conducts defense strategy and defense policy, revolutionary in terms of the amount of money they're going to spend on this. you can go down the list and you can say like, look, it's not enough or it's not happening quickly enough, right? So submarines that materialize in 2037 or whatever may not have a huge amount of relevance in the war that might happen in 2029. But nonetheless, I think the direction of travel in U.S. relations with key allies is good, even if the speed of travel is perhaps insufficient.
Yeah,
please.
I would just add that unfortunately, I totally agree with Hal. A good deal of progress has been made, but was it you who mentioned the three-body problem? Okay, we now have, there's the quad, there's the four-body problem, and there's AUKUS, which again is real progress, but there are now, according to Nikkei a couple of days ago, the British and the Australians are annoyed because the United States refuses to transfer certain nuclear propulsion secrets and so on. So there are a lot of problems that are going to inhibit this. And I think you're going to see the same with the Partners for the Blue Pacific. I don't believe you mentioned that, but this occasioned, it was Australia, the UK, New Zealand, and the United States to counter out what's happening in the Solomon Islands. And it's one of these things that looks great on paper until you consider the cozy relationship New Zealand has with the People's Republic of China. So, it's that kind of thing that's going to inhibit.
I guess my only addition to that would be, what's the sacrifice, right? We're going to ask them, we're going to want you to pay more and not use Chinese tech, right? Not Huawei, 5G, a Western or US version. We don't want you to buy cheaper equipment because it incorporates, Chinese technology into the equipment that we've provided and our allies have provided.
I think you've got over here. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Todd, we have a question from our virtual audience. Melissa would like to know, China and Russia tend to delicately balance their influence control of the Central Asia region. Do you foresee a situation where China removes Russia from the main role?
Anyone?
No.
I guess the one thing I'd say is the Russians have become, so for many years before February 4th, 2022, we said that the Russians would refuse to become the junior partner of the Chinese. Well, that's changed fundamentally. And I'd make two observations. One is that it is really hard to have an economic coalition against Russia when they can sell this much oil to China and India and other countries. But that's one observation. A related observation is the Russians are now the junior partner of the Chinese. And however this war turns out, the Chinese have an interest in all sorts of things, including prolonging it. They certainly don't have an interest in the Russians being humiliated, but all that means is the Russians are looking to the Chinese for help right now in this conflict that they've started.
Hearing me over here.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. My name is Murid Partao. I'm a political science instructor at the School of Interdisciplinary Global Studies here at USF. I've actually canceled my class for the sake of this great conference today and promised my students to give them some extra credit to attend. My students will arrive at 2. One is already here, Madison, my talented student. My question was actually pertaining to the growing alliance, Sino-Russo alliance that we see, that both partners right now, termed it as no limit, the Russo-Sino alliance. More specifically, to what extent should the United States should be concerned about this? Because clearly this presents a huge challenge for the United States in the future. Of course, competing and fighting one great power will be will be relatively easier, but if they are aligned and then the US have to fight with two powers, that will be problematic. So I'm curious to know your insights on those. Thanks.
I'll take a crack at this one. I mean, I think that there's plenty of reason to be concerned, certainly, in the sense that, you know, Russia and China, in one sense, they help each other just by doing their own thing, right? And so the more trouble Russia makes in Eastern Europe, the harder it is for the United States to concentrate on challenges from China and vice versa. But they also help each other more directly. And so I think it's probably fair to say that most, not all, but most observers in Washington have been surprised over the past couple of decades at how close the Sino-Russian relationship has gotten on everything from military exercises to defense technological cooperation to information operations to you pick it, right? And so there's clearly a synergy in that relationship. It stems from geopolitical commonality, from ideological commonality, from the relationship that Putin and Xi have. And so clearly it creates problems. The challenge is that it's not as though there is an obviously available lever the United States can pull to head off a further tightening of this alliance, right? If it were as easy as, you know, convincing the Russians to help us contain China, like we would have figured that out already. The drivers of this relationship are fairly powerful. I will advance, though, kind of like a slightly counterintuitive argument, which is that one of the best ways of straining the Sino-Russian relationship may be turning the screws on Russia and Ukraine, actually being very, very rough with Russia and Ukraine, because as Dan pointed out, Xi Jinping does not want to see Russia humiliated in Ukraine. He also presumably does not want to have Chinese firms exposed to US sanctions and international sanctions in the way that might happen if China were to begin providing more substantive and more lethal support to Russia in Ukraine. And so the worse Russia does in Ukraine, the more it sharpens that dilemma for China. Do you support your partner, which is begging for help at this point? And if you don't support them, Putin may lose the war in a way that perhaps affects his hold on power at home. Or do you say, no, I don't want to completely push my relationship with Europe off the cliff in the way that getting more deeply involved in Ukraine would, and so on and so forth. And so sometimes the best way of driving kind of unnatural allies apart can be pushing them together and sharpening the choices and sharpening the dilemmas that they face. I think that there's actually a Cold War lesson there, which I won't go into for reasons of time, but it may be relevant today.
I would say we're clearly concerned, right? We're talking about it openly in the press that that they're considering, you know, supplying the Russians. So yeah, we're concerned with it, and you know, illuminating that issue. Of course, the problem runs into is in the information space, right? The majority of the world doesn't see the world the way we do, and sometimes we forget that you know, there's a significant percentage of countries out there that see Russia as a victim, and the narratives worked pretty well here. And it's actually surprising when you get the data back on who sees Russia as a victim globally, and that their information campaign has worked. So just illuminating that relationship, that may not be enough for us here.
Just one more thing, and I think that Russia has already been humiliated in Ukraine. I think it's not if it happens, it has happened. But we also shouldn't forget that prior to the Russian invasion, the Chinese already had substantial economic interests in Ukraine. And if and when this horrible situation does finally end, Chinese companies will be in Ukraine seeking to help with the rebuilding process. So they see a win-win situation in there.
Okay, I had originally thought I would use this last few minutes to do a lightning round, but the questions are very vibrant, and I'd prefer to just keep going with questions. So it's right up here now.
Dan O'Shea, Director of Special Operations for Equitas, a company here in Clearwater. One of you on the panel said that China intends to become the dominant world power without firing a shot. If the fact that after 2 years of conjecture, pretty obvious to a lot of people, myself included, that it did come out of a Wuhan lab, and if it is 100% confirmed, how should the world and the U.S. respond to the economic and millions of lives lost on virtually an asymmetric warfare tactic to take on the West. So how should the US and how should the rest of the world respond if it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt for the way forward?
I don't think it's going to be, we're going to ever be able to prove it, because so much of the evidence that you would have to prove it has been destroyed so quickly, and so we're just never going to get the level of confidence that you get that we're seeing reported in the press among different agencies. I mean, we're lucky we got the genetic sequence so that we could make this virus, this vaccine, and that's because of a connection between a Chinese researcher and an Australian researcher and the Chinese researcher got that sequence out before he was told to destroy all evidence of any kind back in January 2020. So I don't think we're ever going to get that level. I think that without getting that level of confidence, there are a lot of things that we can conclude and assess with high confidence, and that is, that Hal alluded to before, that is the behavior during and after, in terms of sitting on information that could have helped the rest of the world respond, that is sitting on information about human-to-human transmission, which was denied, and the WHO repeated and parroted that denial, just to show how much penetration there has been of international institutions by Chinese malign activity. Just the kind of behavior in hoarding supplies during that period of time, the kind of behavior in terms of the arrogance and the brazen interference and threats to Australia during when asked for a commission of inquiry as to the origins of COVID. Look, in some ways, the Chinese behavior during COVID really turned public opinion in some of the countries where we really need to build a coalition, because the behavior was so irresponsible and so malign. I would say finally that, again, the difference between the Cold War I and Cold War II is China's very interdependence with the rest of the world and interactions with the rest of the world. When you have 11 million people who left Wuhan, or some order of that scale, before the Chinese actually told anybody that there was this infection going around, means that Chinese irresponsibility, Chinese things that start in China will not stay in China. And malign behavior and malign influence, even if not deliberate, is going to affect the rest of the world. And we have to take, better measures to protect ourselves and guard ourselves against that.
Else? Okay, hey, we are close to that. We are really wrapping up. Obviously, General Leahy serves in uniform. The other three panelists serve all of us through thought. And I didn't say this up front, but they are prolific. There is so much that they produce for all of us to help us think through these incredibly complex, difficult issues. I encourage you, look them up online, immerse yourself into their ideas, and advance your own through that inquiry. My thanks to all of the panelists, and my thanks to all of you out there.
Well, thank you very much, Todd, and thank you to our panelists for bringing your vast combined experiences to help us understand these issues. Now we're going to go for lunch, and just a couple of announcements for lunch for the GPC speakers, moderators, and panelists. We have lunch at room 3709, which is on the third floor, and then for our DMI guests, the lunch is at 2707. And then for everyone else, we do have a lot of lunch options here downstairs in the lobby, as well as restaurants close by. So we'll see you here at 2 p.m. sharp to hear from General Henry. Please come back at 2 p.m. sharp. Well, welcome back to the great Power Competition Conference, and I'm hoping everyone had a wonderful lunch. Now I'm incredibly honored to introduce our plenary speaker, Lieutenant General Dimitri Henry. Lieutenant General Henry is the Director for Intelligence at the Joint Staff J2. Just a few of his numerous honors, his full bio is in the agenda, but just a few of his numerous honors include the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, Bronze Star, the Meritorious Service Medal, Navy Commendation Medal, and the Combat Action Ribbon. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Lieutenant General Dimitri Henry.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always great to be able to get out of the Pentagon and actually go anywhere other than the Pentagon. But it's especially, I'm especially grateful for being able to come back to Tampa for quite a few reasons. One is having been the Joint Staff J2 here at the U.S. Central Command when General McKenzie was a commander. Was certainly something that I'll cherish the rest of my life. And before that, though, I was here as a colonel, and I worked with a lot of the folks from the Central Asian and South Asian states. Some of them remember me from those days. Some of them remember me from my days at U.S. Central Command. And some of you here at the university who helped us as we were starting our engagements and trying to make some of the things happen that are happening now. Is just really nice to see that it's come together in such a way that allows the university to help us, and in some small way how the military is able to help the university as well. So I've been pretty blessed in my last almost 42 years serving as a Marine to be able to see a lot of the world, see a lot of the things that were discussed here this morning, certainly about the rising China, and a little bit, today, just not as much as yesterday, about the Soviet Union and now the Russian state. But what I'm going to try to do today in the next 10 to 15 minutes is give you an understanding of what the Joint Staff is trying to do in order to compete. And I'll do that using some information that came from a newly published document called the Joint Concept for Competing. And the chairman just signed that out last month. So I'm going to give you a little bit of that, and then save hopefully the majority of the time to answer any questions. It's been interesting over the last night or so. As I came into town, I got to talk to some people last night, and then during some of the breaks here, I was associated with the high altitude balloon. I was associated with a lot of things that happened in the U.S. Central Command over the last 3 to 4 years, and some things in between. So I'm sure there's a lot of different ways these questions could go. So when we're in a question and answer period, unlike the other speakers, I actually challenge the person who's asking the question. I'll ask you questions too. So when you hold your hand up, just know that I reserve the right to ask you a question as well. If we have a deal, then we'll go down that road. But I am here today because of what the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff tells us is our duty, and that is to get out and make sure that the folks that we serve actually understand what it is we do for them and on behalf of you. And I get to carry that water today a little bit for the chairman, but for the rest of the servicemen and women who make up the Joint Force. And it's a privilege to be able to stand here and talk to you about one document in particular that I think would resonate based on what the topic is today and the rest of the week, strategic competition. Last month, when the chairman signed the concept out, he provided his guidance for the Joint Force to drive our planning, to drive our force development and our force design. And that may not mean a lot for some of you in academia, or it may mean everything to you in academia or business or anything else, because those are the things that you need to have in place in order to implement capabilities and the force that we'll need to fight and win in a future operating environment. And as you were describing, the panelists were describing what China is, what China is not, which is important. It talked about a lot of the vulnerabilities that we may have, but also the vulnerabilities that they have. And this concept for competing is designed to allow the joint force to be able to ensure that it's synchronized, it's coordinated, and that the future force that we need to fight and win in the new environment out there that you've described very well in the panel and in some of the other discussions that General McKenzie had, that's what it's designed to do. And it is something that is consuming to the joint force right now. In spite of what you see or hear in the news about what the military is doing, I assure you that at the joint staff level and at the combatant command level, it's all about war fighting. It's all about close with and destroying the enemy. General McKenzie spoke about that this morning when someone asked a question about what is the military going to do, and General McKenzie's response was the military is going to do what the military should be doing, which is preparing for combat, preparing to be able to fight and win. And I want to assure you that my last 7 months on the joint staff, every single day has been devoted to ensuring that the joint force is capable of fighting and winning. And so we'll continue to do that on your behalf. The joint force concept starts out with a quote by Dr. Henry Kissinger. And I'm going to read this quote verbatim because I don't want to mess up, one, I don't want to mess up Dr. Kissinger's words, and two, I couldn't remember it anyway. So it's a lot easier to just go ahead and read it to you. But the quote is, chess has only two outcomes, draw and checkmate. The objective of the game is total victory or defeat, and the battle is conducted head on. In the center of the board, with the aim being to win. You either win or you lose in that game. The aim of Go is relative advantage, however. The game is played all over the board, or in our case, all over the world. And the objective is to increase one's options and reduce those of the adversary. The goal is less victory than persistent strategic progress. And as I was listening to the panelists this morning and General McKenzie earlier, it was clear to me, if you think about the PRC, CCP, the goal is to be persistent, is to, over time, have the international order shaped the way that you desire to see it shaped without fighting. And we've heard that term a couple of times, without fighting. And I think that's exactly what the PRC is trying to accomplish. And they take advantage of every opportunity they can in order to move down that road from their strategy standpoint that would allow them to win without fighting. This joint concept for competing that I'm referring to is designed not just to thwart that particular strategy, but it is designed to ensure that the United States military is capable of fighting and winning in a future operating environment. One that's more chaotic, one that's more noisy, one that's more disconnected, one that's more lethal than any we've ever been involved in since my time in the Marine Corps in the last 42 years. And I think you can appreciate that. I heard the term hypersonics come out. I've heard folks talk about information operations. All of those things are the things that we not only see in the future, they're here now, but what's not present right now is the ability to take those capabilities and do what the joint force is going to do with those capabilities, and that is make them into a way to fight and win, and not just be a paper tiger, not just take new equipment and with old think, but to change the way we think about warfighting in order to make sure that we're able to compete in the environment that we're certainly engaged in right now. The chairman goes on to state that our adversaries have studied our military strengths and way of war. They have implemented approaches that pursue their strategic objectives while avoiding deterrent tripwires, upon which our national security posture is based. Simply put, U.S. adversaries intend to win without fighting. And again, another use of the term or phrase, win without fighting. And I don't think the chairman's looking at that in a Sun Tzu sense. I think it's a true idea that as time has come, and it's not just Sun Tzu's idea. If you're an adversary looking at the United States and seeing what we're capable of doing, whether you watched us in Operation Desert Shield or Desert Storm, or whether you watched us during the Gulf War in 2003, it is pretty, makes you reflect a lot about your capability versus ours. And it would lead any adversary, I think, to understand that you probably don't want to face us mano a mano based on what you just saw demonstrated. And it may give you pause as you decide what you want to do going forward. So you have to look at another approach, and I think that approach that's out there is indirect, and it is that idea of fighting without actually winning without actually fighting. By ignoring the threat of strategic competition, the United States risks ceding strategic failure. Again, just part of the joint competing, strategy for competing. The chairman, wrote the forward, and I took a lot out of that to make sure that I did not lose his voice and what he was trying to get us to understand that we needed to be able to do in order to accomplish that goal and compete in operations short of war. He goes on to state that the United States must remain fully prepared and poised for war, but this alone will be insufficient to secure the strategic objectives that protect our freedoms. If the United States does not compete effectively against our adversaries, it could lose without fighting. That theme runs pretty strong throughout the document, actually. As the chairman ends his opening to the joint concept for competing, he provides guidance to us on what it will take for the joint force to be successful. Now, I don't think this is going to be a shock for anyone, but it is written down right above his signature. And it said, to succeed, the joint force will expand its mindset to understand the nature of the strategic competition it is engaged in, to focus on advancing our national interests and strategic objectives rather than just denying those of the adversary, and to coordinate the military element with the other instruments of national power. And I think the ending there is really about, this is not just a military to-do. The military, and General McKenzie, I think, put a fine bow on it when he said, our job is to fight and win, not just to try to understand how we're competing, not just to talk about information operations, but it's to fight and win. And if we can do that, have that deterrent effect, some of the other elements of national power are able to function in a way that allows them an advantage over our adversary, because the opposite or the other end of the spectrum would be war. And if it's inevitable that you feel like you will be defeated by a superior force, then you tend to take a different approach to how you look at the United States and how you deal with the United States, whether that's economically, informational, or otherwise. And I think it's something that, as a joint force continues to build out our capability in order to implement these concepts and make those concepts reality, we have to keep that at the forefront of our mind, is that no matter what the military does, no matter what we become, we have to be able to fight and win. No matter how we look, no matter how we're equipped, in the end, we have to be able to fight and win any contest. I do want to caveat, though, even though nothing in that opening part that I just discussed is inside the concept of joint concept for competing, there are some parts in there that also resonated on the panel here just a couple of hours ago. And in there, it states that competition does not always mean hostility, and it does not preclude cooperation. There was a question earlier today about you know, are there areas where we can be cooperative, so on and so forth. And there was some hesitancy, I think, and rightfully so, to not make people get giddy about what we can cooperate in with China or Russia for that matter, and what we won't be able to. But there is a possibility, and certainly the concept, the joint concept of competing takes that into account as well. And part of our joint concept for competing is demonstrated by the members of the Central Asian and South Asian states that are here for the DMI conference that was just concluded yesterday, is having those partners understand what we're trying to do, make sure we understand what they are trying to do, look for those places where we converge, and then take advantage of those for both countries' sake, for their security and stability within their nations, and the same for us. And so there is not gloom and doom at the end. It doesn't mean that this ends kinetically, but if it does end kinetically, then your military, your joint force will be positioned to be able to win that contest on our terms. To do that, the joint force is told to be able to, number one, deter aggression. Number two, if that deterrence fails, be prepared for armed conflict. And then three is to counter our adversary's strategies. And part of the strategies, I think, were laid out here very clearly about a panel this morning that talked about some of the things that the Chinese are doing in order to carry out their agenda. And then fourth is to support the efforts of our partners and our interagency teammates. And if we can do that as a joint force and then implement all the other updates that we're doing to our capabilities, we'll be able to ensure that the United States remains the leader of the global international order. As an intel officer, I would be remiss if I did not talk about what intel means in such an environment that we are in today, the strategic competition that we are seeing arise. And with the environment constantly changing, the threats and challenges to us and our partners, we cannot afford to not be able to understand intent and capability of an adversary. And that is across the spectrum in every domain. And as an intelligence officer in the U.S. military, and as the senior intelligence officer in the military, as General McKenzie reminds me from time to time, it is one of the things that I take to heart, and at every opportunity, whether I'm with a partner intelligence officer or I'm with other intelligence officers within our structure, is our ability to coordinate, collaborate, share, and then understand at speed and at pace. And in the future, for us to be able to protect our country and our partners' countries, and for them to protect their own country, we have to have an intel capability that is as current as or better than any other capability out there. And that takes a lot for a free nation like ours. You hear all kinds of things said about how we may use certain capabilities inside our own country. I can tell you right now, that's the one thing you will go to jail for pretty quickly if you decide to try to do something like that. It is for the folks here that are not connected to the U.S. military or U.S. government for that matter. It's one of the things we take pretty seriously is our own protections of our own citizens' rights. And so, but our adversaries don't necessarily do that. And so how do we stand within our laws and our bounds? How do we somehow gain advantage over our adversary? And to me, as a career military intelligence officer, it's quite simple with our partners. Our partners are in the areas, they have a different perspective, they have accesses, they have ways of getting information, and if we are doing the right thing, we'll have access to it, they'll have access to ours, and together we're able to discern intent and understand capability and either prevent war, or if war is engaged in, fight and win that war. And so we continue to do that. And as I get ready to open up for questions, I wrote more about the adversary in here, but I'm not going to talk much more about adversary because everything here talks about competition and strategic competition, that is. But for me as an intel professional and more so as a Marine, I have an adversary somewhere, and I have to be able to ensure that I can perform my function in spite of what the adversary does. And I would be remiss if I did not talk a little bit about Russia and Ukraine and what I've seen since I've been up as part of the Joint Staff J2, and how this fight between the Russians and the Ukrainian informs not just the PRC's thinking, but the rest of the world's thinking about how future warfare, or at least alliances and partnerships, become more and more important. So it was a couple of questions, a couple of points came up this morning about what did Chinese learn, who's learning what are we doing with what we see? And I would tell you, I think the greatest thing that I think the Chinese learned from this is, one, they don't have partners and alliances like we do. That's very troubling to them. You can listen to the rhetoric that comes out, and there's enough of you here that certainly have more background, to say the least, on that, and you would know exactly what I'm talking about. That scares them a lot. The fact that we were able to, as a country who they tout as in decline, pull together not just NATO, but the rest of Europe and quite frankly, the rest of the world, in order to help the Ukrainians protect their sovereignty and protect their people and their way of life. The other thing that I think the PRC took away from that fight so far is they are afraid of sanctions. And while we may be entangled with them economically, what the United States was able to do with pinpoint accuracy on some of these sanctions against the Russians really does disturb them. And they take note of that, they talk about it, they write about it, and they try to figure out how or what pain. I think one of the panelists talked about them in the struggle. And I think they think about how they would struggle through that and how much pain they would be willing to accept. Right now, I think the Russians aren't feeling the type of pain that I think we would want them to feel, at least outwardly. But over time, and if you're an economist and you're watching what's happening to their society and their bottom line, I think you know that this war in and of itself typically drains you. And now you have these sanctions on top of it. The Chinese are very, very concerned about that, and for good reason. But the only reason why those sanctions actually, I think, are having any effect, certainly have had an effect, whether they be the ones directly related, the chip law that was passed, to any of the sanctions against individuals and their ability to move money around and support Putin and those folks in office. It's something that we as a country can draw from and try to understand how what we would need to be able to do that to China or any other country for that matter, whose ideas clash with ours and our partners and threaten the international order. For the intelligence folks around the globe, at least certainly for U.S. intelligence, and I did not talk to our partners about this, but the things that we provide will be the same things that we'll need to provide in the future, and that is indications and warning, insight into our adversaries' intentions, providing some decision space and advantage space to our decision makers so that they have enough time to make a better decision. May not be the right decision. I'm not going to say that when we provide decision makers our intelligence assessments that the right decision is made, but we do try and endeavor to ensure that we give them some advance notice and warning so that they can think about the decision and make the best decision possible. And I think we'll always strive to do that. And finally, it gives us a chance to react if we have to. Just for awareness here, I don't know how many of you know this, but the Chinese just had I don't know if it was a satellite or something that actually fell to Earth and landed in Tyler, Texas. Anybody see that? So this is me asking a question. I told you I would ask questions. Yeah, apparently, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but apparently something fell out of the sky and landed in Tyler, Texas. So of course I got a call about that. That's how I know about it. I didn't want to know about it, but that's out there. So I'm sure I think it was just a deorbiting satellite that just deorbited at the wrong time. I mean, once it starts its descent, I'm not sure that you can model exactly where it comes down, because some of them aren't deorbited by the individual country. They just start to decline and they fall out. Typically, they fall in water somewhere that you just never hear about it. But apparently, something fell out of the sky. I didn't mean to be CNN up here, but I just wanted to see if anybody else heard about it, unless my team's playing a cruel joke on me. But anyway, I'm gonna end the prepared portion there and hopefully give you an understanding of what the Joint Force is currently focused on. There's many other things that we work on every day, but because this is a strategic competition, seventh actually iteration of it, I thought it was appropriate to talk about, from a Joint Staff perspective, what we're trying to do in order to compete against a rising China and against an acute threat like the Russians. So I'll pause there to see if anyone has questions, and I'll take questions, but know that I will also ask you questions, so go ahead.
I'm Ron Weaver, and thank you, General Henry, for keynoting last year's Urban League get-together at the Tampa Garden Center here in Tampa, and for your excellent remarks today. This question regards Ukraine and Taiwan. What has survived and what has been debunked regarding the domino theory that was involved in the 1960s in American foreign policy? How much of the domino theory is left? One of the Republican candidates for president, Nikki Haley, Ambassador Haley, has said that she believes freedom threatened anywhere is a threat to freedom everywhere, and has distinguished herself on the campaign trail. How much is left in current thinking of the domino theory?
You know, from an adversarial perspective, that's how I'm gonna look and approach the question. So if I was watching what was happening right now, and I'll put myself in China's shoes. Initially, my first thought would be that as I'm watching this unfold with Russia and the Ukraine, well, let me back up. Go back to 2014 in Crimea. The Russians, or even further back in 2008 in Georgia. 2008, Georgia happens. The world yawns because the world is involved in Iraq and getting ready to go back in Afghanistan again, actually. So the world yawns, and you're China, you're watching, you're like, okay. And so was Putin, by the way. 2014 comes around, it's a lot more violent, a lot more happened. It wasn't just attacks on infrastructure and kind of a silent takeover. It was violent, and they took over Crimea. And the world at the time kind of was involved in Afghanistan, trying to determine whether a president was being boxed in or not. And the world yawned, and the Chinese probably, like, this is getting good, this is great. And then all of a sudden, here comes Russia, Ukraine, and the wheels kind of fall off. So as if you're China and you're looking at that, you're looking at your timeline, And the timeline is, if you're Xi, you want to be able to militarily be on par with the United States by 2030, I think 20, whatever that date is. It was far out at the time, it's closer now. And you started seeing those dominoes, which what I'll call those dominoes, start to fall. And you're thinking, maybe I can move this up because maybe the U.S. military is not the U.S. military that I thought it was. Or the U.S. leadership is probably more to the point, maybe our will isn't what we thought it was. And then you see us do what we are doing along with the rest of the Western world and the world that sees things the way we do about protecting sovereignty and the right to actually be a country and not have another country come in because they're bigger and take over your country. And I think it gave them pause, and it also, if you're the Chinese, you also look at it and you realize that we are willing to go all in, even though we haven't committed U.S. forces. And, you know, we haven't had to, though. So I'm not so sure that, our adversaries see that the same as it was during the Cold War. I think inside some of our own thinking that some of us see that. I don't see that. I don't know if I ever saw it, even when I was a younger officer. I don't think I saw it the way it was being portrayed. I don't know if that's going to answer the question or not, but I think if I was the Chinese, I would have to recalculate because those things aren't falling in place the way if you thought that theory worked, that you would see it fall. Yes, sir. I'm going to let somebody else pick who's next. There's a lot of hands up.
Hello, my name is Bianca Romano. I'm a student at USF. So this question relates to the war in Ukraine. So staticism is a theory in human rights. It's a model, and it says that human rights stands in the way of competition. So my question is that as it relates to staticism in human rights, will the respect for human rights decrease globally as Russia continues to commit human rights violations and war crimes? And will Ukraine fall prey to committing war crimes like Russia to keep up with the competition? Thank you.
Okay, you weren't forced to be here, were you?
No.
One of the professors earlier said he forced his class here, and she's in your class? So before I answer that question, though, I was talking to Professor early this morning, and I had talked to your class before, and I think in March, and he goes, yeah, I canceled my class, but I told them they had to, instead of coming to class, they had to come here. And I go, well, how are you going to know if they're all here? He goes, because I'm taking roll. And so I don't know if you knew that or not, but okay. All right, I have no idea what you just said. So I was stalling trying to understand the third word you used. But I think what, if I heard this right, it's basically human rights and how human rights can be human rights. How upholding human rights might give someone a disadvantage in strategic competition. I see the thumbs up. I went to public school and I'm a Texas A&M graduate, so you can't use words that you use to me to get me to understand your question. It's be very simple. But from, I had this discussion last night. I won't say which officer it was from one of our partner countries. And we talked about this a little bit, not in the same terms. And my answer is those things are political and policy related, not necessarily military related. As a military member, I'm bound by the laws of armed conflict and the laws of our country, and we try to uphold that. We don't always not make mistakes, but when we do something about it. I can't expect, although I can desire, that other countries, actually follow suit. And I think the rest of the world would tend to agree with that until they don't. And so if you're the PRC, or if you're Russia, and you decide to violate something that I think should not be violated, then I think it's up to the international community to come together to do something about it. Because quite frankly, our values, morals, ethics don't necessarily rule the world. And so someone's mishandling, their population or something may seem normal to them. It may seem abhorrent to us. And so I don't have a good answer for you, but I'll tell you, I think having whatever you want to call it, a moral high ground, ethical high ground, I think it's always the place to at least try to strive to, because I think the rest of the world, regardless of what's going on, I think they can see that. They can see true evil and things that are happening that should not be happening. Innocent civilians being killed recklessly for no reason. And I think in the end, the country that is upholding that international order of things like human rights, I think is in the long run is going to be in a much better position than in a country or a leader that does not uphold those same standards or ethics. All right, he's pointing. Who are you pointing to? Okay.
Hi, General Henry. My name is Madison. I'm a political science major here at USF. You mentioned you work on deterring aggression, so I'm curious, how do we deter aggression? Is it through actions such as the sanctions you mentioned, or is deterrence more so about other things?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. And General McKenzie talked about it this morning about it's one thing to have capability, it's another to have the will to use it. And then it's also another to just have a bunch of things, ships, planes, and then not actually have someone that actually knows how to utilize that capability. Deterrence for me simply means our ability to make the adversary believe that the risk of joining us in a fight is not worth it. And that is not just the military capability you have, although it's a large component of it, but it's also the other piece of that, and that's your policies, and that's all the other things that most of you study here, international relations. And if there's not a will to use that capability and that power that you have, then I don't think you have a deterrent. I think it's multiple pieces that work together. I think that the military instrument of power should be used sparingly, but when it is used, I think it should be used in a way that's finite and leaves no doubt that you meant what you said. I am going to point her out. Only because you've been looking at me very hard every freaking 2 questions.
Good afternoon, General Henry. My name is Rachel, and I'm with the J39 at CENTCOM. So I believe it was Dr. Dreyer earlier mentioned that declinism is a risk for America, and a decreased defense budget assures the declinism. I'm sure you've seen how we've adapted to the cuts within CENTCOM. What would your take on that from a J2 joint staff position be?
Yeah, I think as we make decisions on where we use and deploy the force and the posture that the force is going to eventually take, I think there's always some gives and takes. When I was in the Central Region, I fought every day to ensure we didn't lose capability because I was in the Central Region. As I became the Joint Staff J2, and now my lens is open and I look at the world, I look at across the globe and try to understand what the competition is. General McKenzie said it a couple of times. These are my own personal thoughts, by the way. These are not the thoughts of the chairman or the Joint Staff or anyone else up there. This is my own thought. And General McKenzie said this morning that it's probably not a good idea to take capability away and shift things to the Pacific because competition happens here in the Central Region and certainly in our partner nations' backyard. It happens in South America, it happens in Africa. And if you if you think about competition and whether you fight someone in their backyard or you fight them, at your friend's house, you're probably going to have a better chance at your friend's house than in their backyard. Their backyard is the first island chain, and some would argue even a second island chain, and some of their near abroad. Very difficult to probably deter them or to make them think we're going to somehow change something by putting more force right there. But if I want to deter, if I want to compete, then I could probably compete in South America where they're trying to establish footholds, or where they have, or in some other place where only a small presence has a big impact. The central region is such a place for a lot of different reasons. It's not like South America. I use South America because I know that the Chinese are there. I know the Chinese are doing the things that they do in every other continent. But in the central region, it's not just vital to China, it's vital to our partners and allies. And so if you uncover the central region in a way that doesn't allow the commander on the ground to be able to reassure the partners, then I think it does change the dynamic. And I don't know what that force posture is, nor do I know what the force ratio needs to be. But what I think needs to be projected is that we are not leaving. We still care very deeply about the central region. And for that reason, we want to be able to engage, and we will stay engaged in the central region. It's like I'm getting a hook.
I don't want to be the back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you got time for one more? All right, one more. I'm letting somebody else pick this one. Who's got it? No, okay. So I really did get the hook. Yeah.
So, Peter Mattis, the speaker tomorrow, we've talked a lot about competition and the changing nature of it, and the missions that you described for the intelligence community were the traditional missions that we put this together back in essentially 1947 with a few changes along the way. So what are the three things that you think the intelligence community, or at least the part of it that you are a part of, need to change to adapt to these new conditions of competition?
I think we just need to adapt. The things that I listed, I think are going to be, I don't say they shouldn't be changed. I just think they should be either made more transparent. If I'm working with a partner, if I'm sharing information, I need to be able to do that seamlessly. I need to be able to do it on the same network that I work on every day. So really, the intel capability that we have today needs to be more integrated. It needs to be streamlined. I need to be able to share with my partner when I need to, and I need to be able to move that information around down to the lowest echelons. And I need to be able to conduct kill chains faster than I've ever had before. But kill chains existed back when you had a rock and a sling. You just had one person making a decision. One person did everything. Now you have multiple places around the world to bring to bear at one point. And to be able to do that, you need to have speed and relevancy, and you need to have trusted networks. You need to have partners that you can depend on, and you need to give them the information so that they can be part of that, of your success. So I still think those things that I listed, I&W, providing intent, those things I don't think are going to change. What changes is the speed of need, and to be able to get it to a decision maker like the Central Command commander or the Secretary of Defense or the President of the United States for that matter, so that they can make a decision, or at least if they are not ready to make the decision, they have enough time to understand from other perspectives what they need to be able to do in order to make sure that what we're trying to accomplish is accomplished. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I think that's it for me, but again, for all of you here, thanks for having me, and thanks for getting me out of the Pentagon.
Well, I certainly did not want to be the bad guy to stop. What a great thought-provoking. Thank you, General Henry. And let me say this, folks. You're not going to get every day somebody of General Henry to come speak with you at the university and then take the time to do a question and session answer the way he did. So, sir, we're honored and thank you very much for that. And also thank you very much for making us understand this modern strategic competition. And the quote from Dr. Kissinger about chess and the Chinese game of Go. And just a point on that, to play a successful Chinese Go takes several days, if not a good week. And I can't help myself but remember a Taliban saying that said, "You have the watches, but we have the time." So those are some of the strategic competition dynamics that we have to deal with. So thank you, sir, one more time. Well, it's time for our second panel, so let's get started. Our second panel will examine how China utilizes economic means to leverage influence. The session will explore the role of the Belt and Road Initiative and the potential for China to use these investment projects to support future strategic aims. I will turn the discussion over now to our esteemed panel moderator, Mr. Quinton DuBose. Mr. DuBose is the team chief for the Strategic Energy Team, covering energy, security, and environmental issues for the entire Central Command area of responsibility. Mr. DuBose will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the Q&A session that follows. Welcome, Mr. DuBose.
Thank you, Dr. Farhadi, for the warm introductions. First of all, sir, how am I going to compete with that? I mean, like, seriously, that was really good. General Henry, you're such a dynamic speaker as always, and I do appreciate your time in setting the foundation for this panel. As Dr. Farhadi mentioned, my name is Quinton DuBose. My esteemed colleagues, they call me Q, but I promise you I'm not a part of any of the British intelligence services. I've been at Central Command since 2009. I'm currently the team chief of the energy team, and like Dr. Farhadi mentioned, we cover energy and environmental issues for the entire CENTCOM AOR. Ironically, there's only 6 of us. We're trying to get more people because it's a very large problem set, as you can imagine. So some of the things we're going to go into, again, is basically what China's Belt and Road Initiative is all about. Some of the things have been discussed in previous panels kind of alluded to it. There's a huge energy component to that we're going to delve into with this panel. And before we really get into it, I want to do a couple things. First of all, I want to introduce someone that's very near and dear to my heart, Mrs. Laura Bosco. I worked with Laura for a number of years. Ever since I came on the energy team, she used to be team chief of the energy team. And she really shepherded my career, provided me mentorship and insight of the problem set, and really expanded my analytical knowledge. And I owe so much to her. And the reason I want to bring Laura up, she's currently right now the branch chief over the strategic competition team at CENTCOM. And I would be remiss if I didn't have one of the true premier analysts in the entire JIC to really delve into the foundation of what the BRI is. So Laura, if you could come up and just offer just a little bit of a BRI 101, if you will, to the audience here, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Quinton. Thank you, USF, and the esteemed colleagues from Central and South Asia. I'm very honored that Quinton asked me to do this, and I was prepared. I printed out stuff last night. I prepared it before last night, rest assured. But I printed it out. I went to the computer this morning, or printer, grabbed it, shoved it in my bag, got here, and opened it up and realized 12-point font looks a whole lot different on paper than it does at 150 percent. So I had to recreate my notes, let's just say that. So I thought about writing them. Well, anyone who's ever worked with me understands that I still wouldn't be able to read them. So hence the phone. Hopefully power doesn't go out for it. I think I'm still good. I have like 70% and only about 30 minutes of comments here to explain what BRI is. So we should be good. As Quinton said, I'm just going to do a really quick overview. It's really not 30 minutes, I promise. And the purpose of this is just to make sure everyone kind of has a baseline of what the BRI is. And it's not totally brand new. I mean, beginning during the Han Dynasty and lasting for about a millennia, Central Asia and South Asia were really at the forefront of global trade. The original Silk Road linked China to markets in Europe and the Middle East through this region. Goods like Chinese silk, spices, jade, and other things went to Europe and the Middle East, while gold and other precious metals, ivory and glass products made their way back. China's Belt and Road Initiative, or as it was originally called, China's One Belt, One Road, is kind of the expansion of that ancient trade route and some modern trade routes as well. While it was originally called One Belt, One Road, they quickly realized after it was announced in 2013, beginning in Kazakhstan, I might like to add, that it's not just one belt and one road. It's a lot bigger than that. China's stated ambitions for this include fostering greater regional connectivity in Eurasia, enhancing trade, investment, and economic prosperity, deepening trust, and maintaining and building closer economics among nations. This isn't just one-sided. It's not all China doing great for those around them, which many of these projects are very important to those nations that they're working with. BRI also helps them. It supplements regional development through economic integration with China. It improves Chinese industry while exporting some of the same industrial standards. And it resolves issues from excess industrial capacity within China. China has long sold this BRI as an extensive network of land and maritime interregional routes connecting China to other markets. So what does it actually look like? I thought about putting up a map, but you really can't show what BRI is in a single map. Overland, BRI comprises roads, rails, pipeline networks, and as well as all of the supporting infrastructure that goes along with that, and manufacturing facilities, logistics facilities. On the maritime side, it takes upon existing maritime trade routes. They haven't invented any new oceans, but they're building ports and logistics facilities. They're creating special economic zones. So it's a huge endeavor. It also includes a digital Silk Road, which connects all of the technological telecommunications, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, e-commerce, smart cities, and all kinds of other technological areas. It's thousands of projects in at least 147 countries. Some say it may be even over 150 now. As Dr. Brands talked about this morning, BRI is both top-down and bottom-up. China directs some of the projects that go into it, but also projects that are started between Chinese companies and companies in other countries are also scooped up into this larger BRI enterprise. You'll undoubtedly hear more on the implications of China's Belt and Road Initiative in this panel, and I'm super excited to hear about them as well. But I'm hoping that this at least provided you with a basic overview of what BRI is. It's a huge, huge endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I really do appreciate that. I think it's important for any type of discussion that you have a good cornerstone foundation of what the core issue is before you can delve into other aspects of the narrative. And I think she did a phenomenal job in doing that, so I do appreciate that. So without further ado, and in the essence of saving time, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the panel members. I am really honored, first of all, to be chosen to be moderator for today's panel, but to share the stage with some truly phenomenal individuals, what I call intellectual juggernauts, and that's just putting it mildly. So starting nearest to me, we have Major General Salene, Director J5, United States CENTCOM. And then we have Dr. Lawrence C. Reardon, Professor of Political Science at the University of New Hampshire. Dr. Murphy, Don Murphy, Professor, National Security Strategy, National War College. And last but not least, Grant Rumley, Golberger Fellow with the Washington Institute's Diane and Guilford Glaser Foundation Program on Great Power Competition in the Middle East. Now, I gotta admit, this is a little bit unorthodox for me because I'm an old Army guy, separated from the Army, and I think kind of deviating from the norm of previous panels, we're gonna let the Marines lead the way, sir.
Excellent. I heartily approve of this measure. Well, thank you all for being here today. I'd like to extend my appreciation to a few people before doing some framing remarks. So first to the University of South Florida, to the center which is here, the Global National Security Institute, and you, General McKenzie, for hosting this. To my colleagues to the right, I certainly appreciate the opportunity and the honor of sharing a stage with you. To our international allies and partners who are here to the left, I greatly appreciate the investment of your time and your contributions. And I would note to the audience that's out there, U.S. Central Command is a multinational headquarters. And I would offer that our competitors are not. We value your insights, I value your opinions, and I value your sage counsel. Thank you for being here. For our allies who are in the audience as well, Christophe, it is good to see you. He is from France, and I would note for the audience that we often go to war together. In fact, I cannot think of a time when we have not. And if you think about our country and our country's founding, we would not have the independence that we do have were it not for the contributions and sacrifices of France and others. Finally, to the faculty and the students who are here, I listened to some of the questions you had posed to General Henry, and sir, I didn't envy you up here when she was talking about political science things, which I did not know. But I think you students being here is especially important. It was so important that I brought my 16-year-old son to an earlier session so he could hear this. So the young people here can listen to the dialogue, think for yourselves, and come to your own conclusions for the betterment of our society. So thank you very much for hosting us here. I thought perhaps I'd start with some framing comments from the U.S. Central Command perspective and then pass it down the table to the right. As we look at things from the U.S. Central Command perspective, of course, we nest how we view our area of responsibility in our higher strategic documents. I would point to the National Security Strategy released last November. And in it, the fundamental relationship between the military instrument and the other instruments that we have, the primacy of our society and the democratic values that we hold, followed by the economic prosperity which underpins the strength of our ability to defend ourselves. And then for the military instrument, it is part of, but not independent of, those other arms of national power. I personally view the military instrument as necessary, but not sufficient to solve the challenges which will face our country now and in the years to come. The National Security Strategy talks a great deal about the Middle East. It's a little bit further back in the document. Yes, there's a little bit more in China up front, but I would point to the importance of this region. I think it surfaced in the previous session when the Middle East looms large for the People's Republic of China. I thought about that and concur. The Middle East looms large, not just to the People's Republic of China, but to our country and the rest of the world as well. Not only for the energy which flows from that region to support the economies of our allies and partners, but also for the philosophy and the religion and the people-to-people connections that we share with the people who live in the area of responsibility. If we move to the National Defense Strategy, this crowd probably already well knows what our pacing challenge is, and you know what our acute threat is. But I would point to integrated deterrence and what that means when all the instruments that we have at our disposal can be combined together, and I'll come back to that. We come to U.S. Central Command, and my boss's priorities, of course, I work for General Kurilla. We have three major priorities and two functional ones. The first is to deter Iran, not fight Iran, deter Iran from its aggression. As you probably well know in this room, Iran continues to wage aggression against its neighbors and against our sons and our daughters, as well as those of our allies and partners in the region. Often, it continues to pose a threat to our people. The second, to counter violent extremist organizations. This is something that is no longer often on the front page of the news, but it is a threat that we all continue to face. The Islamic State has not given up its intentions. Its ideology has not been defeated by the military instrument alone. You all know what has happened in Afghanistan since the end of the military withdrawal. And you know that in Syria, while the caliphate does not have a physical territory, its ideology still has an allure to many people who are dispossessed and offers an ideology which still brings adherence. Competing strategically. This is something that resonates probably with this audience. How is it that we are able to compete strategically with an autocratic, authoritarian regime which seeks to change the rules-based order, ma'am, as you had said previously? This is our decisive decade. This is the decade with our unparalleled network of allies and partners, we seek to uphold the rules-based order, which has benefited so many for so long, against a regime which wishes to change it. And to place, if I was to channel a PRC doctrinaire, to place the world in harmony. When we hear the word harmony, we may think peace. If I was wearing a PRC uniform or PLA uniform, harmony means everything in its rightful place, with the PRC at the center, with the other elements out, and us on the outside. That's what they would mean by harmony. In this environment, I would say the PRC, if we move now to the Belt and Road, and that was an excellent synopsis, I have to say thank you very much for offering that for the crowd here. The PRC does have some advantages. First, in thinking. How does the PRC think about the Belt and Road Initiative? How would they employ these instruments? You'll have to forgive me, I'm a bit of a strategist and a doctrinaire, so I like to read what the PRC has to write. And I would recommend to the audience The Science of Military Strategy. I got a copy when I was in Beijing in 2012 to give a thesis there, and I thought it was somewhat remarkable and perhaps a little arrogant. They had copies to give me in English. So let me read you this quote. Military science is not confined to military affairs alone. It widely involves spheres of politics, economy, science, technology, and culture. So think through how the PRC would employ the Belt and Road Initiative with all those elements together in a system of governance which unifies what we consider to be public and private together for their benefit. In their benefit. Now let's take in a Chinese concept called guanxi. And please forgive me, ma'am, or my esteemed colleagues, if I speak it, I don't speak Mandarin very well. But guanxi, it is two characters. One is a relation, the other is connection. How they would view relation and connection together in a web of relationships to take economic development, to take or construction and loans, to apply them for a position of advantage. In doing so, in a governance where they can move faster than we can, where they can bring money to bear. Why? Because they don't owe to their shareholders. They don't have a system of checks and balances and the democratic republic that we have. It enables them some certain competitive advantages. But I would offer to you those competitive advantages do not mean that they are invincible. They are not invulnerable. I would offer to you that in addition to the things that we have in terms of our values, this is how we could approach it. One, from the Central Command perspective, and then two, perhaps as a people. So first, from the Central Command perspective, we have three overriding elements of an approach that we have adopted. General Corliss speaks often of them, and I think that the crowd over here knows this very well. First, our people. The talents of our people. The people that the sons and daughters of America, that our country still provides, who are still willing to step forward and raise the right hand and swear an oath to support and defend our Constitution, to defend our way of life. Those people are an advantage. Second, our partnerships. You think, look in this room now. where you see the different uniforms and the different countries who are here in this space now to hear what it is that we collectively have to say. Our partnerships. The United States still has the power to convene, to bring other points of view in, to consider how to apply things, and to value the partnerships that we have in order to get at collective defense, to deter Iran, to counter VEOs, and to compete strategically. Values. Values. I would offer, when we treat each other with dignity and respect, we listen to what others have to say, and we weigh the arguments, we demonstrate the strength of our system as opposed to that of an autocracy. I will give you a brief anecdote to illustrate this, and then I will hand it over. I was in Cobra Gold in 2019. Now, you might say, what's Cobra Gold? Cobra Gold is a giant multinational exercise that occurs in Thailand. And in this exercise, it's usually running around in the jungle, and we're working together on a staff exercise, and we are working together for a common cause. Usually, the scenario is based on the typical humanitarian disaster happens, and then perhaps you would have some insurgents that would happen, and then because we're military folks who like to come in, a big force on force, I'm going to call it good, and we have victory in it, then we have a celebration. In this case, I was working for a Thai 3-star who engineered a rescue of a boys' soccer team that was trapped in an underground cave. Do you remember that, ma'am? Yes, it was the Wild Boar soccer team. So I sit down with this, my new 3-star, and I sit with him, and sir, you could read my, I said, sir, how can I help you and get after this exercise? And he said, sumo, that's my call sign, sumo, I don't like this. And I said, I'm sorry, sir, you don't like the scenario? No, I am Thai. I will live here in this neighborhood after you are gone. I don't want to go right to fighting. I want to do Bao Hana. And I said, I'm sorry, sir, Bao what? Bao Hana, my Thai is terrible, right? So I said, what? He said, no, I want to go soft, and only hard if we must. I said, yes. So I went back to the exercise group, said the whole plan that we have to rethink and listen to what our Thai boss says. He will live in this neighborhood after we are gone. This is in the exercise play. And we should adjust. We should listen. We should compromise. Remember the intent to, at the end, we are together. At the end of the exercise, I asked him, sir, you are going to go work with the Chinese next month. What is that like? He said, the Chinese just tell us what to do. You listened. That strength, the values that we share, the people that we have, and the partners that we have is an advantage as we step into the Belt and Road discussion that we should consider in order to take all of our strengths and apply it against our adversary's weakness. Thank you.
Here we go.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Well, first off, I must say that I'm very jealous of the students here and the teachers to be able to witness, to be able to participate in this conference and listen to all these amazing speakers. I'm up at the University of New Hampshire, which right now is not green, it's very white and very cold. And so if there's a little room somewhere I can hide out until summer comes up there, then I might just go. Anyway, I'd like to give a little bit of background on the Belt and Road Initiative, because I think there's a bit of a misconception that all of a sudden Xi Jinping came up with this idea and that everybody in the world is just amazed. Even I have students who all know where Hambantota is located. I have 2 students doing research papers on it. So it's become a very popular topic, but I think that in order to understand it, that you need to pull back a bit and see if maybe looking at it from the Chinese perspective, as well as from the developing economies that are accepting these loans. Now, the BRI, as I said, is not, yes, it was just talked about that Xi Jinping, 2013, announced it, but China has been engaged in overseas development projects since 1949. Between 49 and 2000, there were over 4,000 such projects set up. You might not have heard of them, but as somebody, June and I all know about the Tanzam Railroad. And if anybody studied China in the 1970s, it occurred, they built it between 70 and 75. That's all you heard about. You read about it in every document. And it was one of the first railroads to be put in to link the Tanzanian coast at Dar es Salaam to the central province in Zambia, over 1,100 miles. And it was quite an ambitious project. But in addition to that, further back in time, during the Cultural Revolution, where supposedly China was self-sufficient and closed to the outside world, they were busy engaging with the developing countries, specifically in Guinea. They built a hydroelectric station. And that hydroelectric station, 1966, popped up and still is shown on Guinean currency. Now, in addition to these hardware, there's been software. When I arrived, first time I arrived in Beijing, I was going to Peking University, and my roommate, or should I say the fellow that roomed right next to me, was from Africa. I think he was Nigerian. Can't remember right now. But there was a large African contingent, and that China has been spending time and energy in developing a cadre of people within Africa that they're trained as doctors, as engineers, as politicians, who are now become involved in many of these BRI projects. So this is something that hasn't just occurred overnight. It's been going on for a while. It just didn't have the BRI moniker. And obviously it didn't have the kinds of money that Xi Jinping was able to corral to be able to develop these projects. So that's number one. This has been an issue that the PRC has been developing since the 1940s, but having solidarity with the world, with the developing countries. But in addition to this, where did all the money come from? And that's when you really start seeing this program come into fruition. It was during those heydays of the late 1970s, 80s, 90s that China began to accrue dollars because of the opening strategy and the coastal development strategy. Because of Deng Xiaoping, Zhao Ziyang, that instead of lacking money to buy foreign equipment and import substitution projects, they actually began to embrace foreign direct investment and to export goods to the outside world. That money, opening dollars, was very similar to what happened with the Middle Eastern countries during the 1970s with their petrodollars. It was sitting there, and the Chinese are saying to themselves, well, what are they going to be using with this? And this is where Xi Jinping and others began thinking, well, let's use this to promote China's ideas. Jiang Zemin in 1999 would promote something called the going out strategy. So essentially, from the 1980s, 90s, China had been able to develop with the help of foreign investment and exporting to the outside world. Now they were going to be investing in the outside world. And they would begin to set up special economic zones. They would begin to set up all these various projects and to increase Chinese foreign direct investment, as well as in agriculture. By 2011, this idea was changed to the community of common destiny, which is a term that you keep hearing the Chinese talk about, and this idea that we all are going to work together. It's a more equitable, a balanced global partnership, inferring that the Bretton Woods system that was set up by the United States and the Allies after World War II, 1944, and by the way, Bretton Woods is in New Hampshire, so it's New Hampshire, that this system was corrupt, that it was only helping the capitalist states to exploit the developing world, and that the Chinese could show that their money could be used to help. So when Xi Jinping announces the BRI in 2013, it was an opportunity for the 8 Chinese banks and state-owned enterprises to invest abroad, to continue their projects, but on a much grander scale. And with these connections that have been set up over the decades, and you've got state-owned companies who had essentially, they built the dams, they built the bridges, so forth, and they were looking for other projects. So the BRI became a very convenient tool for these state-owned enterprises and the banks to be able to use this money, to be able to use Chinese workers. Remember, oftentimes they are not using local workers, they're importing Chinese workers from China. And so at the end of 2010, the world owed China about $390 billion. By 2017, that had gone up to 1.5 trillion because of the BRI. Now, there are 2 dominating views, one very critical, one positive, of the BRI. And this idea that the BRI is essentially a rejection of the Bretton Woods system, of the World Bank and other associated banks, and that China was going to use its $3 trillion in currency to buy global influence. In many ways, it was the idea, harking back for any of you that have taken, hopefully, when you're taking your international relations theory courses, you've heard about Mackinder and his ideas of the heartland, and this idea that, and of course, Mackinder's talking about Russia, about being able to, if you control, what's the phrase now? I always get this wrong, that who rules Eastern Europe commands the heartland, who rules the heartland commands the world island, who rules the world island controls the world. And here, the idea is that China would control the world through the BRI. And of course, the way that they would get around doing this is through debt trap diplomacy, which has also most recently dominated the discussion, in part because of the problems in Hambantota, in Sri Lanka, and other places. However, there have been some research that's been going on that begin to give perspective to the debt trap diplomacy, especially by Deborah Rodigan, who argues that Chinese banks are willing to restructure their terms of existing loans and have never actually seized an access from any country, much less Hambantota. So there's on the other side of this very negative view is a more positive interpretation that the Chinese are the lender of the first resort for many low-income and middle-income countries who have been unable to gain much-needed infrastructure financing from the World Bank because they do not meet the World Bank's criterion, or from the international banks. But when I look at all this pros and cons, so forth, that I see this too much as a zero-sum game, that either China wins everything or the Bretton Woods system is losing everything. So in my view, what you need to look at is that the developing countries have benefited. And it's not just because that they've studied in China or whatnot, that they have received some really excellent projects that have worked. Some of them haven't. On the other side, the other part that we're not paying as much attention to is that China has encountered serious problems with implementing the BRI and with its going out and the going out strategy. So I just wanted to say quickly that, especially with the advent of COVID, that China's had to readjust the going out strategy of the BRI. And it's learning, and the question is it learning to be a more, quote unquote, responsible international lender? And it's definitely learning how to deal with the overseas debt crisis. That Xi Jinping, when it was first instituted, about 2 or 3 years later, he began realizing, at least this is what the some of the analysis is stating that there are definite problems with the BRI. That part of the issue was that the state-owned construction companies were always pursuing contracts. They were the ones that setting this up, and the banks basically had to follow along. When the banks lost money and the officials were embarrassed, the builders still got their cut, and they went on and continued to prosper. The idea that everything was being conducted from one office in Beijing to take over the world, you've got to see China in a little bit different light, where you've got different constituencies, and you have the builders that wanted to build. And this is when if you've seen, as June was just talking about, that there's this in the recent NPC, that there's an idea of restructuring the government, and part of it is taking away the government's ability to control financing and putting it into the party's hands, because I think in part they're worried about the loans not only happening within China but also abroad, and that. There was a recognition also during the pre-COVID period of lack of transparency, insufficient risk management of projects, and that they were dealing with some of the most risky nations, which is the reason why they had problems finding foreign direct investment or loans coming from abroad. With COVID, you've all heard about the zero tolerance strategy, but what you're not understanding is that there's been a really dramatic impact within China, not just with COVID, but because of other financial structures that has kept the Chinese system bruising ahead. And that's relying on the sales of real estate and local government financial vehicles, which have now, with the real estate industry imploding, local governments are finding they can't even spend money to keep the lights on or to keep their employees and give them a salary. We don't hear as much about that, but you're looking at this, you're looking at abroad where how COVID has hit developing countries, and the Chinese in 2020 and 2021 had to renegotiate $52 billion worth of loans to these BRI countries, BRI recipients. And many of these leaders are in the developing world, they're saying, no, wait, including, I believe, the leader in Afghanistan said, no, we don't want loans, we want debt forgiveness. We want total debt forgiveness. And so they're forecasting that there's going to be even more defaults on these loans. So what's happening at this very moment is that there is this learning taking place. It's kind of forced learning that we all go through when we hit a crisis, and they're learning to renegotiate. Small is beautiful, rejecting and party. So renegotiation is fairly easy. They're renegotiating to stave off faults. So they're writing off some loans, deferring payment schedules, reductions in interest rates. Secondly, small is beautiful. This is a phrase that Xi Jinping used in 2020. Told the Belt and Road projects should resemble meticulous drawings. In a speech in 2021, she told them all that small is beautiful. So in other words, to reduce the size of these projects. Refusal. There are certain, Sinosure, which is a state-run insurer, will not allow any loans to countries that are already heavily indebted to China. And as for party control, as I was just mentioning, that the Chinese policymakers are taking a greater control over disbursement of funds. They are directing the state money to where it goes and where they want it without having to go through the SOEs, the state-owned construction companies. So the question that we're left with is, will this change Chinese attitudes? Will this make the Chinese realize with BRI that their 1 trillion that they project that maybe it's going to cost them $8 trillion in investment. Maybe that's not practical at this point. And that maybe they need to change some of the ways that they have negotiated these deals. And one of the hallmarks of Chinese foreign policy is non-interference in the host country. And you see in two cases in Africa with the Kenyan and Ethiopian railroads. With the Kenyan railroad, they followed according to all the local rules, so forth. Everything has gone fairly smoothly. The Chinese companies did not try and impose ideas on the Kenyans, but they had to comply with rules and regulations, policies that the Kenyans had already set up to control such foreign investment. The Ethiopians apparently did not have such detailed rules, and they've been running into problems left and right with the implementation of their railroad projects. So the question will be, will China in the future begin to interfere? When they are negotiating these arrangements, will they start saying, well, we need to have certain benchmarks that must be met by the host country? And then finally, when you look at the post-COVID situation, where you've got countries that are teetering on default or have defaulted, remember, this is not just China dealing with this, but you have all the international lending agents, the World Bank and associated banks. You've got international bondholders. These places like Sri Lanka and Zambia that have run into these issues, they have to be negotiated with not just China, but with all of these groups. And what we're beginning to see is a degree of cooperation among these leaders. Now, before China saying, no, we are working just for you, and these international organizations do not care. Now the Chinese are realizing they have to work with the World Bank and others. Take for the case of Zambia. In 2022, they owed $17 billion to the outside world, $6 billion of which was owed to China. Janet Yellen had frank talks with the Chinese in Zurich over the Zambian debt, and she asked for cooperation and she stated that the talks were, quote unquote, constructive. The IMF managing director, Georgiev, met with the Zambian president on the 23rd of January and reached a debt restructuring strategy. That Zambia agreed to debt restructuring dependent on international funds and financial institutions, but that they agreed to economic reforms focusing on corruption. Now, this is something that the Chinese had not really been doing, but they agreed to along with this program with the World Bank, that they would call this the common framework, that here you have a situation which the Chinese are working with this international consortium in order to resolve the Zambian debt crisis, stretching out the debt payments, reducing interest. So I think the question that we all should have is, one, we shouldn't be looking at this as something that's brand new, but a project that the Chinese have been carrying out since 1949, had been building this program, but that the Chinese in Beijing do not necessarily have all complete control over all these projects, that you have these state-owned enterprises, construction enterprises that have been developing a lot of these programs, that many of which should not have been developed. So cooperation on Zambia might herald a new era in which the Chinese might be accepting more international norms. Remember that the Chinese did set up the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, totally accepted by the international banking community. They're following the rules, regulations, not going out on their, they are accepting rules and norms of behavior. So the question will be, will they continue to do this, or once the default issues are resolved, could they go back to this willy-nilly spending the money everywhere, which I don't think will happen because, again, what's preventing them are the problems within China itself and the shaky domestic financial situation, which they no longer can rely on, which they now need to address.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll go ahead and shift down to Dr. Dawn Murphy.
Great. So first, I need to give a disclaimer. Today, the views that I express are my own, and they do not represent the National War College, Department of Defense, or the US government. And many of the comments I'll make today are based on a book that I had come out last year on China's rise in the global south, the Middle East, Africa, and Beijing's alternative world order. So first, there will be some overlap with the other presenters on some basics regarding Belt and Road, but I do think it's important to define terms in this way. So what is Belt and Road? Obviously, announced in 2013, you had the Silk Road Economic Belt as well as the Maritime Silk Road. Belt and Road as a formal initiative was announced in 2015. 2017, they had their first forum on Belt and Road, and it was enshrined in the Chinese Constitution. The geography of Belt and Road from the beginning was articulated as including Asia, which includes the Middle East, Europe, and Africa. It grew to also include Latin America as well as the Arctic. And even from the very beginning, China framed this as a global initiative that even North America would be welcome to join. So the first piece is very much a global initiative. And I think this has already been said, but it's not about lines on a map. It's not about 130 countries, 140 countries. It really is seen as how China wants to interact with the world broadly. It is focused on connectivity. And what do we mean by connectivity? Policy, infrastructure, trade, finance, people to people, increasingly space, digital connectivity, health, green technologies, etc. And China saw the Belt and Road from the beginning as a way to deal with peace and stability. And what I mean by this is, in many ways, they see economic development as being key to eradicating terrorism, for example, or resolving other hotspot issues. So at a high level, Belt and Road is a strategic initiative building on decades, and Dr. Reardon and others have mentioned that this is ongoing, much of this predates Belt and Road, but building on decades of China's interactions with these regions that aims to facilitate China's growth as a Eurasian power across all domains, economic, political, military, foreign aid, etc. It's fueled by increasing Sino-American competition in Asia and globally. And so what I mean by this, if you think about its original conceptualization starting in 2013 and then 2015, much of this very much was a response to the Chinese rebalance to Asia, as well as concerns from a Chinese perspective that as relations with countries in Pacific Asia soured in various ways, they wanted to have an alternative to look west for a number of strategic reasons. Belt and Road, as has already been described, serves many international and domestic purposes. It is the conceptual umbrella for China's orchestration of multiple instruments of power to pursue its interests. And again, as we've said, it encompasses activity that predates back to the 1990s. There's different ways. I don't disagree that you also can date many of these initiatives even earlier, back into the Mao era, but at a minimum, predating it back to the 1990s. And it provides China a coherent and unified approach to leverage its foreign policy across domains. And what I want to do now is I want to talk about Belt and Road in the Middle East specifically. I'm not talking about Central Asia or South Asia. I know this is a CENTCOM audience, but I want to talk about Middle East. So China uses the Belt and Road to pursue all of its interests in the Middle East. And those interests are pursuing domestic and economic growth through access to resources and markets in the Middle East, fostering support for China in the international arena in an era of either emerging multipolarity or bipolarity. Happy to talk in Q&A about this, but regardless of how you see the system evolving, China's wanting international support from countries in the Middle East, in the United Nations, in other organizations, in more informal groupings, etc. China also wants to ensure its own domestic stability by preventing support for Uyghurs within Xinjiang and ensuring at a minimum silence from countries in the Middle East regarding China's activities in Xinjiang. China also has a desire to advocate for developing country causes. This ties in with the Mao-era initiatives that have already been described. It also wants to safeguard its citizens and businesses abroad, in the Middle East in particular. If you think about in Libya in 2011, China had to evacuate out 35,000 citizens. Similar situation in Yemen, in Syria, in other conflict scenarios. And China's citizens also increasingly are the target of terrorist activities and other types of violence, whether that be kidnapping, et cetera, in a number of these areas and countries. And China also has an interest in the Middle East to protect its own territorial integrity and sovereignty from the US. And what I mean by this is before 2010, in general, China had a very siloed approach, that it would approach the Middle East separately from Africa, separately from Latin America, separately from Pacific Asia, for example. Increasingly, you have issues that are crossing regions. So China wants support from Middle Eastern countries for its stance in the South China Sea, for its behavior in Hong Kong, for issues associated with its own sovereignty. And as many of you know, it has had a long-standing interest in having support regarding its position associated with Taiwan. Another interest of China, specifically in relation to Belt and Road in the Middle East, is that, as I mentioned before, it provides China strategic alternatives if relations with the US and Asia-Pacific neighbors deteriorate, and increasingly it gives us the ability to balance against the US. So next I want to go through a few examples of what falls under Belt and Road in the Middle East. And this is not an exhaustive list, it's just to give you some examples of the types of foreign policy tools. So one that falls under would be the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum. I'm not going to talk about the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which are also relevant to this region, but the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum, it was established in 2004. And essentially, it is the primary multilateral mechanism that China uses to interact with states in the Middle East across a broad range of functional issues. Since 2018, it has formally been considered part of the Belt and Road Initiative. So the Cooperation Forum falls under Belt and Road. I would flag for you, because it was mentioned earlier this morning, that in December, when you saw Xi Jinping go to Saudi, that was about a bilateral visit to Saudi Arabia. It was to attend the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum, which meets every 2 years. This one was a bit unique in that it was held at the summit level, so it was held among the leaders of countries in the League of Arab States, together with China. Before that, it was always held at the ministerial level. But Xi Jinping, while he was there, also attended a summit with the Gulf Cooperation Council leadership, right? But this is something that when you saw him going in December, this is part of an every 2 years forum that China has executed for quite a while. But since 2018, that cooperation forum formally falls under Belt and Road. Some other examples of foreign policy tools that conceptually fall under Belt and Road. China's government support for Chinese companies, broadly defined, that I think you're familiar with, that obviously falls under it. Another would be financing of various Belt and Road projects, whether that be by the Silk Road Fund, the China Development Bank, the Exim Bank, et cetera. China's foreign aid programs, which are much more relevant in sub-Saharan Africa than they are in the Middle East, but that would fall under Belt and Road. China's pursuit of free trade agreements in the Middle East. It has been negotiating one with the Gulf Cooperation Council since 2004, right? I'm happy to talk in Q&A regarding kind of where that's going, but it's been in negotiations on that. It is also pursuing a free trade agreement with Israel as well as with Palestine. Another example would be special economic zones. These were discussed previously, but in the Middle East proper, there are special economic zones in Egypt as well as Oman. It has also pursued strategic partnerships with every major country in the Middle East, minus Israel. So Saudi, UAE, Iran, Turkey, Morocco, Egypt, et cetera, right? Every major country in the Middle East, minus Israel. And I keep saying that the minus Israel here in that I don't have time to go into it in all of my comments, but during the Mao era, China provided material support to the Palestinians. It was very involved in supporting various Palestinian national liberation movements. Since 1992, China has robust and strong relations with Israel, as was discussed earlier, but it also does continue to advocate for a number of issues associated with the Palestinians. So pursuing a free trade agreement with Palestine is part of that balancing behavior that they engage in, wanting to be seen as a balanced actor on that particular issue. Two other foreign policy activities would be anti-piracy, which technically is more classified in sub-Saharan Africa, but in the Gulf of Aden, that is very much tied to the CENTCOM area, as well as the base in Djibouti that I think you all are familiar with. So I give these examples because it's not about specific railroads. This was in the opening remarks. It's not about these specific economic projects necessarily. This entire range of political and economic and security foreign policy tools from a conceptual standpoint fall under Belt and Road. Next, I want to flag for you some emerging dynamics in Belt and Road in the Middle East in particular, but many of these are relevant globally, and they've been discussed a bit, but I will hit on this again. So pre-COVID, with the slowing of the Chinese economy in the early 2010s, you started to see, as time went on, even not too long after 2015, a slowdown in some of the Belt and Road projects. In 2016, Xi Jinping implemented something called capital controls. So even by 2016, there was a deep concern from a Chinese leadership standpoint that too much money was going out of China. They were burning through their foreign currency reserves for a number of reasons, but one reason was because of foreign direct investment going out of the borders so quickly. So they tried to put some controls on that. So you see globally a real drop in foreign direct investment in the Middle East as well as other regions. Another phenomenon that we're seeing pre-COVID is this receptivity to critiques. And I say this very broadly. Dr. Reardon talked about a number of the critiques on the sustainability of loans and on some of the negative effects associated with projects in sub-Saharan Africa. There's been a wide range of critiques, whether it be the quality of workmanship on certain projects or sustainability or profitability or many different critiques. But you definitely saw pre-COVID that China was receptive to this and was modifying and evolving its behavior based on those critiques. In Belt and Road specifically, you've seen some shifts. So I would say that you've got more of a focus on other functional areas. So increasingly, again, health, Silk Road, digital Silk Road, green technology, et cetera. You also see a shifting, I would say, increasingly from the US and Europe to the Middle East and to other regions. So this very much, I would see as a side effect of some of the economic tensions that have been emerging between the US and China, the perception that the US in particular and increasingly Europe may not be as safe of an investment environment going forward. So you see these projects shifting to other countries, including into the Middle East. You also increasingly, I think, are seeing a bit of a reframing or rebranding of Belt and Road. So we haven't seen this completely, right? But you see less of an emphasis in much of the formal narrative. And this could be because Belt and Road in many ways has been critiqued so much and has gotten a black eye in certain ways. So you see, I think, this reframing and this rebranding. And you also see an increased articulation of how China sees itself in the world or in relation to Belt and Road. So the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Community of Common Destiny, these concepts coming out, I think, to further articulate how China was already approaching these regions, but to put more content around that. Another piece that I would point out to you specifically in COVID would that be that obviously there's been an economic slowdown associated with China's zero COVID and various lockdown policies within its own borders. So you've had a slowdown on Belt and Road projects. And especially in the health arena, you saw quite a bit of cooperation between China and the Middle East. One example of this would be that they engaged in joint venture co-production of vaccines in a number of Middle Eastern countries, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, just as an example. Another piece of the COVID environment would be this health cooperation and COVID cooperation has continued to result in cooperation in developing biotechnology, artificial intelligence, surveillance systems, et cetera. So there's a lot of follow-on effects associated with this COVID cooperation under Belt and Road. And on the post-COVID environment, I think it is way too early to tell what we're going to see. Are you going to see an increase back into some of the infrastructure? You know, are some of the more traditional Belt and Road components just being paused due to these COVID issues? Or are we really seeing a dramatic shift in the type of functional areas, the magnitude of projects, or the branding of these? I want to flag for you a few other emerging dynamics broadly that are relevant to Belt and Road, but also just thinking through China's relations with the Middle East. So one is the increasing dynamic of competition between China and the US is starting to impact the perception of countries in the Middle East. And I think those of you that work CENTCOM issues, you're familiar with this, right? There is a perception, I'm not saying it's reality, but there is a perception among many countries that they are starting to be forced, they're starting to have pressure to pick sides. Also, increasingly, as China's relations are souring with the US and the West, the global South, including the Middle East, is becoming naturally more important for China. Another emerging dynamic is that before COVID, or before the last several years, China's behavior in the Middle East related to Belt and Road, but also more broadly, was very similar to its behavior in sub-Saharan Africa, in other regions around the world, but it was very hesitant to publicize these and be very open about it. I think you are starting to see less of a hesitancy to take credit or to publicize these activities and for them to be quite high profile. Another emerging dynamic is the perceived role of the Middle East, of the US and the Middle East is changing, right? So there is a perception among many countries, not all, but a perception that the US's attention is turning towards China, that the withdrawal from Afghanistan demonstrates a lack of focus on the Middle East, that the US is energy independent and therefore may not have as much of an interest in the region, and the current focus on democracy versus autocracies is not necessarily received in a positive way among many leaders in the region. And another emerging dynamic that is quite new in many ways is on Russia and Ukraine. There are a number of countries, as you are, I'm sure, well aware, in the Middle East that share China's views in certain ways regarding Russia and that have strong relations. So now I just want to make a few more comments regarding the questions we were asked to address. But one question that we were asked to address was, how does China's preferred access to critical minerals, primarily through Belt and Road, threaten US interests? So obviously oil prices, this was covered quite a bit earlier in the day. The US imports a lot less oil than China does from these regions, but China's behavior potentially could impact oil prices. It gives the US less leverage over producers in the region. It provides China more of an opportunity to ensure its continued access to these resources and to protect itself from future sanctions. There are a number of other interests outside of critical minerals that have been spoken to today that I would just encourage you guys to think about, whether that be the sea lanes of communication, or Iran, or human rights, or Israel, or all of the, many of these interests. How would China's influence in the region impact those? And finally, I want to make a few brief comments regarding what the US should do to counter this influence that China has developed in Belt and Road. And I'm really going to frame this more as things we should think about as we are trying to develop policy. So one is, I don't think there's any way to dollar for dollar match what China is doing with Belt and Road in the Middle East. Different conceptualization between state and market. I don't think that's how you address it. But I do think the US needs to highlight what the US is doing well and the positives of our engagement. As I said earlier, we need to be aware, at least the perception is, that increasingly countries are being forced to take sides. We also need to be aware that China and many countries in these regions share interests, and that China's behavior, the reason they are interacting with China, is not primarily due to coercion. It often is due to shared interests, to inducements, to positive relations, et cetera. And related to that, we need to understand the positives of China's approach. and that China is not viewed as a security threat by countries in these regions. We also need to fully understand the fact that China is now the primary economic partner of basically every country in the region and is an increasingly important increasingly important political partner for them. And finally, I think we need to better understand what countries in the Middle East want in relation to the US and China more broadly. So with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. That was phenomenal. And there's a lot of points that you made that I kind of want to address with the forum and with the audience as well. I really want this to be more like an open dialogue framework that we can exchange ideas and things like that. And I think you set the foundation for that quite well. All right, Grant, you're up.
Great. All right. Thanks, Quinton. I will try to be very fast because I'm the last speaker. I'm in between you and questions, and I'm most curious to hear your questions, and I think we're all looking forward to having a bit of a dialogue. I want to say thanks to USF, GNSI, Adib, General McKenzie. It's great to be here to see you all. Disclaimer is I am not an expert on BRI, nor am I an expert on China, but I live in DC, and that's never stopped any of us from speaking about these things. So I'm a MENA hand. I'm a Middle East person. I lived in the region for a number of years. I got food poisoning in Egypt with everyone else. I love the region, and I've worked on it most of my adult life. I did also work on the region in the Pentagon in 2018 to 2021, just at the start of the Biden administration. I worked in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and I did a number of roles both with partners and with threats. I worked closely with our friends at CENTCOM and our allies and partners around the world. And I have just a few general observations and in a Middle East that I think has changed. And I think if you look historically at the eras of the Middle East, you have your Pan-Arabism, your late Cold War, your post-Cold War, your 9/11 and the War on Terror. And I think we've entered a new phase, a post-Arab Spring, a Middle East as a theater of great power competition. When the U.S. looks around the world, I think that's probably first and foremost the lens through which we're looking at different regions, whether that's right or wrong. That's sort of our lens. And so what that means for the U.S. is that our relationship with countries post 9/11 is a lot different, or was a lot different than it is today. We have a lot less leverage. Back then, they were buying almost exclusively from us. They were relying almost exclusively on us. We had little Sparta participating in operations with the U.S. Now we're in this new era, and these countries, as the other panelists said, they don't want to choose. They don't want to have to pick one side or the other. In the U.S., I think while we're trying to avoid having them pick one side or the other, I don't know if we're necessarily doing a good job in our messaging. So I would just say I just have a couple of observations from my time in government and working on the issue today, and then I'll get through those and some thoughts about what the U.S. can and should do, and then again, a lot of you are students here. I'm really looking forward to hearing your questions. I think we all are. One general point that I think that has already been made is I think there's just a fundamental difference of opinion when it comes to China between the U.S. and our partners in the region. They, simply put, they don't view China as a threat. They view it as an opportunity, as an economic opportunity. And I think nothing probably underscores that more than the fact, as Dr. Murphy alluded to, China's the #1 trading partner for each country. I think every country in the Middle East except for Lebanon, and I think it's #2 for Lebanon. So we're really splitting hairs there. It's in the Cold War, we had these sort of non-aligned countries. I think, as my colleague Mike Singh has put it, we're going to see omni-aligned countries. We're going to see countries that are going to have a relationship with the U.S. and a relationship with China, and do not see a contradiction there. I have other colleagues like Isaac Carden have noted that some countries in the Middle East and around the world will look to China for regime security, and some will look to the U.S. for regional security. And I think you see that play out in the day-to-day of the relations, and I think there's a gray zone there that we as the U.S., we don't really understand that a lot of our partners in the region around the world are not fully fledged democracies, and thus, as Dr. Brands pointed out earlier, oftentimes their first and foremost objective is regime survival. And when we transfer weapons, technology, TTPs, regime survival is not always the first thing we gear that training for. So that's the divide. That's one divide there. The second observation, when I think about China and the Middle East, is I generally think that China has a security presence in the region that is modest right now, but is growing. And the debate in DC is what's it growing to, whether they want to replace the U.S. or form their own security architecture. I'm not certain, but when you look at what they're doing in the Middle East, you can see it manifests itself in three ways. Part of it is related to the BRI. There's investment in critical infrastructure, ports, industrial zones, et cetera. You've seen that in Israel at the Haifa Bayport. You've seen that in the UAE, as was reported at Abu Dhabi. There is, I think, a desire in Beijing to invest in critical sites that due to the nature of Chinese regulations can at some point be dual use. You see more and more Chinese arms sales. There's Chinese drones, now some air defense systems, some point defense systems. The Emiratis signed on for the L-15 trainer jet. We might see some Chinese fighter jets enter the region at some point, but I think there's more and more concerted effort from Beijing to expand that, to use the sales to build up their own domestic defense base, but also position themselves as an alternative to the U.S. And I think actually smartly, the U.S. does not sell armed drones very widely, and certainly not to a lot of customers in the Middle East. China very, very quickly identified that gap in the market and has exploited it ever since. And then the third area where they manifest the security presence is a traditional military footprint. They have their Naval Expeditionary Task Force. I think they're on the 42nd or 43rd iteration. It's a tanker and 2 frigates, but it sails to Djibouti. It protects Chinese commercial interests, and it is a useful endeavor for the PLAN to develop some skills, to develop its own TTPs, and as Dr. Murphy pointed out, to serve as sort of a foundational point for evacuations and other regional crises if they emerge. The third general observation I have, thinking through U.S. policy in the Middle East and where it intersects with China, is my most optimistic one, and that is I'm not certain we can do much to counter China in the Middle East. I think we're kind of ill-equipped in a way, and I think that stems both from the demand signal. I don't think our partners in the Middle East want to make a binary choice, but the whole nature of BRI is that it is state-directed, state-controlled investment, and the U.S. and Western countries don't have sort of a similar counterpoint to that. And so part of the reason that the Israelis signed the agreement over Haifa Bayport with the Chinese firm was that there wasn't a bid from an American firm. And so we are inherently going to be at a disadvantage there if we're not competing economically. I also think our big sort of sales pitch to the region is our security presence, our security architecture, our arms sales, and our commitment. And while we measure that in terms of operations and planning and intel sharing and view that as something that we can do with a modest presence on the ground, this is, in my experience, a region that measures U.S. commitment by the number of troops that are on the ground. And that number has dwindled since its heyday, and I don't think there's going to be, absent a crisis, I don't think there's going to be any American administration that is going to campaign on putting more boots on the ground in the Middle East. Are the other tenets of our appeal to the Middle East are also going to struggle? Weapon sales, for one. The Middle East is typically top 1 or top 2 arms importer globally. U.S. arms sales are going to get tricky for a number of reasons. Politically, it's not the easiest thing in D.C. to convince Congress of the importance of selling the Saudis more weapons right now. Availability is going to be an issue even if you are a steadfast U.S. partner and you want to buy the new Block 70, 72 F-16s. If you sign the contract today, they're not getting here until 27, 28. 29 even. So the line for that is long, and your need might be more near term. And then there's just going to be U.S. political preference. I'm sure everyone in here is familiar with the saga over the KC-46. Right now, where we are is we have these KC-46s coming off the line. The Air Force wants them, and then Japan got in line right after. But then Israel has very publicly been pushing to get the KC-46, in part because it is one component in their view of what they would need to potentially conduct a strike in Iran. If you're the Department of Defense, the Department of State right now, and you're looking at the global priorities, as General Henry pointed out earlier, can you justify giving Israel the KC-46s over the U.S. Air Force and over Japan? There's arguments to be made either way, but in this great power competition environment, the trade-offs are going to be clear, and the Middle East is at times going to be on the wrong end of that trade-off. And so our messaging, our sort of diplomacy in the region is going on an uphill battle. So what can we do? Real briefly, and then let's definitely get to questions. I think personally the U.S. government needs to standardize what our risk tolerance is on a country-by-country basis, and then communicate that to partners with regards to China. So the Emiratis try to buy the F-35. It falls apart for a number of reasons. Probably the most prominent is their agreement to have Huawei in ZTE in their infrastructure, and the open source reporting of a Chinese facility being built in the Abu Dhabi port. Right? If you're the Emiratis, you are sitting there and saying, well, South Korea has Huawei as a supplier of its components, and they fly the F-35. The U.S. has a base in Djibouti, where China also has a base. Where is the threshold here? Where is the happy place? And I don't think the U.S. government has a squared away opinion on that. I think if you pulled anyone from OSD, you'd get one opinion. If you pulled someone from state or treasury, you'd get a different opinion. And so I think, each administration needs to come to the table and hash out across the interagency at the COCOM level, what is our risk threshold for this country, taking into account the context of their relationship with China, and what are we willing to tolerate in terms of our security cooperation? And then you need to communicate that with the partners so that it's very clear to them that if you allow China to build a base, a naval facility in one of your ports, you are free to do that. You are a sovereign country, but it will preclude certain deployments of U.S. platforms. It will preclude certain levels of cooperation with the U.S. And, it may be that partners in the Middle East and around the world will say, fine, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take, but they can't then accuse the U.S., I think, of hypocrisy and of at least not conveying what our risk tolerance is. So that I think is the first step. That's sort of the stick. And then the carrot, I think, is we have to be prepared to offer more of sort of the prized goods than we have in the past. Someone highlighted, I think it might have been June, that the Australians were complaining about tech transfer when it came to propulsion. We're just simply going to have to establish safe parameters with countries with regards to their relationship with China, and then offer them in exchange for these sort of guarantees of limiting their cooperation with China, sensitive information, technology, things that we've always kept close to the chest, or things like co-production, co-development, co-research. We're going to have to offer them something because our adversaries and other countries on the market are offering them just about everything with no strings attached. And so if we are going to be competitive, we're going to have to be a little more comfortable and a little more trusting, but part of that will be very early on identifying the risks and conveying it with the partners, and then coming to some type of agreement here where we can advance this relationship and know that we're not going to have to worry about any sort of nefarious activity or cooperation with our adversaries. So that's kind of my brief viewpoint, and then I'll stop there and look forward to hearing everyone's questions.
Thank you, Grant. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate a lot of the comments and views from each of the individual panelists here. And again, each of them come into this problem set with their own specific, what's the word I'm looking for? take on the matter at hand. I think that's good, and I jotted down a lot of good notes. And I think the overarching consensus, and I think we all would agree as a panel analytic line, if you will, is that we have to do more by, with, and through our partners. Major General Salene, you mentioned how the advantage that we have is that we listen. And that's important. Yesterday our partners really highlighted their concerns that they have with regards to Afghanistan and the future of that nation right there. And that's something that we can utilize and expand upon and build upon to foment better engagement, whether it be through broader intelligence sharing or just helping them out with the things that keep them up at night. And the same thing can hold true for China as well. While it was mentioned on the panel earlier that for a lot of these countries, China is their first resort, and there's a reason behind that. And we need to identify those reasons, I think, and see where we could fill those voids to make China not necessarily the first resort all the time in all areas, whether it be financially, militarily speaking, so on and so forth. And I think that's good. Dr. Murphy, again, great comments from you. And I do agree, the U.S. really should highlight what we do well. We combat terrorism very well. We have a proven track record with that. And some of those cross equities bleed over into our partner nations, and maybe that's something that we could leverage with regards to that partnership framework. So just great discussion across the board. I want to take up probably about the next 15, 20 minutes to open up to the floor, to the audience for any questions from out there to our panelists. We'll go ahead and do that now.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your commentary. I found it very insightful. One of the things that all of you highlighted and we heard a lot about this morning was the financial competition that extends to not only open market, and I use that with air quotes, and militarily speaking, the top 4 banks, the largest banks in the world are all Chinese. And so one of the questions that we constantly struggle with here is, if it's death by 1,000 deals, so to speak, how do we determine where we can spend our money since, we and our partners can't spend it everywhere? Grant, you talked about trying to prioritize our own calculus and our own risk tolerance, but on the flip side, how do we look at, across the levers of national power, where to spend our dollars?
I just say that the United States hasn't just been sitting on its hands, or the rest of the G7, that the Biden administration put forward the Build Back Better World initiative, which is now called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. And so they're thinking that they're going to be able to raise about $600 billion to finance infrastructure, not the way that the Chinese are doing, but essentially the way that the international lending agencies have been doing it. But they're not the only ones. That you got the European Union, they've got a program called the Global Gate. They are going to put forward $340 billion between 2021 and 2027, and I believe the Japanese have pledged $300 billion. So you have now whether or not this money will be realized or not, I have no idea. Will their requirements for borrowing be any looser than the World Bank? I doubt it, because they all have to report back to their constituencies. These are democracies. So, however, I think you need to look at the glass being more than half full. That back in the 70s, they talked about the new international economic order and wanting to change the way the relationship between the developing and the developed world. Well, now China has actually made them focus, made countries, made the developing world, the G7, begin to put more money into infrastructure, and not just using the World Bank and the AIB and so forth, but by finding other venues. So I'm assuming that this has been, how it will all work out, I do not know. But I think for now, we're having a discussion about this, which I think is something that's a positive result.
And so, as I said in my comments, I think dollar for dollar not going to work. Agree, we've got some initiatives, especially I do think that the reconsidering the value of funding various infrastructure projects and that shift that's been occurring both from a U.S. standpoint, but also among the broader international aid community is important. A couple of specific examples that come to mind. One would be whether you're talking about the Saudis or other countries, especially in the Arab Gulf, with their vision, insert your number, Vision 2030, vision, right? I think this is based on my own interviewing and my own research over time. I think one of the reasons that China is perceived as positively as it is that it is seen, and I'm not saying it's accurate, but it is seen as being more interested in the development plans of these countries and wanting to be on the cutting edge of that, right? So if you think about green technology or the line that's being built in Saudi Arabia or, other projects, I think targeting some funds at supporting that type of cooperation that demonstrates that we see, especially countries in the Arab Gulf, as important, partners and being important to us, not just because of Iran and not just because of terrorism and not just, right, but more broadly, right? So I think that would be one potential approach. And another relates to Mr. Rumley's comments earlier. If there are specific strategic concerns we have, obviously we've got some, whether that be Huawei, or if we're worried about artificial intelligence or surveillance, et cetera. If we target a few of these areas that with trusted partners, after we've sorted through our risk and all of that we can target that so that we really are providing some alternatives. Because I do think that part of why China is attractive in the Gulf is that they're willing to sell or they're willing to cooperate. In sub-Saharan Africa, they're attractive because they provide aid without conditions, right? Which that rubs against some of our other values. But in the Middle East, particularly the richer Arab Gulf states targeting those sectors, and then with the smaller states that are less prosperous, I think highlighting we put so much money into these countries, whether it's through USAID or other projects, we do so much. And I think just getting credit for what we're doing would be a good step forward.
Right there, yes, Ron.
Here we got one back here, and then we'll go.
Yes, Brigadier General INSI, so the French Senior National Representative, US CENTCOM. So my point is more a remark than a question, in fact, but you can react on this. We never speak about Iran, and I think Iran could be the center of gravity of Chinese influence in the Middle East, and perhaps because of the lack of contact we have with Iran, we give a kind of boulevard to China to extend its influence in the Middle East. If I am a Middle East country, I would like to protect my homeland from the main threat. I mean, Iran and its network. So I will buy the best weapons, it means from US and Europe mainly. But I need also to be protected at large. So I need to act upon soft power. And who could have positive influence on Iran to prevent a strike over my country? Russia and China. Iran needs to find support outside, so Iran would pay, I will say, a kind of attention on Russia and China demands to decrease the tension with its neighbor. So, and by this way, in fact, Chinese increase slowly but surely its influence in order to reinforce its strategic backyard in the Gulf region. So how do you assess, to be a question too, how do I assess this idea of Iran, a kind of center of gravity for Chinese influence in the region?
That's a partner question, I think, for the general here, but I'm happy to take a swing at it or
if you
go
want,
after.
of course, I will defer to my colleagues on the right, and then I
please.
will happily jump in.
It's a partner question.
No, he always poses these kinds of questions, just for the record. That's very thoughtful. So maybe I'll just take it. There's two elements here I thought were really interesting. This idea of the Iran and the People's Republic of China and the relationships therein, and how it would go. And the second is that understanding Iran. So the first on the People's Republic of China, and notice I say the People's Republic of China because sometimes I think that we sometimes say China, That's not necessarily monolithic. There's a difference between the element and the ideology and the people who are going about their daily business. I remember this once being in Beijing, going to a university setting to go speak, and then I noticed all the college kids, right, going to college, eating, being people. And then I thought about that some more, and then I thought perhaps sometimes we view it monolithic, like a unitary state actor. I think I could say that in this audience because these people are like that, and if I said it in my staff meetings, I would get roundly booed. But the point being is sometimes we do that, but it's useful to understand the complexities in the environment and not necessarily to use that one model to describe the whole, but rather think deeply about that, and perhaps there are different layers in there. So on this point that you have made, Christophe, about the PRC and Iran, could that be a center of gravity? I think that you're right in some ways that we see this space with Iran because of, of course, our policies, the enmity that we have had between the Iranian-aligned militia groups, the way that the regime sees us, the continuation of the revolution since 1979, and how the Iranian regime views us. So I think you have a point here. Perhaps it's a lens to view China's influence and how that would work. I suspect that China has to do balancing between the Saudis and the Arabs, the way that they view with Iran, and perhaps it's a difficult balance for them, as it would be as if we were in their shoes. But perhaps it's an excellent point for us to consider how we view it. Two, perhaps there are some things that we could learn. I'll give you an example. The Iranian society. You think through the repression of Iranian people rising up and demonstrating against the regime in a way that we hadn't seen previously. I realized I have never been to Iran. I don't know Iran. I don't know the people in Iran. So I got on social media and I watched some of the videos. And basically there was a video and it showed someone with a camera going around the mall and trying to see how many people are wearing hijab, how many people are not. What really struck me is the blue jeans, baseball caps, what they wore. It could have been West Shore Mall. And it occurred to me that the people on the top, the older regime, the older Shia clerics in one generation, that it's quite possible the vast majority of the people are of a different generation. The time could shift. I don't know that to be true, but what I do know is I don't know enough. And if I expanded it, I am not sure how many of our other people inside the Beltway have a firm understanding of society's dynamics. But the good news is we have allies and partners who do. We have allies who maintain diplomatic relations in Tehran. They have their ambassadors and their diplomats who live there. They share that experience with us and have. So I would encourage all of us as we do this, keep an open ear to listen to the people who have been there. It may help us. It may help us understand the question that you had raised.
Rand, did you have something to add?
Just real quickly, thank you for the question. My hot take is that I'm not entirely convinced Iran is China's top priority relationship in the Middle East. I think if you were forcing China to choose, I think the relations with the Gulf countries are more important to them than their relationship with Iran. What has come out of their massive 25-year, however many million announcement between China and Iran a couple of years ago? I haven't seen much. I think Beijing likes a safe bet. I think they like to get something in return. I don't necessarily see Iran as the most stable or safe bet if I was Beijing. And I think what they're getting from the Emiratis, from the Saudis, from some of the Gulf countries in terms of joint research and collaboration is probably more lucrative to them at this current point in time. And so I tend to think that if you were forcing China to choose where its center of gravity is in the region, it would be in the Gulf.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
This is a question, I think, mostly for Dr. Reardon, but anybody can chime in, about the issue of the Chinese willingness to restructure debts. When China announced the BRI, it said, our aim in this is we see the developing world is unable to develop because these legacy financial institutions won't lend it money. And the People's Republic is here to help. And then what happens is a lot of these countries run up debts they're unable to repay And the next thing we hear, as you have mentioned this, is they go to these legacy international agencies and they say, can you help? And so that happened, I believe, with Lithuania. There was a bridge and a road that has stopped half built because they can't go any further. It has happened with Sri Lanka.
Was that,
One of the Baltic states.
yeah, not Macedonia, but Montenegro. It was
Montenegro, yeah. And then also with Sri Lanka. And so in a way that, I don't know, that could be a loss for China in one sense, but it could be a win in the other, because the nasty developed capitalist world is having to fork over money to essentially help out a China for making, let me say, unwise loans, because a lot of these projects were unrealistic from the get-go. Okay, I'll shut up.
No, one of the ideas was that China initially was not willing to renegotiate. Basically, we're standing pat. And then I think when they were faced with the default, they realized that they had to give a little bit. And they gave a little bit. But I think the idea of extending out the repayment schedule, so forth, showed a degree of flexibility on it. Is it flexibility or necessity? Because they weren't going to get any money back. And in certain ways, I see this as that the Chinese are beginning to understand why the international lending agencies act the way they do. And so they're learning. You know, because they've discovered through experience why these corporations, why these institutions, yes, set up by the United States and yes, dominated by Western capitalist thinking, have been putting conditionality onto these loans because that they realize that that bad things can happen. They won't repay back. The international financial institutions have years of experience of renegotiating. This is not the first time. You know, COVID is not the first international economic crisis that we've had and that they've had to deal with, but it's really the first one that China has had to deal with. So that's why it's kind of interesting to see what they're doing.
Yes, if I may add from an energy perspective too, some of the things that we've noticed recently is that it seems like China has taken a slight pivot in their way they go about foreign investment in other countries, particularly in the sector of like infrastructure development, building of schools and rules like that. And the case example of that would be Iraq, where China and Baghdad's inked a recent oil for infrastructure deal. And what that means is that China's going to invest billions of dollars in critical infrastructure in Iraq, building schools, roads, and things of the like, and receive payment in oil in kind. And that could be something we see going forward as well. As you mentioned earlier in the panel discussion, how they're kind of revising the mechanisms, the financial mechanisms associated with the BRI. We know that China is a huge energy consumer, and oil is money to them as well. They could use that as payment for some of these works that they do abroad.
I feel a little bit humbled and kind of glad to have ceded my question to the doctor because she actually took half of it, which is great that we're thinking along that path. But as far as the BRI goes and the economics behind China, part of the, I guess, the less shiny side of it, or the dirty secret, is the constant debt that's incurred by all the countries that are recipients of it, over and over, coming back to the IMF, et cetera, to get money from it. You did raise one point about they're the #1 trade partner of a lot of these nations, but one thing about it is they're the trade partner, but it's always leading to deficits. Very rarely are the countries trading with them at a surplus. Pakistan, for example, I think in 2021 ended up with $10 billion deficit, whereas with the US trade, they're at $4 billion surplus. So perhaps just because being the best trade partner isn't the best part, it needs to be which direction the trade's going. But back to China and their economics, with their recent report on their demographics changing, with the welfare system that they're going to have as far as their population aging, with the higher standard of living, and I think this panel is the one that mentioned they're not going to be able to expect that continued growth in the future. what does China start doing as they start seeing less and less return on all these billions of dollars they're pumping into the BRI? For example, the CPEC in Pakistan, tens of billions of dollars of a kind of a crown jewel. They're not really getting a lot of return on it. When does China start backing off on these loans or start becoming more aggressive in demanding returns, possibly in the form of oil, but in countries that don't have it, what do they want to return? What will we start seeing when they get to that tipping point, wherever that may be?
That's happening at this very moment, that they've decided not to extend loans to countries that, one, already owe the money, two, countries that really have no political purpose. The loan has no use for them. And so that you see some in Latin America and so forth, that they're just saying, no, we're not, they're pulling back, at least right now. So, and then this bit about reducing down the scope of the projects. So those areas that they believe are politically important or economically important, like the Pakistan corridor, to continue those investments, but make them smaller.
I think there's three different, so I agree with all of that and that you saw it already decreasing up to this point. But I think there's kind of dynamics that pull in different directions. So one is with the economic slowing and those challenges, they may have less money available for investment or aid, et cetera. But as the economy slows, offshoring production, engaging in additional economic activities. If you think about Belt and Road, one of the original justifications was to give an opportunity for Chinese businesses that had excess capacity at home, right? So you may see those two functions that they pull in different directions. And then the third piece of it is, as I was mentioning earlier, as relations sour with the US and the West, you may see this repositioning where more money, whether it be investment or trade or economic interaction more broadly, is shifted into the global South, away from the US, away from Western Europe, away from, So I think there's many different dynamics that it's hard to tell, but especially with the Arab Gulf, for the reasons that were brought up earlier, I do think they see that particular region as incredibly promising for various economic and technological cooperation and providing large markets of individuals that have quite a bit of money to spend on goods and services. So it really could vary by region as well.
And just to capitalize on one aspect of your comment, Don, that right now there's a case in Indonesia which the Indonesian government has been trying to not just export nickel, but to process nickel and then export it. The only companies they've been able to find to invest in it are the Chinese companies. But guess what? These companies have been employing Chinese and Indonesians, but the conflict between the two groups has grown. And the Chinese have been attacked. There's now this idea that the Chinese need to understand the Indonesian way of work, which sounds very colonial to me, but this part of this process of how the developing countries develop. And that the Chinese are all of a sudden discovering that, yes, they set up these special economic zones, they've set up foreign direct investment, but now some of this is coming back on them. And they're finding out that, they're going to be dealt with like other developing countries dealt with the United States, as maybe not necessarily a partner, but somebody that you had to be very careful with.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Brust, Netherlands Senior National Representative to US CENTCOM. GPC, Great Power Competition, it's got a couple of things to it. The great powers, that means that it is about the US, it is about Russia, it is about China. So that's a bit different than the strategic competition. And those countries do not want to go to war to each other, because competition is, if on the continuum from conflict, you have coordination up to all the way up to armed conflict. Competition is in the middle. At least we don't want to have an armed conflict. So the competition is stay below the armed conflict. However, if you trace that or place that on the Middle East, and where the US is the preferred partner in the in the security side to it, but there are a lot more domains in the Middle East, of course. So China is investing in all the other domains. So given the fact that we don't want to go to war to China, but they are heavily investing into in the other domains, are there red lines for the US and the Western countries say, well, okay, stop here and to avoid the armed conflict? Because could well be that maybe China is investing in or dealing with Iran, selling weapons, or are there other domains that say, well, if you sell all the oil to China, for instance, there must be some, I guess, red lines for the US and the Western countries say, okay, stop and no further. Otherwise, the competition is going into more to a battle.
I think,
Please go ahead.
I would say, to me, the simple answer is I think that is a kind of debate and discussion that's occurring, and it's something that requires a lot of reflection. And I don't think that prioritization in the way that you just described currently exists in a clear, executable way at this point. But I defer, obviously, to the general.
Great. Thanks very much. Good question. Of course, as you know, as uniform, we don't make policy. Our civilian policymakers make policy. Then we implement the policy that we are given. So in terms of the red lines and what the political red lines would be, I will leave that as not mine to speak of. But I will answer your point about the competition continuum, just as a point of illustration of how we could inform discussions by our civilian leadership. You had mentioned the spectrum. It's linear. We have cooperation here, competition here, and conflict here. Let's try to view it from a PRC mind. Would they view it the same way? I would offer they would not. A way for us to do it is to view it differently. The competition and cooperation can exist in the same space at the same time if you move away from the unitary state actor model. I'll give you an example. We are in competition. But my sister is a buyer for Target. If you go into Target and you walk in and you see those bins with all those seasonal items that are right there, I would offer to say that many of our people in our businesses will cooperate across in the buying of goods and services across. Of course, we would like to see some of that move. But if you just look around at our people today and the prosperity that we have, how do we get to where we are? How does this work? Do we have businesses and people and other relationships which are there? Can they exist in the same space? Now, to bring it out, if you had a model which incorporated those things, then would you be able to look at various places, the puts and takes, I think as General Henry had said, in order to moderate the behavior, deter aggression, to stay within the rules-based order which has delivered this. And I think I would finally say on this note that if I look at the PRC, there's one item I think which you often overlook. Think of how many million people did they lift out of poverty? Just from a humanitarian perspective, how many people were lifted out of poverty? And I wonder, is there some way to moderate the behavior, to keep it within the rules-based order, and try to get to a place where we don't have to fight?
I would just say really quickly, I think it's a great question. The premise of your question was the U.S. is the preferred partner of choice in the region. I think I broadly agree with that, though I think any country that's navigated our LOR, LOA, FMS process would maybe have maybe make the point that that's not something we can take for granted. I would take your question and flip it, and I would say, well, what's the hypothetical nightmare scenario for the U.S.? That's where an adversary or competitor is the preferred partner of choice in the region. I think we're a long ways from that hypothetical, but for the sake of this argument, you use that hypothetical to then derive your red lines. So what are the steps along the way that would lead China to becoming the preferred partner of choice in the Middle East? To me, that would be a lot of fighter jet sales, advanced system sales, a lot of joint training, joint operations. Those things I think are far way away, but they sort of help derive some of the sort of tripwires that I think we in the U.S. should be looking for.
Thank you, panel. I'm Ron Weaver, and I really appreciate this magnificent job that you have all done. My question does go to the question of armed conflict or not with China, which we do want to avoid, but we're already in a war in economics, information, and other matters that are effectively confrontations, and confrontations that China does not plan to lose. Therefore, my question is a supply chain weaponry question, whether or not our $1.2 trillion, Professor, that you mentioned from 600 million, 300 million, 300 million from Japan, Euro, and other sources, whether or not those billions and the other billions of ours and our allies and China are or are not targeting resources, especially resources that can go into weaponry and resources that can go into medicine and healthcare and feeding the hungry, in a way that we are or are not competing effectively with China. Put the arms race to one side, respectfully, on resources, artificial intelligence, information, the ingredients of technology. Are we or are we not competing well with respect to our allies on those subjects of precious natural resources, especially supply chain, the ones that go into weapons?
Sir, there was a lot in your question. I appreciate that. Perhaps I'll just talk a little bit about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and then pass it down for folks who are probably more knowledgeable than I am about supply chain. So you mentioned when I first started talking about advantages that we have, innovation, right? Innovation. For folks who are inside the U.S. Central Command family know this very well. This is a priority. How is it that we're able to capitalize upon artificial intelligence and machine learning in order to make us a more lethal warfighting organization? The lessons that we can learn from the ongoing conflicts, experiment with them, then capitalize upon the talents that we have and then share them. I would give you a pacing example. We have a task force in the Arabian Gulf called Task Force 59, so you're probably well aware of this. For the folks who are not, this is linking together uncrewed assets along with our crewed assets to increase maritime domain awareness, and then share this with our allies and partners in order to interdict threats. There's a low barrier to entry, it's commercially operated, and you can iterate faster and faster. The innovative culture that we have is an advantage, but it's deliberate in order to do it. I would also probably, sir, you were probably referencing the People's Republic of China, the PLA's great emphasis on having informatized, probably transliterated that hopefully correctly, informatized warfare, right? To limit the scope of this thing, then use to AI run the models to control, in their theory of effective control, the bounds of a particular conflict. This I find on a professional basis, and this is not doctrine, this is my personal opinion, very concerning. I find this very concerning because, as you had said, sir, rightfully they're learning. I often don't like it when your opponent learns. You would prefer them to keep to maintain the same mistakes, but they are learning. And this investment in the artificial intelligence and machine learning is something, frankly, I think that we have to do better at, and perhaps partner with universities and with other corporations in order to move faster, because it's pacing. They move fast, we have to pace them and outpace them in order to maintain our advantage so we can deter. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if I may piggyback off of that for a little moment, and granted, I can't speak on like military technology as much, but I think if you have to look back to the recent example that was just exposed during COVID, where there was a shortage of microchips, and that affected things that require microchips, cars and stuff like that, and how legislation was passed to develop an organic capability in the United States to shore up that vulnerability. And I think a lot of countries took notice of that as well, and I'm probably doing the same thing. Now, granted, I don't know if these microchips are used for military hardware or whatnot, but that is an example of how we need to become less reliant on China or anybody else for that matter, for the stuff and things that we need to operate as a nation, whether it be military, whether it be industries, whatever the case may be. So I think we cannot overlook the COVID scenario.
I would just say quickly, as far as, for example, rare earth minerals, that's something that's been, highlighted for quite a while. Yeah, that's a situation where early 2010s, China had a monopoly for many different reasons, right? Had a monopoly, and I think the US has been working towards having partners globally to access. So one thing is access to resources, that the vast majority of resources are still being bought on free markets in various ways, right? Or countries needing to develop their own indigenous capability to extract resource, right? So I think that is shifting. But one thing I did want to highlight is the US, both as a result of COVID and as a result of enhanced awareness of competition, I think is reflecting more on those vulnerabilities, but China is reflecting on the same vulnerabilities. So that goes back, if you think about the beginnings of 2017 economic tensions, trade war type of situations, there were a number of actions, especially associated with ZTE, so China Telecom, as well as Huawei, et cetera, that China started to focus even more on self-reliance. And then COVID has exposed to China, the PRC, the same issues that the US, is seeing, right? So they are accelerating that. And I think every action that we take, there's going to be a reaction on their side as well that's going to narrow some of those gaps. So I think we need to be careful in that when we highlight those vulnerabilities, China also reduces those potential vulnerabilities on their side.
I'm getting flagged down from the peanut gallery. Glenn, you have some, yes, sir.
All right, so we have an online question from Gustavo. He says, good afternoon, panelists. How will Japan's militarization influence China's commercial routes? Will the Japanese Marine be somehow coercive to Chinese vessels in the commercial war?
So we're all looking, is that not of course I work at U.S. Central Command.
Is Indo-PACOM in the house?
Indo-PACOM is in the house. But if somebody wants to jump in, then I can do a little, I used to be stationed in Japan, and I could follow.
I'll give a very short answer, right? What's being described there, I don't see any indication that Japan has any intentions of impacting the free flow of goods, right? So I don't see Japan increasing its defense capabilities as having an impact on that necessarily, right? But I'll pass that on to.
No, that's great. Certainly appreciate the online question, and thank you for those who are participating online. I would just say I was stationed in Japan in 2019. It was a great privilege. And Japan, of course, is a close ally of ours. I would just note your premise of your question, I think, was on coercion from Japan. I'm not sure that's the correct paradigm. It is the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, right? Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force for the defense of Japan. And we have a treaty obligation as well as a nation to defend Japan. If your point was rather on the Chinese and the relationship, I believe, to their energy sources, I believe a previous speaker had spoken on the alternative routing that China would seek through its Belt and Road Initiative as a way to remove their vulnerabilities to others attempting to interdict their supply routes. So I think that was a good question. I appreciate that, and I will yield the floor.
All right, we're approaching 1645. That's 4:45 for you civilians. Probably have time for one more question from the audience or online. Takers.
We do have one more online.
Okay, maybe we can squeeze two in.
Okay.
One from online, and then this gentleman in the back over there.
Okay, we'll give him time to get the microphone over there. So Derek is asking, why does it behoove the U.S. to get in between China and Zambia and other countries riddled with corruption on both sides? Is the U.S. trying to play the role to gain goodwill or some kind of access and influence?
It's a country that's gone into default. And when any country goes into default, it is a concern of all the members of the international community because that it could have implications. When Mexico went into default, when Russia went into default, or threat of default, that people began to focus on this. Our financial system, while has become more complicated and complex over a period of time, also has a tendency of being spooked. And if the United States or the G7 or China does not react in a credible fashion, that it will make investors, it will make Wall Street, it will make London, it will make the world financial community to question the state's willingness to put forward, to finance, to back the current system. So what you're seeing in Zambia's case and in Sri Lanka's case and any of these other countries that are teetering on defaulting, that it is, if all of the advanced countries in the Paris Club and in all the international financial powers, the private bankers, so forth, that they all are essentially have a responsibility of keeping the system open.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll keep it short but sweet. So with the BRI, especially its emphasis on China's development of military bases and also a commitment to internal regime stability in the MENA region, does this make China more vulnerable to Islamic extremism and Islamic terror?
Do you mean in terms of the risk to their installations and their people overseas?
exactly.
Or do you mean internally to inside of China?
Either you feel comfortable answering. I'm interested in both.
I would say I am not aware of threats to their installations, although I do not serve in U.S. AFRICOM, and probably somebody there would be better poised to say that, where they have. You would see that, I find it that the Chinese repression of their ethnic minorities, it's appalling. But the swell of anti-PRC sentiment does not seem to be correlation to this, I think maybe to your point. It would offer, if there was to be more and growth, and they would expose themselves to various threats much the same way that our people and our installations are in various places, but not all. But I would also point to the ability of our allies and partners to provide security. Maybe that's something that we should watch as they go forward. But I would say this idea of extension, perhaps I was interested to hear how people adapt their financing and then the way that the PRC is adapting and perhaps following our footsteps. And I wonder if we took this model from the financial realm, which Dr. Reardon had pointed out, and applied it to the security realm, would you see the same dynamics down the road? If they were to continue on this trajectory and on this behavior and not learn and adapt, would they themselves then be a greater risk? That's a good question.
I think I'll add something into that as well. And it kind of ties into the question from the online as well. So when you have countries that are riddled with corruption and things like that, which China uses in their investment policy abroad, sometimes they'll throw money at principals or key leaders to grease the skids for foreign investment and be the sole entity to take on projects and stuff like that. And then that distribution of wealth does not happen, then that breeds discontent within the local population. There are several examples in Africa, just one recent in Colombia, where I think Sinochem, which is in charge of development in one of Colombia's smaller fields, I think it's like 2,000 barrels per day, very small, but as part of their scope of work, they were designated to also do infrastructure works projects, build roadways and things like that. That did not happen. And, you had an incident where locals kidnapped police forces and some Chinese workers as well. It was very violent. I think at least 6 policemen died and 2 foreign nationals. But shifting over to Iraq, similar thing as well, where you have a creation of the haves versus the have-nots, where the haves have partnered up with China, for instance, and are taking in that wealth for themselves and not distributing it to the populace. It breeds discontent, and discontent is a harbinger for extremism. We saw that with the Sunnis in Iraq. Disenfranchisement gave rise to AQI. So that's something that we just definitely have to be wary of as we navigate this environment, right? And the second and third order effects and consequences, some of which are different or case by each and every country that in particular China interacts with. Hopefully that's helpful.
So I think Chinese leadership is deeply worried about the targeting of, right, whether it be facilities, businesses, individuals, et cetera, right? And arguably they use that concern as part of the driver of not wanting to take sides, not wanting to get involved in domestic disputes, right? So I think this is a concern, and it is something that they're working to address in various ways. One thing I would flag for you, and I don't look at Afghanistan carefully, but in December, you had a case where a Chinese hotel was targeted, and the narrative behind that was that it was China's closer relations with the Taliban created concern with ISIS, ISIL, Daesh, however you label it, right? That then targeted that hotel. And so those are the types of things that I think China is trying to avoid in the region. But to date, yes, I mean, Chinese citizens have been targeted by, kidnappings and terrorist activity in Pakistan and, many countries in sub-Saharan Africa. There has been, but you haven't, to date, you have not seen any large-scale targeting in that way, but they're very concerned about it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that'll be the last question of the day. Can we just give a round of applause to our panelists? I mean, this was the kind of forum I was envisioning, where it's a lot more dialogue and intricate perspectives from each of the participants here. And I think you guys, and Doctor as well, did a masterful job. And I think you highlighted some key takeaways that we need to chew on for a little bit as we go forward, because we really highlighted the BRI past, present, but it's the future that really keeps us up at night. And I think we got some ammunition right now that we could just move on and maybe inform policymakers and things like that. But I do appreciate your time, and I think this went really well. I will now cede the floor to Dr. Farhadi.
Well, thank you very much, Q. It is to the success of these panels that I constantly am the bad guy of cutting short these great discussions. So that's the thing. So one more time, thank you very much for that. So what a day, right? What a day. So this ends our today, and tomorrow, trust me, I'll give you a glimpse. But a few announcements before I do that. I have a pair of keys that whoever has lost their keys, please come see me. You'll not be going home without this, or I'll be going home with a nice car today. And also, if you can do me a favor, one of our guests misplaced their wallet. If you can look under your seat just for a second to see if you can find the wallet. And they promised me you can keep all the money inside. Just return the wallet. And if there is no money, you can keep one credit card. And also for our guests for dinner tonight, the shuttle pickup from the hotel is going to be at 5:55 for the dinner. So at 5:55 at the lobby, please come. Again, thank you so much. But let me just give you a glimpse of tomorrow, because you don't want to miss tomorrow either. You're going to hear from Congresswoman Kathy Castor, Congresswoman Laurel Lee, Dr. Eric Eisenberg, USF Senior Vice President for University Community Partnerships, and then our plenary speaker, Major General David Doyle, CENTCOM Chief of Staff, and also Dr. Randy Larson, the Associate Dean, Office of Research and Scholarship at Cass College of Arts and Sciences, and also our very exciting panel moderated by Mr. Matthew McInnes will discuss China's shaping of international norms and regional security environments. So we'll see everyone tomorrow bright and early, 9 o'clock here. Have a great night, and one more time, thank you very much, sir.